shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome when you come around. You thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything that I'm seeing in the vicinity.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise!
Nero, give him 10 in a row. How about this guy having a series? Oh my God! HyDra has the incredible with 3. You gotta find these kills. Dashy gets it.
I don't know how they do it, Miles.
That was amazing. But gives him the beat down. Standy with 2 more, and it is a massacre.
Shotzzy finds one. Shotzzy finds the second.
What is this from Simp? Atlanta FaZe. Oh my God, guys. How did that happen? That was disgusting. Finds 2, surely not. He just, oh my goodness. The extortion. 1v1 and busted. Will bring it back up, guys. Priestahh. What a legend.
Let's get into the Call of Duty League. Let's go.
What's going on, everybody? And with Major II right around the corner, there is so much happening in the Call of Duty League right now, and there are only 2 remaining teams that are undefeated, the Boston Breach and OpTic Texas, and both teams will try to keep their perfect records intact today.
Plus, New York and Minnesota face off in our Game Fuel marquee match. The Subliners are desperate to get back on track, while the Røkkr struggle to break free from the middle of the pack.
So let's see if NYSL can go ahead and rack up a few more wins, and the pre-show headquarters starts now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. And of course, as you know, my name is Villy, and I'm rocking That's my man's Nameless. aLLeY's not here today, but we're going to be holding down the ship, right?
We got to hold it down for our girl, aLLeY. She's a little under the weather right now, but she'll be back sooner than ever and ready for the major. It's going to be a good time.
aLLeY, I know you're watching at home. If you guys want to help aLLeY get better, there's one thing that we could all do, you know, support our girl real quick before she comes back. If you have Spotify, which is free, make sure you look up Rose, you know.
It's a banger.
Yo, play Cat Girls, I'm telling you, okay? aLLeY is like just a little talented joint, exactly. But let's go ahead and get into what's been happening so far, because guess what? Major II is right around the corner, and by that, I mean next week. So let's take a look at the standings to see how everything has been in the Call of Duty League right now. And of course, Boston Breach on top, OpTic Texas on top, 3-0 for both teams. And all the way at the bottom of the list, Nameless, Los Angeles Thieves, joining the likes of Paris Legion, Seattle Surge, and Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, man, we're going to have some crazy shakeup today in the standings. Hopefully, I mean, we got a lot of teams that, you know, are playing today trying to get that win. New York and Minnesota Røkkr, both in 7th and 8th right now. Yeah. Potentially going to end up in winner's bracket for one of those teams, if not both. And then Boston Breach and OpTic Texas, both these teams trying to go undefeated here in the Major II Qualifiers. Both also have a match today, so it's exciting, though.
Right, and by the way, shout out to Minnesota Røkkr, currently 2-2. But talking about Los Angeles Thieves in last place, let's take a look at the schedule today, because they're going to have to get something on the board, Nameless, man, something. They're going against Seattle Surge, which is a team that can beat just about the best out there.
Yeah.
But they still struggle, so hopefully they could get going on the roll. But Nameless, the Mountain Dew marquee matchup of the day, I love it. New York Subliners and the Minnesota Røkkr.
That is a huge match. I mean, what we saw to New York Subliners versus Paris, they come out, they win 2 hard points. They look a lot better since they bring in Paul, but it is Paris, right? So New York, Paris, 2 worst teams that we have here in the CDL, going up against the Minnesota Røkkr, a team that has also been struggling, especially in the hardpoint department. Able to win a hardpoint in their last series, though. So it was Nero. It was like by, I think, what, 28 points. So Minnesota Røkkr still have a lot to work on going forward. New York definitely have a chance to win that series, which would just shake up everything.
I actually think New York is, I think they got it, man. They're looking so much better lately. Hopefully my boy Paul steps up in the big way for this team and continues to do so. But also, let's talk about top 2 in the CDL, because OpTic Texas, yeah, we expected them to be on top, right? Major 1 champs, you know, those are the kings with the king on that roster. But also, Boston Breach, the brand new addition to the CDL this year. They got top 6 in Major 1, and now we're seeing this team really start to come to their own. And like you were saying, Nameless, players like TJ and my man's Nero.
Yeah.
Everybody's looking good on this roster.
Yeah, I mean, this Boston Breach team, they've showed us a lot of improvement. You know, you take the lessons that they got at Major I from a new and growing team, the last roster to be added to the CDL, and they've been growing. Nero's been playing great, Capsidal's been playing great throughout the season, and then Methodz, for me, has been the standout player in the Major II Qualifiers. He's really been taking over, and even their last couple of matches on LAN, he was taking over as well. But this team in Hardpoint, last 10 matches, Vo, 9-1, excuse me. That is basically flawless when it comes to hardpoint. Search and Destroy's been great as well at 6-4 in their last 10. But when it comes to control, a struggle. 2-8. That is the point of contention. They have to either get better at Gavutu or start pulling out these Tuscan wins. So you can see their road right now. Test them in a game 5. They take the W. Minnesota Røkkr, W, and Surge, W. They've been great.
You know what the thing is? Usually when we look at schedules for these teams with undefeated records, you try to look for like the gimmies, right? The freebies. Let's be completely honest, okay? Yeah, Toronto's at the same as last year, and Seattle Surge are up and down, and Minnesota Røkkr is in the middle of the mix. These are quality wins in my eyes.
Yeah, I think these are really quality wins. I mean, you have teams like Minnesota Røkkr and Ultra that test teams, take them to game 5s, and you know, every team is good in their own respective fashions.
Yes.
Like Seattle Surge, they're a fantastic team when it comes to respawn, especially on maps like Bocage, and you look at Minnesota Røkkr and Ultra, those are good search and destroy teams in Røkkr, and a great control team and search team in Toronto Ultra. So it's like, they're doing well in hardpoint if you're Boston Breach. That's probably why it's a little bit exaggerated at 9-1 in hardpoint, because they played Røkkr and they played Toronto Ultra. But they're winning the hardpoints that they need to win, but they're edging out game 5s and controls versus these teams as well, which is the impressive part.
Right, so heading into Major II, they're definitely going to have to step that up in control so they can clean out the series in a cleaner way, right? But also, let's talk about the big dogs of the CDL, OpTic Texas. Yo, Big Daddy Heck's got to be feeling good right now.
He's got to be feeling good.
Yo, okay, when you take a look at this team, you got Scump, you got the King. iLLeY has been so good lately.
Yeah.
Dashy's the MVP, but for me, man, I'm loving Shotzzy so much.
Yeah.
He's my favorite player to watch this year.
Yeah, it's terrifying that they were able to win that first major when, like, you know that there's another level all these players can get to as well because they're continuously improving. I mean, this is a team that hasn't lost a match since Major I Qualifiers, and I think it was like the first or second week. That was the last time this team has lost a match. So OpTic Texas, they are frying on all cylinders. You look at this roster, they're dominant when it comes to control. That's what gives them the massive edge versus everyone. Their last 10 matches, they've won the control all 10 times, 10-0. And then you look at Search and Destroy and Hardpoint, they're massively positive there. And when they need to clutch up in a game 5 under pressure, they're able to do it. Down 5-4 to LA Thieves, they still end up coming out on top. A beautiful play call out of a player like Shotzzy, of all people on the team, to make the play call at the very end. It's just OpTic Texas is doing everything right now. And for anybody to argue that they aren't the best team in the game, they're absolutely fading.
They're the best team in the game, hands down. Listen, debate your mama on that fact, but let's take a look at the road to Major II for the OpTic squad. You know, they got that big win against Florida, Seattle Surge, of course, and also the LA Thieves, which actually took them down to the wire. And I'm going to be completely honest, that could have been LA's only win this stage, which would have been just the biggest, right?
Well, that was the first match both these teams had, I believe, since Major I.
Yeah.
So, you know, they come off a little bit of cold. OpTic was obviously celebrating a little bit, taking some time, but they're probably still going hard, practicing. But you're going to come in a little cold. They win in a game 5 situation, and then since then, they've been lights out. Went up against Florida after Florida had won 2 matches 3-0, 3-0, and beat them 3-0. So OpTic knows what they need to do. They're looking good.
Yes, now let's talk about the marquee matchup of the day presented by Mountain Dew, and it's none other than New York versus Minnesota. And this is going to be a good one for the simple fact that both of these teams have a good storyline heading into this. Yeah, Minnesota's trying to be more consistent with their wins, but it's New York who had the team change, brought in Paul X, and now this team, they win hard points.
Yeah, they won 2 hard points in their last series, but it was the only 2 hard points that they've won since the Kickoff Classic. So for New York Subliners, I am not sold on this team just yet. This is the match that's going to be a big test for them.
Yes.
It's going to test them in control, in Search and Destroy. And from what we've seen out of Røkkr, they're able to now go 50-50 in hardpoint. You know, even in their last match that they had versus the LA Thieves, which is a great hardpoint team, they lost by 4 points on map 1, and they won by 30 points on map 4. So, you know, they're now splitting these hardpoints. They're adding some maps to their repertoire. When you look at Bocage, they just started playing it, and they got their first win versus the Thieves. So New York, a massive test today against a Røkkr team that has a ton of chemistry. The pacing can just be off at times.
You got that right. And let's take a look at the stats for New York right now, what's been going on. Yeah, they got a big win against Paris, but Nameless, I'm with you, man. I want to see it against really, really good teams. No disrespect to Paris out there, but I want to see them beat those middle of the pack and upper echelon teams, right? To see what New York is really built of.
Yeah, I mean, I think this match probably gave them a lot of confidence confidence. And remember, there is no pushover here in the CDL. I mean, what we saw yesterday out of Paris Legion proves that everybody can compete. This is the highest level Call of Duty has ever been. And if you need an example, Minnesota Røkkr, your example. A championship contending team last year, now struggling to get out of the bottom of the pack.
Hey, I mean, look, we got Toronto Ultra in the mix. Look at LA Thieves right now. This is a crazy year for Call of Duty. Let's talk about Minnesota because the hosts for our Major II team are going to be in this match. And I'm going to be completely honest, okay? Looking at this roster, I believe that there's more that could happen. I know they have watch parties all the time, and if we say something negative about them, you might say, oh, boo, these guys don't know what they're talking about. But let's be honest, Røkkr fans, we both know, all of us out there know that this team is extremely talented. I've watched MajorManiak from when he started. I mean, we all know who attaches. This team is ridiculous. Let's not even talk about Priestahh, okay? Being 2-2 this stage so far heading into their major, I want them to close out these wins in ways that we know that they can. I'm tired of talking about their potential.
Yeah.
These guys are too damn good.
Listen, I mean, and let's just put it, you know, this is easy for everybody to understand. Like Minnesota Røkkr, a team that's been struggling, to be 2-2 is beautiful for them.
Yeah.
And they're going up against, statistically, the worst team in the CDL. So you come out here, you have to win this match, because if you win this, you end up in winner's bracket more than likely. They'll be 3-2. They should end up in a WB spot at their own major. Like, this is a must win. You edge them out in control, you edge them out in search and destroy, and hardpoint, I mean, you know, this new New York squad is 2-0 in hardpoint, but you know, what we've seen throughout this year, they have been great there. So Minnesota has a great opportunity to close out with a W.
Minnesota's not Paris.
If they choke this, then it is panic time, and it might be time to entertain a change after the major.
And we don't need to panic when the major comes, but speaking of major, make sure you guys, when you show up to Minnesota, I better see some good drip. And what I mean by that, if you go to shop.callofdutyleague.com, get you some special represent Minnesota or your favorite teams. And also, by the way, yo, shout out to the Minnesota Røkkr, okay? They sent us these beautiful packages to represent what's happening at the next major.
They even sent you some cards.
Yo, we got some good. Yo, I got this dope hoodie, man. It's kind of dope. So to everybody out there in the Minnesota Røkkr organization, thank you for welcoming us to your event. I can't wait. Yo, there's a casino in that.
I know. They sent me cards to get me ready. I was playing you in blackjack this morning.
I was getting smoked.
Yeah, I mean,
you got to call me out on air.
Yeah, nice little goodie box. I'm excited, man. Make sure you guys get your merch, because if you're in the crowd with just some basic clothes on, you're going to get roasted. So go ahead and get your merch. Support your favorite team. It's going to be a good time.
We'll roast you on the desk. Don't play us. But ladies and gentlemen, that's it for our pre-show headquarters. And today's going to be a fun day. Yes, I miss aLLeY a lot too, but trust me, me and Nameless are going to walk you through the day. We're going to make it a lot of fun. But on the other side of the break, we're going to kick things off with the first game of the day. I can't wait, and I will see you guys on the other side. See you in a minute.
When you compete as long as I have, you learn a thing or two. You learn success isn't something you're given, it's something earned. Visit zenny.com/CDL to get a pair of Røkkr Zennies or any of your other favorite CDL teams today.
Welcome to Call of Duty League Resurgence, Rebirth Island. You versus the 12 CDL orgs. To be the best, you've got to beat the best. Sign up through April 7th to stand up and be counted. Those who dare, win.
Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price for y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. 8-6 all the hay. I won't get involved today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the bars. I'm flipping the flipping the.
Obtain.
That's what we wanted. That's what I'm talking about. He don't miss.
All record deals. Tell him talk to Colin for the quote. All record eyes. Still want to act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable.
Either way, accuracy. 10 seconds. He gotta go. He's gotta fly. Would he get the kill? No.
point. Mack staying alive as long as he can. What a beautiful flank this could be. The second. Oh, God, the round's gone.
Like they are. Brent has an opportunity. There's the first. There's the second. Turns on.
And still, if fire works out, do you get any more? Yeah, he can. It's 5. The Young Guns in round 11. And they go big. Can he come out the corner in time? And you bet he will. That's it. Takes it down.
Winner, 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 winner. Winner, bury me a sinner.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, and all my cat girls out there, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. The pre-show was a lot of fun, but it's about time to jump right into the games. Of course, my name is Veli, and this is Nameless. You saw it on the bottom of your screen, and for this series right here, man, I feel like it's going to be like the battle of we're tired of talking about your potential. Just step it the hell up.
Yeah, I agree with that. Honestly, yo, I'm really worried for LA Thieves in this series. I actually picked LA Thieves to win this, and I just seen the map set, and it's going to be scary. It's Tuscan, Tuscan, Tuscan. Now, those are Surge's, like, best maps in their first, in all 3 game times.
You're right.
So, like, this is going to be tough. I mean, looking at LA Thieves, looking at their Tuscan, they're great in hardpoint there. You look at the Search and Destroy 3-3, and then you look at Control. They are 1-5 in Control on Tuscan. Ooh. So it looks like they lost a coin toss in this series, which puts Seattle in a great spot, Vel.
You got that right. And when it comes to Seattle, looking at this team, yeah, we've seen a matchup against the best of the best out there, and the aggression that they have can match up with some of the best players out there, like what we saw against Atlanta FaZe and whatnot. But the question is, when are they going to apply that consistency to, you know, the middle of the pack teams, the worser teams of the league, and actually solidify themselves as one of the best out there?
Yeah, and you know, here are the game fuel keys to victory for the Seattle Surge, and it's kind of what I just talked about. Tuscan, hardpoint, royalty, first in rotation win percentage, and hold percentage. Improve two-way Tuscan search and destroy game, first in Tuscan offensive win percentage, last in defensive win percentage. So obviously that's a standout there that they can work on. And then need that coin flip magic. They did win the coin flip, and they chose Tuscan, which puts Thieves in a very tough spot. So for Seattle Surge, what does this mean if you're a Surge fan? When you're watching the series, the early maps are extremely important, namely that map number 1, because then you feel like everything's going according to plan.
You got that right. And Seattle Surge, I'm expecting him to bring it big time. Seeing Sam Phoenix on the timeline, this guy is always trying to motivate his team and talk about how great the players are. But the thing is, you don't got to preach that to us. We know it already. We need to see it in the lobbies and on game day, because that's when Seattle should be surging on top of the leaderboards. But also, the LA Thieves, man, looking at this roster, I was so high on them heading into Major 1 and throughout the entirety of the year, right? Well, guess what? They're struggling. Currently defeated. The only team here in Stage 2 that haven't had a win yet. When you take a look at the build of this roster, it's like, okay, what exactly is going on? You take a look at the likes of Envoy, who can be the best player in the lobby, and it really doesn't matter what team he goes against. Yeah. And players like Drazah and Octane that you say, you know what? We expect them to really go crazy this game along with Kenny, but we're not seeing that consistency from just about everybody yet.
You know what, Veli, and this is probably a hot take for a lot of people out there. I'm not exactly that worried for the LA Thieves. I would like for them to keep this roster. I think it really comes down to, you know, some search and destroy issues that they've had that they've been working on. It's gotten a lot better, and we'll get to the game fuel keys to victory, but, you know, looking at this team, Drazah needs to improve is one of the main things. Then also, you know, for game fuel keys, Octane needs to hit the gas, 0.9 overall KD this season, 47. That's not great. Main ARs have struggled, you know, across the league, really. When you look at some of these teams with players like Slasher now stepping it up, teams making changes like New York. So for Octane, we know he has another level he can get to. He needs to show it. Then Lockdown, Berlin, Hardpoint, they're 4-1. Seattle's 1-2. That will be game number 4. And then get back on track on Hardpoint. They've lost 6 of their last 8 Hardpoints, and it's just an identity thing. Drazah's not been playing well. You need to get better gameplay out of him, putting up more kills, being that aggressor, and working in tandem with Envoy.
Which is really insane to see, because at the beginning of the year, LA Thieves and Hardpoint was just about a gimme, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you know, Kenny was just 35. You see Octane and Envoy.
They've been getting outslayed.
They're getting outslayed.
And losing barely in these Hardpoints. Like in the last series, they lost by 15 on the Tuscan, and they lost by 40 on the Berlin. So it's like the plan is there. It's just the execution on some of these rotations and these holds.
Such a good team, though. We shouldn't expect this. I still like the LA Thieves, though. But it's about time for pick'ems. And even though I like the LA Thieves, I still think that they have things that they need to work out on. They're going through like an identity crisis, and they need to really find themselves as being the championship caliber team that we all realistically know that they are, right? Like, that's no cap at all. But in the meantime, I think Seattle Surge is such an up and down team, and I think that right now, I like them in this matchup. I think that their aggression, they're going to be in their face. I want to see Sib and Pred really try to throw players like Kenny off his rocker and try to get that big win. So I think Seattle takes it. I want to say like a 3-2. I think that's going to be just tightly contested.
I'm going to go with LA Thieves, one last time. We'll see if they're able to get this W here. They need it for confidence. I don't really think it'll affect their standings. They're going to be in the loser's bracket for sure, but I think they're going to come out and take this.
Hey, yo, champions are made in the loser side of the bracket. I don't care. Those are the best runs. But let's send this over to the casters. You're right. Lando is steady. We got Big Daddy. We also got my favorite New Yorker. How y'all feeling today?
Oh, we're feeling good. We're feeling good, guys. You guys are absolutely killing it to start off the desk. aLLeY, we miss you, but hey, the two guys are going to do their best. And we're going to do our best to try to provide this series the excitement, in my opinion, Jay, that it deserves. We have two teams that have a combined 1 victory so far at our Major II qualifiers. LA Thieves 0-4, Seattle 1-3. And Jay, these were two teams at like the Kickoff Classic that were rated as some of the best teams in the game. Both of them fallen from grace. As we take a look at our maps and modes, what do you make of the map set? What do you make of where these two teams find themselves right now?
So we heard the Desk touch on it a little bit. Nameless, he specifically was talking about maps 1 through 3. That's going to be heavily in favor for Seattle. They have the advantage when you get to that search and destroy. They also have the advantage when you get to that control. But I still like the later half of this series if the Thieves are able to push it. They have that Berlin hardpoint, which they're really good at. And then even that Desert Sea search and destroy, they haven't had a lot of success on it, but they do have more success than Seattle do. But it all starts with this map number 1, man. You can see the rankings right there. Number 1 in rotation, number 1 in holds, number 1 in breaks. Seattle, they really enjoy this map, and one player in specific that has to be Simp. Every time Simp plays Tuscan Hardpoint, right now his average KD is a 1.33. So if you're the Thieves, that's a player you have to shut down.
Yeah, man, you were looking at the stats. Like, shout out to Carson, who just gives us all these numbers. We go, okay, I'm gonna look map by map and just really see how good this guy is. You're like, wait, he's not dropping anything less than a 1.3. Sim, I mean, we talked about a number of different guys to look out for on this Seattle team. Sim, without a doubt, the highlight level rookie, somebody to keep an eye out for. Same thing with players like Pred, but it cannot be understated. The Thieves, specifically Octane, his first time facing off against his old franchise, spent 2 years in what was labeled as purgatory for the good old human turret, now faces off against the Surge, and what isn't necessarily a must-win victory. Obviously, Jay, the Thieves, they're going to be in the losers bracket when it comes down to Major II, but confidence-wise, going 0-5, that's got to be a turnaround for them.
100%, especially with the way that stage 2 has gone for these guys. Like, they have played 4 series. 3 of those series have went all the way to a game 5, with them losing a majority of these hard points. You saw the Destiny keys to victory. It said that they lost their last 6 out of 8 hard points. And when you think about a team like LA Thieves, that is where they see a lot of success. But unfortunately, the game is going to restart. It's okay. It's okay.
All good.
But the Thieves, I feel like when we talk about this roster, what it has to be, when you talk about them stepping up in hardpoint, we say a player like Drazah needs to step up, but it also has to be Octane. Both of these guys are not really putting up their best numbers throughout stage 2. Pretty sure they're both sitting around a 0.8, and they're only losing a margin of these hardpoints by like 20 to 30 points. So that's insane stat. That means that they're definitely doing the good job of making sure they're getting to early rotations, but it has to be on their setups. They're not being able to pick up a couple of these kills. Losing hardpoints by only 15 points, you probably pop a 2-piece, changes the game completely. So I'm looking at Drazah, I'm looking at Octane to really step up in the response today.
Yeah, and it's just a credit, right, to the group of 4 players that you have on your screen to say that a team who is 0-4, who's not winning hard points as often, who's getting outslayed by numbers like 60, 70 kills. They got outslayed by 71 kills yesterday versus LAG.
Insane.
Yet there is still so much, I don't want to say excitement, but at least some many people out there who still think that this roster can work. Nameless being one of those people. And I got to agree. I think there's still some great pieces on this team that you can, I don't know, maybe work through, whether it's the roles, whatever really the conversation may be. There is still so much promise with this roster, but an 0-4 start is not at all the way that you'd expect for this team to perform. And it's weird, Jay, because as we said, I mean, this was a roster who was winning hard points, I don't want to say effortlessly, but when you have a 14-3 record after Major 1, you expect at least some of that to come into Major 2. However, not at all the case. 2-5, they only have hardpoint victories on Berlin. That is the only map that they have been able to win, which it used to be their auto veto. Feels like everything is out of order right now for LAT. What seems to be the biggest thing that you want to see them improve upon coming into this match, granted, given that it is the last match of our Major II qualifiers, but what do you want to see be the primary adjustment for this team versus the Surge?
Believe it or not, I think it still has to be hardpoint for me, because when we watched this team throughout stage 1, that was their best game mode. But throughout stage 2, I feel like they've really just been improving in their search and destroys. Like I said, they've played 4 series, 3 of them going all the way to a game 5, where they have been losing that game 5 search and destroy. You've just been seeing improvements in their search and destroy. A player like Octane has really been stepping up, because throughout all of stage 1, he was sitting at like a 0.8, and that was their worst game mode. We saw them all throughout Major 1. If they can take a search and destroy, they had the potential to win the entire thing, but that wasn't the case. They just simply needed to step up in that game mode, and I feel like throughout stage 2 they have, especially Octane. Like I said, 0.8 throughout stage 1, right now sitting at a 1.17. And when you talk about the search and destroy, I feel like between these two teams, the most important map is going to be that map 2. You're going to have on the opposite side Seattle, who are sitting at 2-0, but for the Thieves, they're sitting at 3-3. And what I really like about this, though, is that the Thieves, even though they're sitting at a 3-3 record, it's not better than Seattle's. Both of Seattle's wins on that map are all the way in around 11. 1 versus Atlanta, 1 versus Minnesota. So this is the way for the Thieves to try to get into this. If they can show their continuous improvement in search and destroy, if they can get out of this slump that they are in a hard point, potentially take this map number 1, then you're going to have Seattle just completely mind blown, because the last 2 maps, like I said, are heavily in favor for the Thieves.
Yeah, if you're Thieves as well, you just don't want to see a game 5. Like exactly, the last 3 series have gone to game 5. You're not winning those. We'll see if they can manage to get it done in somewhat of an earlier fashion versus a team in the Seattle Surge, who we'll now talk about, who still has something to fight for. Granted, when we talk about the records, I don't wish to have that job at any point in my life where I have to calculate the 3-2 records versus the 2-3 records, who has what map stats versus another. But Seattle still has something to fight for, right? We saw a few teams manage to slide into those 7th and 8th seeds last major when it came down to the overall record. Surge, I know, like I said, while there's a lot of uncertainty, I think for them, they don't even know what's going to happen now. Yeah. But there is still something to fight for with this roster. And it's weird, Jay, because the only win that Seattle have so far throughout this major is versus the Atlanta FaZe. But that'd be the least likely scenario that they would have a W in, as we reset and get back into Tuscan hardpoint and I guess reaffirm the situations, the conversations that we've had. What have you seen from Seattle that you also want to see improved upon now?
Well, Seattle, when you talk about the series that they had versus Boston, they ended up getting 3-0. They play versus LG, they lose 3-1. It all has to start, though. Like, they can come out and potentially always win that opening hardpoint, but for this team as well, there has to be that game 2 search and destroy. But don't worry, we'll focus on that as we get to that map number 2. Let's just focus on this map number 1. As you see, Envoy starting off with a huge 2-piece, Octane with the 3rd, to get early control of this P1 hardpoint. And before this even starts, Seattle, they're usually really good at this P1.
Yeah, and we've actually heard a lot of people, more talk about the P1, specifically the second set of rotations P1, how important that hill is to hold. It's very similar to a lot of the hardpoint maps, actually, that we have in this game, where P1 can almost function as a money hill. A lot of fights still to go on through. Pistol is out for Octane, as he'll manage to drop 30 unanswered points so far for the Thieves. Seattle do have those spawns for next, but they're gonna have to rely on a lot of that time if they expect to have a very one-sided P1. Drazah wins the fight for the final seconds, and now it will be Surge prepared for pillars.
And now the Thieves, they put themselves in the driver's seat 40 seconds off of this P1 hardpoint. That's usually something that Seattle have been dominating on this map, only allowing their opponents to average at least 10 points off that P1. So now you're up by a good chunk of time. You're just going to try to force this break from the front side. You see everyone from the Thieves trying to attack from top radio. Drazah just flies out, finds the opening kill. It leads to Envoy and Kenny finding 2 of their own, and they break it.
Yeah, that was beautiful plays out of Drazah. He just jumps on in, right? There's been so much talk about him not being able to slide. He says, you know what? Nobody calls me a fast SMG. I'll just fly at their face. It's no problem. What was the term last year for flying? We're frying. Drazah doing that so far. Eventually drops his Octane trade the 1v1. 1v1's a plenty, it seems, is the final 20. Look to be in a good position to go for LAT. Thieves as well, prepared for new as the battles will continue. It is going to be the Thieves with the preferred rotation. A great job at holding off a lot of the seconds the Surge were looking to gain over at Column, but now it's time for another money hill, specifically Envoy, the man to rotate for next, as we've got a few interesting spawns actually going down on the map. Looked like it was Thieves in primary position, but now it's Surge with the numbers as we rotate for next. A lot of crucial kills up close, but it will be player 1 in Sib who takes one off the rotation. 3 down, Seattle at next.
They were able to take down Envoy from the back, so they secured these spawns for the time being. But look at the pressure coming in from the Thieves. Everyone's spawning towards that field side. They're able to find a 2-piece in the feed. Kenny with the 3rd. But right now, they're just doing a great job of just keeping Seattle off the point until Seattle right then and there are able to find every single kill in the feed. 25 seconds left. Seattle with a great hold on this P3 to get right back into this game. You have to start thinking about these rotations.
Yeah, you without a doubt do. 15 seconds down. Sib wins a nice one over there at the crucial corner we like to call iBeZy. The rotations aplenty. It's now going to be the Thieves who are prepared over at Church. They're pretty much neck and neck game up to this point, and at least so far in regards to slaying, it is the Surge. Pretty handily throughout our first 3 hard points. See 4 and 7 for Octane, Kenny at 4 and 9. And as we said, Jay, that has been the continuous trend for this Thieves team. When they are winning hard points, which it's not very common, they seem to continue to get outslayed. You feel like if that changes up, how dramatically that record would increase.
100%, man, because this team they're so well-rounded. Such a great team that's been formed for the LA Thieves roster. When you think about the talent that this team has, they just have to put it all together, man. The teams are starting to catch up, and it's been showing in their hard point game. It's just Seattle, they were able to break on into this P4 hard point, putting a lot of pressure in towards bottom Church. Kenny trying to do everything he can to try to stay alive, but with 23 seconds left, you have to start thinking about that rotation. But the Thieves, they do not want to give up the reigning chunk time here.
Yeah, they do not at all, but a great 2-piece comes in from Mack. A great little moment for him, as the final 10 are going to be huge, considering that rotation can be a dicey one, my friend, as the Thieves will grab the scrap, but it's now time for Command Center. Yeah, that's the official name of this hard point. You can call it whatever you want, but according to the game, it's called Command Center. The problem being is that it feels like you can't really get a whole lot of commanding map control. I don't even know what to say on this hard point. It is mixy and then some. Feels like it belongs to Bocage, for God's sake. The Surge are there early, but it's the Thieves who break in 15 seconds early. And with that, they will grab the advantage in this game. Envoy hunting and searching for everybody that he can find, as it's Seattle now knocking on the door.
Just pay attention to what number 1 is doing. He's making his way all the way around top Church. Drazah reads it beautifully. So you're going to shut down that initial pinch coming in from Seattle. But they're able to find a 2-piece. Octane trying to do everything he can to stay alive. Kenny with the assistance. 25 seconds left. Seattle able to break on in for the remaining 20. But Drazah still here trying to cause some havoc.
Can do his best. Back and forth we go, as it really is. Just 1v1 after 1v1. Pred will pretty much set up Mack now for the final seconds, as it's time for the rotation. And as we said, partner, a lot of discussions about this second side of rotations, P1, how it can absolutely dictate the way that this game goes. So it'll be the hard point that we're looking out for dramatically in regards to time. Pretty much a neck and neck game, but it's the Thieves who are there early. Surge managed to have spawns for next, so they'll look to keep that at their backside. But Pred, speaking of backsides, it's going to be a thorn right now in theirs. Great kills aplenty. A Surge break gone through. Pred and co continue to win the fights inside the middle. That is a force spray right now for the Aussie. Well, Accuracy's trying to do the damage inside of the hill. He drops, and a teammate comes in from LAT.
And I like these. They're just trying to flood through field side. They're trying to get any chunk of time off of this P1, as they do have the lead currently. Octane with a big kill towards you. Well, with 20 seconds left, you have to start thinking about that rotation. Mack gonna rotate all the way towards the left side of this map to try to cancel this P5 side. But you see what LA Thieves are doing. They're trying to attack from field side. They find that opening kill. Envoy and his teammate, they're both gonna get 2-piece as well. Simp going huge off the rotation to find that 2, secures the spawns for Seattle.
Oh, a big moment right there for Surge, and they hold on down in this game. But as we said, a chance possibly for a winner's bracket position at Major II. Let's see how the comms are sounded. Let's go to a listening with the Surge.
Kenny ramp, we got ramp. I got one. One more on me. Nothing in the back. Staying down. Time weak. Top 10. Absolute ramp. Top plat. Yeah, last 2. You push that back out. Yeah, he's on me. I dropped the detonate. He's in the back wall. I'm in the corner windows. Okay, I got one. Envoy's not responding. Yeah, he's on. One shot. One more ramp. One shot. Ramp one shot. Spawning in the back. Drazah dead. Nice. Last guy in the back. Yeah, could be ramp behind me. I'm sorry. Need it back. Don't push back out. He's weak. I have ramp. Envoy's top plat. I'm also. I'm blind. One could rotate. I'll spawn. Yeah, you might go windows. Stop by. I'm back into P1. 2, one more. Nice, last guy. Drazah. Nice. I backed up. I have P1, back up the roofs. Yeah. I'm looking mid for a second. Ramp, Envoy, challenge old. Nice. Mid, dead. I have P1 again. Yeah, I'm top Røkkr. I'm laying down fire tree. I got initial. Okay. Top 2 dead. I'm fucking shitting on him. I can see mid alley and I have P1. I'm going roofs. I got another one. I'm one for Glad. I square. I'm going Røkkr. I'm going to Glad. Where are you spawning right now? One top Røkkr. Top Røkkr shit on bad. I'm staying down. One roofs goes. He won Envoy. Envoy's P1. After look guard. Absolute roofs, Kenny. I'm coming mid alley. I'm coming mid alley. One shot right P1. Time weak. Okay. One shot. Nice, nice. Three. Two on top. Nice. Last guy. He's behind the fountain, guys. Nade it. You want me to go out or no? No. Okay. I'm coming P1 side. I hit him with the nade, guys. I'm nading. On the roof, on the wall, on the close left.
You've got to love the hype that we are seeing from this Seattle team. Pred goes for like 7-8 in a row. I think it was Accuracy who's getting loud. You got Pred in the mix going, hey, Lamar, they're at P2. Everybody's getting loud right now from the Surge. They brought themselves back in this game, Jay. And as we said, a team that still has something to fight for. It sounds like they absolutely do.
Yeah, the comms right there, they were lit. You could just hear Pred. He was on a terror. Like I said, he picks up those kill streaks. But the only thing is that they allowed the Thieves to start spawning out towards back roofs and eventually break into this P3. It was beautiful out of the Surge. They were finding every single kill, but so far pushed up on the map allows the Thieves to break into that P3 hard point, gain this 20-point lead. Now try to execute this break for this P4. Octane with an unfortunate team nade, but he does take down 2. The Thieves break on it.
Oh, and it's SMG-Tane for a moment. Only a brief look at that MP40 in his hands. We'll see if he looks to bring it back out, but it's Pred, who is 28-18, eventually dies. But again, he has taken over throughout the middle portion of this game. The second set of rotations have all been about the Thunder from down under. 25 seconds left over at Church, and a lot of crucial time still to gain as Accuracy holds the back, and Sib trying to pivot inside of the hill. A lot of time, as we said, to be had, but it's a fist right when you walk through the Church. The last thing you want to see, as it is Seattle, as the dust begins to settle with the advantage, with the time. Rotation is in, and I was going to say for a moment, it looks like it could be a 1v1 over at P5, but as we said, Seattle down, they rally back. We have got ourselves a neck-and-neck game going in for our final hill of the second side.
Yeah, just make sure you hit your nades there because it's about to get real loud on this P5 hardpoint. As LA Thieves, they're able to break on in. Envoy with the aggression, able to find that kill on the opposite side on a 4 spree. He eventually does get taken down, but the Thieves have control. They're trying to hold down this push coming in from Seattle. Not a single player from Seattle is trying to attach from bottom. As Mack, he finds one, Simp finds a second, but Envoy, he finds 2. Now with 28 seconds left, the Thieves, they're doing a great job of just keeping this a contest fest.
Doing a good job at it, but just like that, Seattle break on through again. It's break after break, kill after kill. Feels like everybody from Surge somehow just managed to fit their way inside a P5, but how about the shots from Sib? You brought up the stats earlier, Jay, on his numbers on Tuscan, and it is clear that he feels unbelievably comfortable on these Italian streets. The final seconds come on through, and it's 30 more left for LAT can call this one a game 1 victory, but the battle has only begun. We go toward P1 once more. It is Seattle there and Thieves on the back foot.
And Pred still has these streaks to work with. So the Thieves are able to find every single kill. They're able to break into this P1. So now if you're Pred off spawn, you have to invest this streak. You have to try to find an opening kill, as Simp does find one onto Kenny. Octane with the trade, but now it's a 2v2 still on this point. Envoy going big. The last player close enough is going to be Pred. He has to try to at least take down one, but the Thieves, they are holding. They are holding. They're trying to close it out here.
It looks good for them to do it. Accuracy at least is able to allow for the trade. 4 more seconds before Thieves can call this game theirs. Mack with the big one as he and the boys from Seattle desperately try to hop inside of the hill, but it will not be enough. The LA Thieves will walk away with the game 1 hardpoint. Really the mode that they saw so much success on in Major 1. It has been their downfall so far throughout our Major II qualifiers, but they turn up in the biggest moment possible. We felt momentum on the side of Seattle, but it will not be their day. LAT up 1-0.
The turning point in this game 100% has to be when the Surge are rotating from that P2 to that P3, when Pred was going on that streak. Because like I said, they were so far pushed up on the map. Pred was still slaying around bottom Church that they allowed the Thieves to eventually spawn out towards top roof side and flip those spawns and put themselves up by 30 points. You saw the Surge, they were able to climb back into it with a great P4 hold, but and even going back and forth for that P5. But then off the rotation, Envoy goes so big in the final moments when Pred calls in that glide bomb. He picks up one. They were eventually able to find 2. Turns into a 2v2. Envoy's pushed out on their side. He finds a 2-piece and then continuously just puts on the aggression, not allowing any Surge players to get close towards that point. The Thieves, they were not in a position to win that map number 1, but once again, they clutch up in the final moments and take this map and now they are up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, I mean, you saw some excellent performances from multiple players on this Tuscan hardpoint. But you had Sid and Pred both go for like 35 and 27, something like that. And obviously on the other end, the player that we talk about a decent amount when it comes down to this Thieves team, but in my eyes deserves that much more praise. I know the record hasn't been great, but Envoy absolutely has. Dark Prince striking early in this HP, and as we said, Jay, his numbers have been great. He's been having some excellent performances, and without a doubt, one of the primary players throughout this game one, and especially in the biggest moments there at the end. A hard point that we said was huge for the Thieves to take, and they get it done.
And now we're going into a search and destroy where this is going to be potentially huge for both of these teams once again. We know that Seattle on Tuscan S&D, they're sitting at 2-0. But you saw the stat that popped up on the desk earlier. They're #1 on offense, but they're dead last on defense. The thing that can help them the most now after this recent patch that we just got is that in search and destroy, specifically on Tuscan and also control, you're getting a closer spawn. So now where you see a lot of Tuscan or search and destroy offenses where they're usually just attacking down that middle map, getting there right off the rip, it changes it now, because now on defense, due to the timings, you can get control of that middle map on the defensive side earlier than you can on the offense. So now this can change up a lot of things for Seattle on this map specifically.
Yeah, it's I guess kind of a positive, if you will, for both teams. Seattle maybe a chance to slow the game down a little bit after the hardpoint loss, and I guess when it comes into slaying, LAT still get the job done in the hardpoint, but our stats team letting us know outslayed by 12 and still get the job done. I don't know what it is, Jay, about this Thieves team, but they're not outslaying when they're getting hardpoint victories. They're not outslaying even when they're losing, but they get the job done just enough. But as we said, maybe a chance to slow down the gameplay a little bit. Map that both teams are incredibly comfortable with. And as you said, the strategy's starting to evolve with the patches that we're seeing be brought in. We got the Bocage, a bomb site being moved, the spawns adjusted on Tuscan, specifically on the defensive end for S&D and control. So as you said, partner, you'll see a lot of those adjustments be made, and really in favor of the defense on both of those ends. Been watching a lot of S&D wagers, and it feels like the team that's spawning back church, right? Obviously on the defensive end and S&D, a lot more freedom in the middle side of the map.
100%, man. Like I said, on defense, you're basically spawning really close to that back door of church, so you can beat them out middle map whenever you want. So it basically is going to shut down that initial push towards that A-bomb from the middle map. And even if you try to overextend and go through field side, when you're that player on the defensive side, you can still beat them to the Cellium head glitch. So it throws off the timings completely on this map. But the Surge, this is where they need to respond, because they did win the coin flip. They got that Tuscan control in their back pocket. But this is where they really need to step up and secure this map, because that later half of the series, like I said, the Berlin and the Desert Siege are heavily in favor for the LA Thieves. But look at our top performers so far in Search and Destroy. 1.07 coming out of Pred, 1.0 coming out of Envoy. Envoy, for some reason, he's been stepping up for this LA Thieves roster. It's not for some reason. He's a great Search and Destroy player. But just watching him and what he's able to do for his team, he's the playmaker. And opposite side for Pred, same exact thing. And more specifically, touching on Pred a little bit more, on Search and Destroy Tuscan, his overall KD, they've only played it twice, but he's sitting at a 1.57. So if you are LA Thieves, you got to shut that guy down. Do not allow him to be the playmaker. Go for that late fake to P5.
Yeah, without question. There you see the Tuscan S&D ranks. We told you about the players to look out for, and there you see how offense and defense have been working out for both these teams. A lot more success in offense than defense, and it's been much more dramatic from the Seattle side. As we'll go and take a look at that defensive end, newly adjusted. Simp, hot and heavy into those field engagements, cracks out the sniper, but it's accuracy who's able to drop that first blood. Thieves trying to walk away with their tail between their legs, but right when they do, Pred is there. Does not matter though, as Octane walking away with a headshot, and they smell blood in the water. They go hunting for Sib as well. A great turnaround here for Thieves, as they've now got the man advantage.
So down to 3v2. If you're Seattle, you're probably thinking, oh, they're just going to try to work this A-bomb quick. But like Thieves, they're working this rotation. So now with 45 seconds left, the player that's going to be closest in this position is going to be accuracy. As he is going to be at least able to spot one. He takes down the first, takes down the second with great teamwork coming in from Mack, turns it into a 1v1.
Mack versus Octane. Mack looks to reposition. And Octane somewhat frustrated after accuracy pretty much had a hand in taking down two of his teammates. That man count advantage instantly evaporated. As here we come into the fights, and Mack, so he instantly hop with the defuse. He catches Octane from the back, fires out a few shots. Can Octane get out of here in time? And no, he will not. Mack hunts him down. Great work from he and accuracy in the 2 versus 3.
to silence what appeared to be a bomb rotation. Doesn't pan out, and good timing for Mack as he'll grab the first round.
Good adjustments coming in from Seattle, especially aCBeZy and Mack. The teamwork right there to shut down that B push. Beautiful crossfires from both of them to at least even up the numbers, make it a 1v1. Then Octane, he gets that bomb down towards A. Mack spots him as he tries to run away. But Mack hitting that bullet, that one bullet before he actually turns the corner in towards bottom church, gives him the advantage in the gunfight. He's able to win it with the pistol. Seattle take the first.
A dicey defense there out of the Seattle Surge, as we said. Worst team in the game at it, but at least able to answer off the rip. And well, Octane's going to make him feel for that early round. Cuts him down with the snipe. A gun that we know Sam LaRue loves to have in his back pocket. Brought back after a little bit of a time away from it, but regardless of that, Seattle do answer back with 2 kills of their own. So great work coming through out of aCBeZy and Mack once more. The 2 catalysts in round number 1 will now be called upon in round number 2. Roles reversed though.
Yeah, 2v2 situation. It was just a 4v2. If you're the Thieves, you want to just at least play slow, force them to get that bomb planted, but Kenny takes down one. The challenge is going to be here. aCBeZy, Iceman, makes it a 1v1. But look at your positioning for your Octane. He's able to work his way in the top church. Might get great timing here.
Good indeed. Iceman versus the human turret. Just Avengers waiting to happen. Is Octane. Hello. Spots him, beams him, takes him down. Caught, captured, and killed. LAT will answer with 1.
And that's a scary round, though. If you're LAT, like, it's got to be a lot cleaner than that. You find that first blood. Octane with great shots with that snipe onto Sib, and then Drazah finds that kill onto that player at Fountain. Now, in a 4v2 situation, you do not have to be aggressive towards middle aLLeY. You do not have to be aggressive towards A. You give them a free 2 kills, a force it to a 2v2, when that round should 100% be like yours without a doubt. Make it a little bit more difficult, but Octane is able to clutch it up. Force it to a 1-1, but it needs to be cleaner throughout the rest of this S&D.
It absolutely does. And if you're a Seattle fan, you want to see those rookies get on the board, as Pred will have to enter another round with the good old donut. Based off his body, imagine he doesn't eat those very often, so he'll have to handle it for now and hope to improve it to a breadstick, as we are at 1-1. Thieves with the answer in this round number 3. The first blood has been granted. And on their attacking side, as Sib looks to keep out the sniper, the crosshair still firmly over at the field. But no picks yet.
Right now, the Thieves, they do have the man advantage, but they do know the positioning of Mack, so they're just trying to pick up this kill. You see that number 8 player in Envoy hits through that med cut. Mack does find one. He eventually does get traded. Envoy with the chase onto Simp with the sniper. Once again, that indication he does miss that snipe. That aCBeZy, the Iceman, in a 1v3.
See what aCBeZy looks to do. 28 seconds. Eyeing out that A bomb, and not going to be there by any means. Thieves very quick on the rotation, and they've got the numbers to make that fast adjustment. As we call for aCBeZy, the one player that you don't want to see in 1v2, 1v3 situations, but called upon to do the dirty work. First one eliminated, as Drazah will do all he can to at least provide some comms on where aCBeZy looks to roam. Making his way down through the ramp. Does he hop on the defuse? And he will. Time will tick. Will anybody from the Thieves check this? They can't see him.
Oh my.
They cannot see aCBeZy on the defuse. How about the plays? Out of aCBeZy again. The Iceman, for a reason, pulls a 1v3 out of nowhere.
Are we serious? Are we serious if you're the Thieves? Like, I understand he finds that first kill onto Drazah. It's 35 seconds left. But one player in Envoy, he wraps his way all the way through top church, finds himself in TJHaly, then basically meets up with Octane in the back of the spawn. The bomb was not planted for that position. That is another round right there where the Thieves are going to be looking like, what the hell are we doing? That was terrible out of the Thieves. Seattle able to clutch up.
Octane and Envoy were like, you see this guy lately? No, is he on the bomb site? As they look at each other with no presence on that bomb site. A frustrating round for Thieves, but they will answer back with aggression. It's a nade, and it is an early elim there for Drazah. His aCBeZy, maybe with a smirk on his face, has to sit this round out early. Mack and Drazah will trade, now all up to Sib at a 1v3. Maybe a young Iceman type of move, maybe learning from the vet. I've been calling things too early as he gets the unfortunate timing. Drazah just on his heels. And the timing could work out if he instantly turns to his left. Oh my God, it's him! Instantly with 2. And now it's a 1v1 versus Octane.
35 seconds. I can't even believe he just got those 2 kills. Now he puts himself in a 1v1. 30 seconds left. Grabs his way all the way back towards A. He spots Octane as well, and he's able to win it. Oh my God, let me tell you, Lando, if I'm Nate Shot and I'm watching this, my head is going through a wall. This is back-to-back rounds where the Thieves are just giving up these man advantage. Is that another 1v3?
That is. That was back-to-back 1v3s.
What are we doing?
Like, okay, on the map, right? I'm saying, okay, Simp could get some good timing. In my mind, I'm like, yep, 3, 2, 1, probably dead. No, not at all. He takes down Kenny. He takes down Drazah with the beatdown, which again, I don't even know how that's even a thing in this game. And then he just plays Octane like a fiddle. What is going on? Seattle, 2 rounds, and 2 of them are because of 1v3s. First blood, a positive pure surge, because my goodness, they can just not be taken down. It is double nades to start, and LAT, specifically the management, the organization has got to be heated. They've got to be furious.
2v4.
1v4. It's done.
1v4.
It's done, Jay. It's done.
Oh my. Oh my. Right now, the Seattle Surge, they're just making this look easy. Obviously, 2 1v3s really help, but you can just tell after you get 2 clutch rounds like that, confidence is through the roof. Mack finds that first blood, finds a second with that nade, and then 4v2. The difference is from Seattle to the Thieves that you see Seattle, they're not budging. They're not giving them any information, not going to allow them to try to at least get picked in that situation, as that was a clean 4 up, 4 down. Seattle, unbelievable so far in the search and destroy, man.
These guys are stomping. My goodness. Feeling confident. They're strutting their way over toward the field. As it is a first blood again for Mack. He's been great with the nades, but instantly on the other side. It is Envoy taking matters into his own hands. Chooses aggression. Along with the nade over the top, it will give Thieves the man advantage. And I pray to God, honestly, Jay, that the Thieves do not find this pick. Because if they do, it's going to be another 1v3.
Yeah, hopefully they do not, man. They have everything they ever wanted. They got the bomb down. They have all a control. All they have to do is just basically play a trade situation. As players are still going to be spread. You see number 2 in accuracy, though. He's trying to work his way back through that P3 fountain area. And you see 2 players from the Thieves playing back-to-back. Just basically covering this bomb. As Drazah does find that pick on the accuracy. Now it's a 1v3 left up to Pred. No, not again. Not again.
Surely not. Surely. Okay, Drazah spots him. Okay, Seattle, the jig is up. You've had your fun. Now it's time to get serious. Okay, there we go. Thieves able to answer, but I gotta say one thing really quick. I know Thieves win the round. We gotta give them props for doing that, but still, you're seeing accuracy constantly, like prone walk throughout the map. That is the reason why he's able to get that sneak defuse. Obviously, he gets gunned by Drazah at the ends of that round, but you can just see the little plays from accuracy, trying to be a nuisance, taking advantage of every little thing that he can. Thieves sniff him out there, but as we said, this game should pretty much be flip-flop. This should be a 4-2 in favor of the Thieves. But in reality, the roles are reversed. We'll see if the Thieves can answer back now on this next attack.
And one player that we were talking about who's always dominant on this map is Fred. He's sitting at 1-5. His teammates are doing everything that he can as he finds that first lust this time around. Goes for the challenge onto the second, but Envoy makes it 2. So now the Thieves once again had the man advantage in the 3v2. They're going to decide to wrap this bomb back towards A.
I mean, like we said, I mean, the 2 rounds, they have a 1v3. Those should be dubs. They're looking great in the early starts of these rounds. And specifically Envoy in these last 2 have taken matters, as we said, into his own hands. Great and impactful starts as Sib will shut down Octane. Accuracy instantly on the reply. It may not be a 1v3, but a 2v3 still looks nice. As it's all up to Kenny. The swing round right now for LAT. So has got to get that bomb. It has to try to bring it all together. Accuracy shuts him down, and there you have it. Another little clutch out of Seattle once more.
2v3. Once they find that pick on the Octane, if I'm Octane in that situation, you don't commit to that gunfight. Like, the fact that Envoy stays alive, like, it's a blessing right there. You do not want to commit to that gunfight, potentially even up the numbers. But once Simp finds that kill in a 2v2 situation, Envoy, now this is where he's thinking objective minded. We got to get this bomb down. We have to try to at least put 45 seconds on the clock and clutch this round. He gets picked. They force it into a 2v1, and Seattle, they're capitalized on it once again. Puts himself at game point this time around. There, you see the Thieves. They're attacking heavily towards the middle of the map.
I mean, 2 kills just instantly off the start of this round. As you see, LAT taking full advantage of those new defensive spawns. They hopped right early inside of middle. Get that positioning now over at P5 as they may look to try and open this one up again. Player number 6 specifically is going to be the guy for information in Drazah. Oh, hiding. He was hiding, looking for that head glitch over at P1, but he gets found out from Pred. A slower game so far, but his kills have been impactful. The ones that he's been able to find, his accuracy able to find one onto Envoy as well. It is now all up to Octane at 1v3 for the game. Stops the defuse, but cannot find that final kill onto Pred. It is clutch after clutch from Seattle Surge, and that will carry them into a Game 2 victory. A solid one at that, full of highlights, as they brought us to 1-1.
And that was a clean search and destroy from the Seattle Surge, man. Every time they were at a disadvantage, they were always doing the right plays, making sure that at least the team of 2 left in the 2v3s, the 2v4 situations. They always had great communication on how they were going to set up on these crossfires. A majority of clutches coming in from them. But we got to talk on the Thieves, man. Like, that is terrible. That is a terrible S&D performance coming in from them. You have a majority of these rounds where you get that first blood. You have a man advantage. You're just simply not planting the bomb. And that was one thing that I wanted to touch on for the Thieves in Search and Destroy, specifically throughout Stage 2, is that they've been planning a lot. A majority of the time when they plant, 75% win rate once they get that bomb planted. Versus a team like the Surge, that is huge, because when the bomb is planted for the Surge and they have to execute a retake, they're only at 18% at executing on the retake. It's not good. So they're just simply not planning. But the Thieves, I'm pretty sure the only time that they have gotten 2 plants, accuracy in a 1v3 ninja defuse. And then in a 1v1, you see that Mack, he was able to find that kill onto Octane. But if you're the Thieves, you got to let this one go. Just let it go, because that is a complete choke. Like I said, a majority of these rounds you get man advantage and you're still not able to clutch it up. I thought that this was their best game mode so far throughout Stage 2, but they completely put it right back in the hole for me. Too many mistakes right there. Now tie this series up at 1 apiece, and they're going into a Tuscan control where they really haven't seen a lot of success.
Yeah, Jay, you're not leaving me with a ton of hope right now for LAT. Obviously, the game is early, but I love your little rants, stud. Those are good. I know we talked about Stephen H. Smith. We got Stephen J. Smith right now on the broadcast. A great little moment there for Seattle, but we'll see if it can last. Folks, make sure to stay with us. The interesting series, as we said, where one team, they're already out of it for the winners, but Seattle still fighting, still giving it everything that they have got. We're going to see some more Tuscan up next after this break. Gets control on the Italian streets.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Welcome back, friends. It's time to take a look at our Scuff play of the game. One of the multiple, yeah, I said multiple 1v3s that we see here out of Seattle. Jay, I mean, look at this. Look at what Drazah was seeing from his perspective. Simp was a man on fire in this round.
Yeah, he finds that first kill onto Kenny, then hits Drazah with the Tyson punch to take him down, forces it to a 1v1, and then just works the clock to his advantage, wraps the entire map, finds himself at field, and then picks Octane towards that top church area. That was beautiful search and destroy from the Seattle Surge. If you're the Thieves, just completely chalk it up in the air. Don't even worry about it. Like, you go back and review it later on throughout the rest of the year, because you might not even want to go back and look at that immediately, because you know exactly why you lost. 1v3 after 1v3, you get the man advantage in certain rounds, you're still losing some of these rounds. Terrible performance out of the Thieves, but now we have a series tied up at 1 apiece, and now they're going into a Tuscan control, which hasn't been good on the side of the Thieves this entire season so far. They're sitting at 1-5 on this map compared to Seattle, who are 3-3, and look at these stats so far on Tuscan control. Basically 11th or dead last in everything when it comes to this map and mode for the LA Thieves. They need to figure something out, man. Offensive win sitting at 15%. That one's gonna change for me. I feel like when we watched the Thieves yesterday, especially even though it was on a different map versus LAG on that Kabuto, they were outslayed by 21 to 25 kills, but they were still able to win the control now that we have that fix where you have segments instead of kills. So even if they're getting outslayed, just make sure you're doing the objective work.
Yeah, man. I mean, my stomach was turning looking at those LA Thieves numbers on Tuscan. We'll see if they can be different, but as we said, Jay, the numbers, rather the overall gameplay really changing up here for control, right? Going off of ticks instead of kills. Love to see those changes coming in, as we'll see how Seattle look to handle business now on their first attacking ground with these updates being made. Didn't have a game yesterday, so they'll be doing their best to try and make the best effort that they can. Fred on the aggression, nice kill. They're on to Envoys. He looks to set up shop, but in reality, it's actually Seattle who happened to be over at that B zone. Thieves somewhat caught off guard as they made their way up into multiple portions of the map, but really nowhere where Seattle happens to be.
Yeah, Seattle, they're able to find every single kill. So the first tick of progression does come in towards B. They eliminate Drazah from that A position as well. So they're already complete one segment. Accuracy trying to do everything he can to try to stay alive. Unfortunately, he does get taken down. So the Thieves, they stopped that B point from getting to that second tick of progression. But Seattle, they have full control of A. Now the Thieves are trying to attack this from the middle of the map.
Yeah, Blitz, just good work out of Surge to keep the Thieves on their toes. The nice shot in the middle of the map there from Drazah. Seeing the team look to try to set on up, but it is really no map pressure whatsoever out of the Thieves. I mean, it looks like these guys are like on 8-second respawn delay. Like, it feels like they are just having such a difficult time in getting out of their spawn. So that will be 3 ticks, 4 ticks total in the books, but the 3 that will add the extra minute onto the clock now onto this attack. And right now, a solid spread out right now from Surge. 3 players through field, and it's Pred making his way through P5. First job done. Kenny off of the tank.
That's a big kill coming in from Seattle, because now this forces a couple players who are sitting towards top plat to now hit the rotation. This allows Pred to eventually pounce on them. He finds that second kill and he gets out with his life as his teammates are approaching from the backside. Mack with huge shots, able to find a 2-piece to take control of this top flat area. And right now, Seattle, they're just not missing, man. Their guns are hot.
They are indeed, man. They cannot get away from this point. Accuracy off 34 HP. Finally gets wiped away, but they are just bullying the LA Thieves so far throughout this attacking round. A great start. Really just based off lives, based off of everything. Up by 6 is the unfortunate team kill. Comes on in from Kenny on to Drazah. The Star Wars duo, as we like to call them. Not having a good moment right there. Drazah now holding firmly at the tank. Last time Kenny was not able to hold down this position, and now heavily pressured. We'll see if Drazah can at least find one, as it's Pred, it's Simp. Everybody finding kills from the Surge, as it will be a clean 4 down and 1 more tick to go.
And now if you're the Thieves, you have to get on this point. It's about to be completed. Seattle, they have a 2-stack going. They're able to find another 2-piece in the feed, make it all 3, and that is just clean Clean offensive play coming in from the Seattle Surge. They start off by getting that early tick progression towards B. Makes their job a little bit easier once they complete that A point. But they were just doing a great job of just finding every single kill. The way that they executed that B break was beautiful. You have one player who's slow playing towards P5. You have 3 players who are attacking that flank. And the Thieves, 2 times now, they basically left Kenny or Drazah in the back by himself. So once they find that kill, they're forcing them to hit that rotation. And Seattle Surge, they capitalized on it. They dominated in that first offense.
Round of applause. Round of applause to our production team. You see that +6? Yeah, that means how many ticks that Seattle have got. I had a word yesterday on Twitter talking about how we'd love to see a scoreboard, and just like that, Esports Engine coming out big. Shout out to the broadcast producer, John Fenton. Even tell me that the boys are hard at work getting that job done. We love to see it. Seattle up right now majorly in the tick conversation. It has been a struggle for the other side, the Thieves on the attacks. I think just over 3 right now in the games. The Sib really runs right past his unfortunate opponent. He gets dropped, but it has been a solid start for the Thieves over at this A zone. Really yet to see too much adversity, as they'll be able to get that A captured, another minute added, and plenty of time to work with.
And look how much back control they have. You already have Octane who's sitting out towards that back tank, blocking these spawn, allowing his SMGs to just be super aggressive towards the middle of the map. Octane, he's able to find one. Right now, the Thieves doing a great job of just finding every single kill in the feed. The spawns for Seattle are starting to come in towards this back tank. Drazah is not going to be able to read it. So now this is going to force the Thieves to try to slow play this through P5. Kenny has to try to go big. At least find 1 kill before he drops. He does not. And Seattle, they hold.
Yeah, I apologize, Jay. At the start of this round, I interrupted you by just letting out a very large sigh. It's because Kenny started off 0-8 in that first round. So he's going to do his best to try to turn around. He's got 3 kills, so it's definitely better than the opener. But as we said, the Thieves are going to need that slaying potential. As we said, a roster who has not been great in the slaying numbers and respawns. See if they can try to turn it around as they are down, rather up by 1 life for the moment. Make it 2 as Drazah is able to find a great opener there on Depred. The farthest pushed up player from Seattle gets dealt with, but it's him on the other end who nearly finds 3 himself. Last player pushed up is going to be Octane, as he'll have to back on up, and really that decision is going to be made for him. Thieves wiped off the board, and now another minute to go. No real progress made at that B zone so far.
Yeah, Sib single-handedly just shuts that push down coming in from the Thieves by picking up those 2 kills. So now with 55 seconds left, you see the Thieves are trying to execute this break. It's going from top plat, but Pred does take down 1, so now this is going to slow them down once again. I would like to see someone try to go for a route. What Seattle were doing so well was just going for that flank. They're able to find a couple opening kills. Mack the huge 2 to slow it down.
Great plays. And a big Mack, 4 in a row. Not going to say it. If you watch our last series, I'm not going to say it. Now sits on 5, and there's the nade. I think I might have cursed him anyway without even trying to curse him. The streaks, for whatever reason, just not happening, Jay, when you and I are casting. I guess Pred got it in the opening hard point. Anyway, we'll toss that aside. 20 seconds left as LAT look to make the final charge. As we said, they're going to go for this. Who cares about lives? It's all about ticks. And now it's time for the push. Drazah, despite taking fire, dodges down and takes out Pred. We say goodbye to Sim as well. Great little push brewing right now for Thieves. A 9 versus 7 as they've got to stay alive. They can't afford for players to drop, but it's Accuracy who's able to take down 2. Drazah, the last man to really go for the contest as he will fall. It is Seattle who will clutch up on the defense. The rich seem to be getting richer. A solid little moment there for Thieves at the end, but it will not turn into enough.
Every time the Thieves thought that they had it open, they found 2 kills, but there was always a player on the opposite side for the Seattle Surge that just evens it out. Like Sib goes to use that first go around, finding that 2-piece on that back truck area. But then Mack, he goes towards top plat. Even once Sib dies, this is the second push now coming in from Thieves. He's able to find a 2-piece as well and just basically slows down the push from the Thieves. I would have liked to see someone hit a route, like I said, to go around the backside, try to go through church, as they were continuously trying to flood through the front. Seattle, they were just prepared for it as they take the round.
And really, if you're Surge, of course, you'd love to walk away with a 3-0 win, but up by 3 ticks, I mean, you can easily make this 6 at the least. We'll see what they can do with it, given the timing and given the pressure. As Drazah tries to make Seattle uncomfortable in the middle of the map. He gets dealt with, trades back and forth, and it will be the Thieves who do wipe away Surge off of the point. A streak ends for one of those Seattle players, but it's Octane who is beaming to start off this round number 3. The Thieves, they have got to get some life. As we said, Jay, since those 1v3, 2v3 clutches There has not been a positive or a 1 really next to their name on that scoreboard in a while. They desperately need some momentum in their favor.
So far, they're doing a great job on this defensive side of just keeping them off of this 8 point. 50 seconds remaining. If you're Seattle, you have to try to at least find a couple kills, but accuracy finding that kill in towards inner U should open up this 8 point for eventually Seattle to close this one out. Simp with some great shots to take down Kenny. The second tick of progression is going to come in. Pred with the flank, able to hit great shots onto Octane. Absolutely beaming is the young Australian.
Goodness sake, the rookie making him work for it. Great plays. Add a sib, and Thieves are actually going to go for this. That was a great little push there at the end. Nobody looking through middle. Surge thought they had it covered, but that's right where the Thieves look to try and strike. A great reply so far in this attacking round at that A zone, but take a look at sneaky Mack. He's made his way through and currently pauses that clock at 40 seconds. He hops off the objective to help out with Pred as they've got themselves a lovely 2-man pinch working toward this side of the map as they get dealt with. They at least halt the point for the time, but it's Envoy who now sits on 6 in a row, and the Surge have yet to get that capture at A. As we said, a huge moment right now for Thieves to try to hold off this attack, hold off this final tick. They're doing a great job at it as streaks are officially acquired there for Envoy, and Surge look to pivot.
Envoy's doing a great job of just staying alive. That glide bomb can be so useful towards the later half of this game. He is not missing right now, trying to keep his team into this map number 3. But Seattle, they were able to stop that clock, get on towards this B point, and look at Pred once again on the flank, able to at least find one, Simp with the assistance to find the second, but the second tick of progression is going to come in towards B, and now Envoy has to invest his glide bomb. He does get picked as well.
And that is such a shame for Envoy. He has to use a streak in this moment because it's becoming what could be the final moments of this game. The A capture is going to come through for Surge, and it's an 8 versus 2. Drazah and Envoy left. We say goodbye to him. Drazah, the last man alive. And despite the 10 spree, despite the streak out of Envoy, and despite what was a great moment in that round 3 to start for Thieves, it will not amount to a round victory, a 3-0 in this control out of Seattle Surge, as they will move into the driver's seat in this series. And it cannot be understated, Jay. Momentum and then some on this side.
That was just way too easy for Seattle, man. To come out and win 2 offensive rounds on a map like Tuscan without even, like, you know, by getting it done, not by kills, but by completing both ticks. That was great work from them, man. You saw Envoy towards that later half of that last round right there. He started to step up. He was doing a great job of just slaying around the middle of the map. But you can just tell the Thieves are just really struggling, man, on this map. Not a single player positive on the side of the Thieves. The only one positive is Envoy. 21 non-traded kills, and he had a total of 25 kills. Someone on the Thieves has got to get a trade, man.
That's troublesome. That is troublesome. Yeah. If you are an LA Thieves fan, I mean, as we said, partner, the slang is just not there for whatever reason. You got a group of unbelievably talented slayers, they just can't seem to find kills. I hate to say it because it's just true, but Kenny, 7 and 22. Those are not the numbers that we expect from a player like Kylo Ken. And it's so odd because I don't know about you, Jay, but at the end of that 3rd round, it just felt like, oh, it's of course going to be a Thieves answer back. Like, they're not going to lose a second attack. I mean, Envoy, for God's sakes, is on a 10 kill spree. It's just unbelievable the way that these rounds are going. The fact that they are just not able to answer the slang no matter who they face off against.
It's difficult right now for the Thieves. Like, they're really in a bad slump. They have the potential to go 0-5 throughout this stage, when in the beginning of the year we were thinking that this team has 100% the ability to win a championship, just based off of the players that they have, the performances they were able to put up throughout Major 1. But ever since then, they just really haven't been able to put it together, man. Their hard point is shaky. Their S&D is up in the air. It's either going to be really good or they're going to give a couple rounds away by giving up a bunch of clutches. And then we know how control goes for this team. If they're not going to get a Gavutu, Tuscan has not been their best friend all year long. And that's why you see Seattle. They've been able to dominate that Tuscan control. But now we're going into a Berlin hardpoint. And hopefully this is what the Thieves need. You have 2 back-to-back maps where Obviously, the map 2 was very frustrating. The map 3 was a complete smoke show. You need to let go of these maps because you're going into a Berlin hardpoint where you have seen a lot of success. They're sitting at 4-1 on this map compared to Seattle, who are 1-2. So this is the way that the Thieves need to get back into this series. We know in the beginning of the year, they were really dominant at hardpoint. They need to show it here once again to at least force this map 5.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And until that Tuscan victory, which was game 1 of this series, Berlin hardpoint, they only had 2 victories coming into this. It was the one map that Thieves have been able to secure. So if we're talking about Major 2, so far, Berlin has treated the Thieves somewhat kindly. I know they did lose it yesterday versus the Guerrillas, but overall, it has been a hardpoint that really has been their saving grace up to this point. I know we've been talking about the Thieves, right? The struggles, but you got to give a lot of props to this Seattle team, right? To be able to clutch the way that they did in that search destroy, that Tuscan control. Absolutely fantastic. As we continue to talk about the coin flips, how big that they are. It could have been a Gavutu, but it will be a Tuscan, and the Surge roll through that one as well. It just feels like that opening Tuscan hardpoint, Jay, just never happened. It just feels like it did not happen based off of what has been these last 2 maps. As we take a look at our top performers in hardpoint, of course, excluding that map number 1, it's Kenny. Hoping to see him perform for the Thieves. And on the other side, it is good old Dante. Sib lead the way at a 1.06.
Yeah, Sib, he's been dominating, at least in this series so far when it comes to the respawn. Sitting at a 1.6 before this series even started. I'm pretty sure he was able to at least go positive 10 or 11 on that map number 1 alongside Pred, but they still lose it. So you got to fix it. If you're out slaying, you got to make sure you get the objective done. And that's what they have to do right now going into this Berlin hardpoint. They have the potential to close this one out and potential to also make the winners bracket even with a 2-3 record. This is such a big map for the Seattle Surge. They can close this one out here.
Yeah, without a doubt, partner. I mean, when we talk about these positions, right, it's all about the map count. It's all about, trying to make sure that you have as many W's in these maps, as low a losses as you can get. A 3-1 win here for Seattle could very well do it. I mean, we could look back at this map, whether it's a W or a loss, and say, yeah, that was the difference maker and what got them the 7th, the 8th seed versus potentially a 9th, 10th, etc., etc. The list goes on. And as we said, the Thieves, this has been a hard point that has treated them oh so kindly so far throughout the season. It used to be their auto veto, for God's sake, but they are dominating on rotations, dominating everywhere on the map. We'll see if it can be a comeback for LAT or a continuous statement from the side of Seattle. And one thing to keep in mind, Jay, opening hard points is usually where the Surge have striked. Took a look at the Game 4 hardpoint records from Surge. They tend to slow down by this point in the series. They are 1-7 on the year in Game 4 hardpoint. Something to keep in mind as we fly in for P1.
And here we go. Non-stop trades going back and forth. But Seattle, having that top flat spawn, are going to be able to secure this now by getting a clean 4 dead. Now with 35 seconds left, you see all the pressure that Seattle is still putting on the map as Mack is able to find 2 towards that middle broken area. All of LA Thieves starting to spawn towards that back train. With 25 seconds left, they just have so much map control. Mack is already on the rotation.
This is a big 2v1. Big 2v1 where Thieves, rather a 3v1. They're going to initialize everybody over toward this objective, and for good reason at that. The Thieves will be able to answer back and grab the final 10 seconds of scrap. But one thing too, Jay, I know we're mentioning all kinds of stats right now, but the 1 W that Seattle did have in those Game 4 hardpoints where I said the record is atrocious,
Atlanta.
It was versus Atlanta, and it was on this very map. You and I had the cast, and but it was Mack who had a great performance in that one.
Yeah, Mack so far, he's stepping up in this map number 4, trying to close out the series early on rotation, finding 2 pieces when needed. You see LA Thieves, they're trying to attack this from that fire side. Right now, Seattle, they are spawning out towards back warehouse. The Thieves doing a great job of just putting on a lot of pressure to try to get him off this time, but Seattle finding every single kill in the feed. Now this is going to allow their SMGs to try to push out, try to flip these spawns, but Kenny with 2 is going to slow that down. The Thieves had the potential to break down.
Thieves will have to be careful with these spawns too. Player 1 and player 4 going to be big right now for Seattle as the duels continue to happen in the lower side of the library. It's Octane who wins the final 1v1, but only for a moment. Pred wipes him away, and talk about the plays at a Surge. As we said, partners, a little moment right there for Seattle where they have the decision to push this for final few seconds or go for the rotation. They think about the long game, and it will work out for them. Seattle prepared for fire as we have got ourselves a tie game heading into P3.
Now LA Thieves need to get this break. Envoy with a huge first blood potentially opens this up for them as they're trying to attack this through fire, trying to attack this through street. You see that player Mack, he finds a huge one-on-one onto Kenny from the front side. Only 1 player left from the Thieves in a position to at least contest this point. Envoy gets taken down in Seattle. They hold.
They hold. But the first wave, Drazah and Octane try to make their own impact as well, but they get dealt with. A quick 3 in to feed straight go for Seattle. And once more, is it going to be Envoy to try to make the play? No, he gets found out as well. Great clearance right now out of Seattle, and you can just feel the Thieves. They hate to have to let that hard point go, but they're going to have to. And it could be Seattle who beat them to that race. Mack was in the opening engagements, and now as he falls, he will set up Sib with a bit of information to try and extend this current 5 kill spree. He goes down as well. Some big kills through the middle side of the map go the way of Thieves, as now they have got the rotation for Train. But it is all-out pressure once more from Seattle as Pred catches one off guard. And as we said, the Surge, they just continue to get these close spawns. A great job at really one player after another extending this play forward.
The teamwork right now for Seattle is on point. When one person is going early on that rotation, even though he's dropped, their entire team are always putting a player in that position to flip these spawns, and they do so once again on this P4 hard point. But LA Thieves spawning everybody towards Train. They do a great job of just pushing right on through. They should be able to get this remaining 23 seconds to get right back into this game. This is going to force Seattle to start thinking about their rotation. Number 1 in Sib. He does get taken out from that P2 position. This opens it up now for the Thieves.
See if they can take advantage of that opening, as we talked about a number of different dominant AR players on this roster. In P5, a lot of great angles to lock this one down from range, but they will have to be careful. His accuracy has snuck his way through. Drazah does not read him. And just like that, what looked to be a great setup for Thieves, the snap of a finger. And just like that, the Surge now have control. Back and forth we go. A mixy P5 as always. Is that the Thieves look to try to answer back inside of the hill. Octane tries to get going, and that is a great way to do so. Taking out the rookie and making him feel every single one of those shots. As back and forth we go. Seattle reached the century mark.
And with 30 seconds left right now, Seattle, they are just putting it on them. They're able to flip those spawns towards that P5. Now they have that rotation towards that P1. If they can hold them in, this can get scary for the Thieves. Let's step aside now and go in for the listening with the LA Thieves and see how they can bring this back.
I'm trying to guide him. Shit on. Nice, good shot. He's in new, bro. He's gonna be in new. Close on. Watch out. For Lamar still, bro. I'm out, bro. Fire tank, half health. Yeah, once we fire, this is 2 on Tom. What is that? I'm trying to come our side, dude, bro. Trying to get to you, still. I'm trying to step. I'm gonna hit out her. Yeah, I'm trying to. On table heady. I get shot table heady. I think outer. Dill's outer. I'm outer, guys. I don't see anything. Just live. You know I'm here though, dude. I'm trying A-long. Alright. I don't see him A-long behind me.
Gotta take her out here. We gotta take her out
here. I'm outer right now. You gotta tell her like play. Outer done. Nice one. I'm stone, bro. Yeah, I'm in fire. Yo, A-long. Hill. Alright, that's all. I had one. On the fucking table, one shot, bro. Close that. Outer door instantly. Let's go, Nero, bro. Yeah. Long to be fire already. I hear you. Yeah. That's one. I'm out the door. Yo, Lamar's on a 5. I hear you. I'm fired. Lamar's on a 5. I'm there door. Okay, I can help you doubles. I see the door. I'm back. I'm pushing it out. Another one top mid. I'm getting top mid. Yeah, he's our door. And one is inside our door. He's gonna go open. I can't see that guy, bro. I don't see his open. Fire tank. I spawned taking in deep dogs, bro. Deep dogs. Alright, taking deep dogs. I got one foot. Lamar step. Alright, front train. Yeah, kill this guy or no? Front train.
Well, an interesting listening with the LA Thieves there, Jay. I mean, at times it felt like things were flowing, and then somebody dies, and it just turns into complaints.
Yeah, it sounded that they're a little frustrated on the side of the Thieves, man, especially Kenny. Like a couple of these kills that he potentially should be able to pick up, he's just not getting them, not finishing his kills. And right now, that's why you see Seattle Surge with such a lead that they were able to have right now. They dominate that P1. They're able to rotate towards this P2 and just chain this. If the LA Thieves do not stop the bleeding here on this P2 hard point, this is going to go to the Surge in a 3-1 fashion.
Yeah, it looks to be that way. Huge situation right now for Thieves, and they answer right on cue. It's Octane and Envoy to combine for a double. And they will break in right when they have to. As we said, Jay, the brink of what could be an 0-5 start here at the Major II Qualifiers. We'll see if they can look to try to bring this one back. A big fight for Drazah to take, and he will lose at Seattle again on the second side, prioritizing those rotations. Octane was sitting on a nice little spree, but as he falls, the time will continue to tick the opposite direction. Surge ever closer to reaching 200 seconds. It's 250 that they have to reach before this one is called to a close. And Pred cannot fall. Pred taking down everybody on the map. In somewhat of a frustrating moment, Octane tries to go for the challenge, is able to secure it. Thieves, a glimmer, possibly, of some control over at Fire. Every single one of these seconds meaning that much more for either end. As Sim as well, he gets taken down. LA Thieves with a moment for some control, but the Surge with these close spawns will continue to win the fights. Back and forth we go. Haymakers thrown as it's Mack's opportunity to throw the Fist of Fury. 210 to 136. Mack will continue on the spree. What could be the final hill or two hills of this game. For LAT, this rotation has got to be perfect.
It's got to be perfect. LA Thieves cannot leave any openings. They cannot allow the SMGs on the side of Seattle to try to flip these spawns. As Mack does find that opening, Octane doing a great job, doing everything he can to try to hold down Train. But look at the spawns. Look at the spawns. They already are flipped. Number 4 was able to work his way all the way through the back, which is Pred. And now Seattle Surge, 30 seconds away from closing out this series and walking away with it.
This is magic. This is mastery out of the side of Seattle, up big, and they can walk away with the game here. LAT down and nearly out as we're about to call the KO. 7 more seconds as everybody gets wiped off the map. A clear HP, and it will be the dub for the Seattle Surge as they answer back 3 games in a row, giving themselves a chance for a winner's bracket spot. We'll be keeping those updates throughout the day. While on the other side for LAT, they end their Major II qualifier campaign 0-5.
It's not good. Not good from the LA Thieves. End stage 2, 0-5. But we gotta talk about Seattle, man. This team. I wonder every time we cast these guys, what team are we gonna see? The team that shows up and plays against OpTic, that plays against Atlanta, that goes all the way to the game 5, or a team that goes up against like Boston and potentially has a down to go 3-0 or 3-1. Seattle Surge, they're just a flip of a coin, man. Any given day, this team is able to beat any team. Players just step up to a whole different level. After that map number 1, you completely let that one go. You outslay them by like 20 to 30 kills, but then for them to have tremendous ice in that search and destroy, 2 1v3s, and then to go onto that control and dominate the way that they did by winning 2 offensive rounds, it was beautiful. And then this last map was just straight textbook hardpoint coming from Seattle. Every time the Thieves have thought that they had that rotation, they had the opening to at least stop the bleeding that the Seattle Surge were putting onto them, man. It was an absolute beatdown on this last map. Seattle Surge, they were doing a great job of just controlling this game. Like I said, the SMGs were putting so much pressure on the players on the side of the LA Thieves. You have Pred and Mack who are just making such next level plays. They find that 2 piece off the rotation. They're gonna play a corner because, you know, we got squad spawns. All we gotta do is at least if one of our teammates die, I will allow my teammates to spawn on me. But they just did a great job of just controlling this map from start to finish. Thieves simply did not have an answer, and Seattle, they walk away with it.
Yeah, man. I mean, as you said, it just felt like a number of different times where Thieves in a good spot, right? Maybe have some good map control, and then just like that, Seattle make the play. They make the conscious effort, the chess-like move versus 2 Grandmasters on the other side of the LA Thieves. Yeah. They're making the plays. Like we said, there's the back-to-back P3s, the late P4 Train, the P1s to start things off. Just excellent execution from Seattle. From really game 2 and on. As you said, it started with the clutches and it ends with dominance in the respawns. A great effort from the Seattle end. And I know we hate to wrap this up in a bow where it's just not a whole lot of positives, but not a great moment from LAT, a series where, I mean, it was Nameless talked about at the start of the day, and this is going to continue to be the narrative, Jay. What happens with the Thieves now moving forward? 0-5. Just give me a quick synopsis of where you see this team right now and heading into the Minnesota Major.
Well, honestly, I was expecting a lot when we ended that Major 1 from this team going into stage 2, but they just completely let everyone down. Now going into this Major, they're starting into losers bracket, and it's not going to be easy for them. Their SD has improved a little bit, but it's still got a lot of mistakes there. Their hardpoint used to be the best, and now it's kind of fallen off. So this team is just right now in a slump, and going into Major 2, it's going to be really difficult for those guys to try to get another top 6 finish.
Yeah, without a doubt. Not going to be an easy road for the LA Thieves as we'll bring back in the desk. I know in the predictions, Veli, Nameless, I know, Ant, you were hesitant, right? You felt like maybe your heart was saying the Surge, but your mind was telling you the Thieves.
It was,
your heart wins out today, buddy.
It's tough, man. You know, you look at the LA Thieves and you look at this map set, and it did lean a little bit towards the Surge, but, you know, it started off as planned. For LA Thieves, it was like, okay, maps 2 and 3 are going to be very difficult for you to take in this series. So you got to win map 1. So they win map 1. It goes to Berlin, a map they have the advantage on. They have to win that because going into that Desert Siege S&D, they have the major advantage. Like games 4 and 5, that was the advantage for them, and they're just not able to edge it out in game 4. So many mistakes in games 2 and 3. Like that S&D, the 2 1v3s that they lost are pathetic, man. Downright absolutely pathetic for a team that's been working on their search. That's been the primary focus for the LA Thieves since this team from the beginning of the game has been search and destroy. Those are fundamental errors that they're making. Like, how do you get Ninja diffused? And then in the control, the offenses that Seattle Surge are able to win with the Slayers that you have in your team. Kenny going 7 and 22. Like, Kenny is an insanely talented player.
He's not bad.
He's uncomfortable. He's uncomfortable on the map. Like, and that's a team thing. Like, they have so many issues. I do not see them making a loser's run at the major. It's very worrying because I look at this team. I'm like, how do you make a change with this roster? Like, how do you feel comfortable giving up one of these extremely talented players? You know, while they still have high value, though, you might have to entertain a trade to another team that is willing to accept one of these players, or they continuously get smoked, and then other teams won't want your players, right? So it's a very tough decision that the management is going to have to make going forward.
Outright, there needs to be a change, whether it's a change in culture or just a change when it comes to the team. But when it comes to the Thieves, they put the L in LA. But let's take a look at the game field tactical play of the game. Let's talk about the winning team for a second, where the Ninja diffused from none other than Lamar, aka Accuracy.
Dude, look what this guy does. He
nice.
makes it look so easy. I mean, he gets the kill onto Drazah, right? And he runs back. It's the classic faking the kill cam, right? So Drazah's like, oh, he ran back. He's going up top church. And he just crouches back, walks over here. But look at the mini map. Like, what are Octane and Envoy doing? Like, what are they watching? They back up towards the spawn. He just crouches to the bomb and diffuses it. Like, they're so scared, they're so timid, they give that up. And then don't forget, there was another 1v3 that Civ got where he gets a kill, then runs out and beats down somebody, runs away, and ends up clutching the 1v3 as well. So, you know, like, those are just blunt.
That was bad.
Like, very, very bad breakdowns of communication. Like, as, you know, a fan of that team, you have to be extremely frustrated watching it. Just a fan of Call of Duty in general. That's a low-level search and destroy, things that should not be happening in the Pro League.
Yeah, but the thing is, you take a look at the entire series, right? I mean, coming off rip, we're expecting LA Thieves to really jump out the gate, win a hard point, and gain momentum off of that, right? They barely win, 250 to 218. What happens? They get smoked, search and destroy 6-2. They get smoked in control 3-0. And then the next hard point, it's not even close.
Seattle Surge, they came to play. I mean, you look at the guys like Civ and Pred, who were sort of, you know, it was more so Civ who entered sort of a slump, but they have bounced back. And I know a guy that you've been loving since the beginning of the game has been Pred, and in this series, he was so impactful. I mean, this guy in the control picks up streaks. On the map 1, even though that they lost, he was going on a streak up top church. He's so comfortable, and they put him in a map set that really suits, like, his play style. It was Tuscan, Tuscan, Tuscan. And then going into that Berlin, you have Accuracy, who had almost 3 minutes in the hill, popping off, as well as Mack going off in the flex position. Like, this is a team that's been getting better, expanding their map pool. Berlin looks good now against one of the better Berlin teams. The P1 hold was some of the best P1 play we've seen out of teams in this game. So very excited about the future of this Surge team and how they've sort of, you know, changed their trajectory. They're in the slump, they bounced back out of it, and they've had a tough schedule, and they've made the most of it.
They scared me, I'm not even gonna lie, man. But let's actually go into the game field post-victory spotlight with pretty boy Pred, hailing straight from APAC, man. Good big win right there, congratulations. But Pred, Major II is next week, and from what we've seen for your team in Major 1, it's not the Seattle Surge that we expected to see, right? What is your mentality and just like the team's hopes going into Minnesota?
I feel like for us, obviously we had a bit of a, we went through a bit of a slump. Obviously we're new players, you know, so like the league is obviously a bit different to us. So we're just adjusting to like the gameplay and like making sure we adjust our fundamentals and stuff like that. So for us, we've been just really focusing on like watching VOD, making sure that we're doing the right plays. Because at the end of the day, we know our ceiling's high. We know we've got the gun skill and all that type of stuff. It's just more about how do we put that together as a team and how we like, you know, approach our fundamentals the correct way. I think that's one thing we were lacking. Yeah, we've had a tough schedule, but man, I'm glad that we're, you know, showing some life and showing some of our old ways, man.
Pred, congratulations on the win. Also, you know, personally, you played phenomenal in that series. And I wanted to ask you, when you guys sort of hit your slump, was it you think you figured out the game earlier and other people got a little bit complacent, or was it just maybe a little bit of a mental aspect to it? Because it seems like you and Sib now seem so much more comfortable when you're playing like how you were during kickoff time.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. It's a bit of both, man. Honestly, it's a bit of the mentality, and it also comes with, like you said, people catching up. You know.
Yeah.
We were so ahead at the start of the game that, like, you know, so we kind of knew what to do. But then obviously people caught on. That's the league. People are gonna, you know, adjust. They're gonna get better. And obviously for us being new to the league, we obviously didn't really understand that to an extent. But and also the mentality. You know, when you lose a few games, you start thinking, like, you know, doubts always come in your head, like maybe I'm doing the wrong play, like.
Yeah.
But that's something that we've, like, you know, thrown out the window and just trust our ability and trust our game plan.
And I have a follow-up question to that, because now, you know, you've had quite some time now at the pro level, and you're playing so well against some of the best teams in the game. What has been the biggest difference in terms of preparation going into matches? Like, how much more strenuous is it, and how have you handled that up until this point?
Honestly, man, we get here hella early now. Like, that's one thing. We used to, like, rock up whenever we wanted, but we rock up hella early now.
Yeah.
Make sure we do our VODs every day. We always, like, you know, we're criticizing each other a lot more now. Just stuff like that we didn't do as much as we should have before. So I feel like that's something that we've built in our team, which is, like, you know, helped us from preventing bad plays or bad, like, ideas, XYZ, stuff like that.
That's awesome, man. Congrats.
Yeah, big time. Hey, congrats, Pred. Watch you give, I believe it was a 7 spree. That was absolutely nuts. You turned it up, man. I'll catch you in Minnesota,
Thank you,
okay?
brother. I appreciate it, man. Have a good day, boys.
You have a good day as well. I know, yeah, they're definitely having a good day.
Yeah.
They needed
Got the dub. It was a big dub.
Can you imagine?
Position to be winners?
Okay, let's be real for a second. If Seattle were able to lose that game after, you know, showing a lot of promise and hope this stage, that would have been hard to regroup after.
Yeah, it would have been tough.
Especially against LA.
After having, like, sort of a, you know, a tough stage 2, this team to come out here and beat LA Thieves, which is, although LA Thieves are 0-5, they're never going to be an easy win. And you showed improvement on maps like Berlin, which is huge for them going into the major. Seattle's got to be feeling pretty good.
No, they have to. By the way, Pred was phenomenal in that matchup. You've been talking about it all year long, even from the beginning. If you take a look at the way Pred plays, especially in respawn, the man is on an island, and when Pred is feeling it, he's definitely a win condition.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when he starts streaking and taking over, the game just becomes so much easier. Like, on that Tuscan, seeing him top church is absolutely slaying on rotation. He feels so comfortable. It feels so comfortable now for him on the map. You can just tell, like, they've just found their groove. And when Sib's out there picking up kills as well, it's going to open up the map. And that's why Seattle has success in hardpoint. It's been looking good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to move on with the day and jump into the second matchup. But before we do, we want to give a big shout out and props to Seattle Surge for that big win over the LA Thieves. We got to give a credit to the 2 youngsters on that team. When it comes to just making plays up close and personal, Sib and Pred led the way. And seeing Pred pass enemy lines time and time again, he showed why, you know, the beast from APAC has something to say. When it comes to Minnesota, looking forward to seeing a great performance. We'll see you in a second.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League sends out amazing emails before each major tournament, painstakingly crafted with love and care, and filled with nothing but premium content. Scan the QR code on screen and sign up today. You'll get incredible CDL updates and be entered for a chance to win a free in-game team pack of your choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. And by the way, the Florida Mutineers hype pack is actually pretty funny.
Yeah.
If you take some time.
The facial expressions the Sky's showing us are just absolutely hilarious.
The Dave Patty peace side is so funny. The man's fingers just spread out so much. I know. But this matchup is going to be a pretty good one, okay? Florida Mutineers, a team that has showed a lot this year, and actually one of the teams that were undefeated at a point in time, I believe 2-0. With the recent count too. Yeah, exactly. They're going against Boston Breach, who is outside of OpTic Texas and FaZe, the hottest team in the CDL, and they're also undefeated 3-0 currently. This matchup is going to be good, but Florida have a real true test for them, right?
Yeah, I mean, their last couple of matches have been tough. They started off 2-0 looking good, but I mean, they had to play Atlanta FaZe and OpTic Texas, and that's been very tough for the Florida Mutineers. But looking at this Florida team, like, there are some things that have been great for them. I mean, Awakening and Skies throughout Major II qualifiers have been fantastic. They've tested these teams that they went against. They've had some close maps against Atlanta, against OpTic, but still there's a lot to be desired from this squad. We know that they have a high ceiling, so we expect to come out in a match versus Boston Breach, where Boston, they're great, but they're not dominant. So for the game fuel keys to victory, Florida Mutineers start strong in hardpoint. Boston outscoring teams 21-13 on opening hardpoints. They're #1 in the league in that differential. So, you know, Boston, a team that's been hot off the press in hardpoint, 9-1 their last 10, definitely have to work it out for them. And Awakening continue SMG dominance, 1.2 KD this season. I mean, we saw the glimpses of dominance at the Major I when he was popping off, right? They weren't able to get the win in that Tuscan, but that was a record performance. So he's just continued that individual play since then. It's been wonderful. And then opportunity of the control, Florida 5-3 on Tuscan, Boston 1-6 on Gavutu. In this series, it is Gavutu for the control. So that map is an absolute must win for Florida when it gets to that control.
Right, and take a look at this roster right now. Take a look at their schedule as well. I tried to show some love in their last loss. You guys were saying, you know what, it doesn't cut it. Doesn't matter who they go against. I believe that Florida beating a team like Boston would definitely solidify themselves as one of the most dangerous middle-of-the-pack teams. If they're able to pull it off in fashion, of course, right? Because Boston, they're not slouches. And speaking of which, Boston has been looking better than ever right now. At the beginning of the year, we all thought, okay, you know, Methodz is Methodz, but what is this guy Big Cap all about with that big 8 spree he had during the Kickoff Classic, right? But then the thing is, it wasn't just those two. You saw players such as TJ and also Nero, and Nero is quietly always taking over the games when it matters most. This Boston team is scary, and if you let your guard down, they're going to walk away with that big dub, because at the end of the day, whether it's hard point, search and destroy, they're ready to bring it, man. And when it comes to the game field keys of victory, I think that actually Boston, outside of the maps, they need to really grab hold of controlling these other game types.
Yeah, I mean, control is definitely going to be the mode they have to improve upon most, but they have an opportunity on maps 1 and 2. Florida have never won Gavutu hardpoint, and they have also never won a Desert Siege search and destroy. So maps 1 and 2 out the gates, you just have a massive opportunity. Just steal those up. I mean, Boston has success on both of those maps with game for keys to victory. Get rid of Bocage hardpoint. That map is not this series, so good job there. Florida's 1-4 on non-Bokaj HPs, and then mix in some B hits on Tuscan Search and Destroy. Winning 48% of offensive rounds, have gone A 27 of 28 rounds, right? So let's switch it up, maybe hit some back and forth raps, can take some information from Toronto. They're the king of rap backs. Then figure out control to take that next step. That is really what's holding them back from moving into like the top 4 area is control. They're 2-8 in it in the last 10. They have to get better. 7-game hardpoint win streak, second S&D round win percentage, 11th in control round win percentage.
Yeah, I'm gonna be completely honest. I like the map choices right here because usually we see Bokaj go to Florida, which doesn't make sense to me at all. But also when it comes to control, I want to see Big Cap actually make some noise. You take a look at the stats overall. You know, hardpoint 1.13, search and destroy 1.27. You go to control and he's sitting at a 0.84, and it's like, yo, big man, we know you can take over the lobby, get comfortable and make sure you do so. But the fact that he's sitting amongst veterans, I believe that's what's gonna happen.
Well, it's tough because, like, I mean, for Capsidal, like they've played Gavutu 7 times and he runs an SMG. He's just gonna get bodied when they get onto that map, right? It's just
gonna be hard.
Plan. They're gonna have to continuously try to get Tuscan because it's the map they've had, you know, some success on. But we'll see if they're able to work on their gaff going into it. In this series, it is gaff, so maybe they're coming with a new look.
Okay, who do you think is gonna win this series right here?
I'm gonna go with Boston Breach.
You going with Boston?
I'm taking Boston. I think this is a team that's polished now. They've been working on their stuff. They're looking good in hardpoint. I mean, 9-1 speaks for itself. I think they take this.
I mean, there's only one acceptable answer when it comes to this. Wait, can we put on my one just for a second? Yo, Zenny for the winning, baby, okay?
That's facts.
Well, we've been seeing
Ultra
from Zenny.
Zen.
Exactly. What we've been seeing from him lately, he's just an animal. I'm taking Boston. I'm going to be real. I say they're going to take it 3-0. I'm feeling bold and brave about this.
I'm worried about their control. I think they take it 3-1. I think they take both hard points in the S&D.
All right, well, we're going to find out. So let's send this over to Miles and Chance. Fellas, I missed you. How you doing today?
We're doing good, Veli. We're pretty pumped. Today started off with a bit of a spicy get-go. I think Chance is one way of putting it. Of course, LA Thieves, the struggles continue. A team that ain't struggling, though, Boston Breach, brother.
Not at all. I mean, they've really hit their stride. I think one of like the biggest things early on throughout stage 1 for Boston was just like inconsistencies, especially from the SMG players, which is expected from rookies, expected for their role as well. But I think so far through stage 2, they've started to iron some of those things out. And I got to say, Miles, 3-0 record. They are looking good.
Well, they're looking great, and they're looking very keen. We're already in the game. Here we go. Boston Breach, map number 1. We're going to go to boot 2 into the hard point right away, and already it's an absolute fiesta of fun and frantic, frenetic energy. As there they go, the kills are through, and Mutineers have got it. There we go, mate. What an opener that was.
I mean, hey, you'll take the opening break on Gavutu. By the way, I mean, we haven't gotten into pick and bans quite yet, but it is a super interesting map selection that we have across the board. This Gavutu hardpoint, one of them, because I think he got noted in the keys to victory, right, for Florida. 1-on-4 on every single hardpoint map that's not named Bokaj, or at least 1-4 combined. So they're 0-2 on this map, but their only 2 losses are to Atlanta and London. And they've gotten bullied out, but like if you're losing to those 2 teams on this map, like I don't know if we actually have a good answer on how good Florida can be on Gavutu hardpoint, but hey, early on, so far so good.
Yep, looking all right so far. Second hardpoint's up now, and Boston Breach in that Matrix Rain green. Boston Mutineers in white. TJHaly brought down TJ. Nice shots into the second player. Ship's now open and ready for business. In the hard point we go now for Boston Breach, trying to find some time here. Only 30 points to climb up. That's going to make it all even Stevens now in the second hard point of the map so far. TJ on the 3 spree, finding these kills. Good shots. Vivid somehow goes down as well as TJ remains alive on the point.
Yeah, that's an awkward moment right there from Vivid. I don't know if he accidentally auto-mantled on the tank or simply just missed shots, but either way, you'll have Boston and TJ taking full advantage of that fact and making a nice little comeback. Methodz patient to look for that kill, but hey, he's going to deliver. But inside the point, it looks like Florida have gotten the break, but the bad news is Boston had flipped those spawns, so Florida just put themselves in a very difficult spot long term.
Yeah, they have indeed. We'll see if it pays off, though. They can make the break and get somewhere out of here because they've still got to get across the P3. Top right-hand side of the map. That's coming up next. I have TJ not able to get too much more out of this. Last few seconds going the way of the Mutineers, and that's a wonderful thing for now. However, across the map we go into the beach, and you can see already the ordnance being thrown. Lethals, tacticals, you name it, over towards that ringside. P1, it feels like only yesterday we were there, picking up time. The Mutineers lead now starting to dwindle as Boston Breach have got themselves in here. 2 players up from the top side of the ring. Over by the deep beach is going to be TJHaly. Can he find anything? He's out there fishing, and he ain't looking for fish, friends. He's trying to find these Breach players, and here he goes. Catches one. There's a big old Nero in the hard point now as the lead will change hands, but DavePaty trying to make the play. Can he do it? Yes, he can.
Oh, dude, even dealing with the Suns as well. I don't know if that's from the enemy or from his teammates, but he simply finds a way. I mean, it is absolutely a mistake for Florida early on to even lose those spawns to this hill, but you strip away 10, 15 seconds, get a little bit of time of your own. I suppose you will cut your losses and take it. At the very least for Florida now, I mean, you're thinking about that rotation anew. Methodz actually in a very interesting spot, but with those squad spawns, Florida certainly hit this new hill first.
Yeah, they're going to be all sweet now. So again, they don't do a great job there on P3. Keep the Boston Breach players out of there as long as possible. Over down to the fourth, and it's going to be good old tower. And this is an easy one to accumulate a great amount of time on chance, but it's also a terrible spot to be in if you do get pinned in that top left-hand side. So we'll see how they go. Mutineers, early time, going their way. The attack now from the front, the only angle they've really got to work with now for Boston Breach. And here they go. TJ trying to make his way in. Skies and DavePaty light up the kill feed. Over to Nero. Doesn't get a bloody thing as Vivid guns him down. It's all over the big cap. Can he find anything? And the answer is wow. Yes, he can. At least one to be grabbed. Florida Mutineers though. 30 seconds remaining in this one. Should get a ton of time. And if they play their cards right, they're able to get out and get across the P5 as well.
It needs to be noted, by the way, Capsidal has 14 kills already, and this is only, part of the way through P4, so I don't know where he found them all or where he managed to collect them. I don't think I've seen many, like, 3 pieces in the feed, but, I mean, certainly his level of production has been there, but as far as rotations go, I think it has very much been the case. Whatever team rotates first has been able to win this hill, and Boston have the clear-cut setup. 2 players pushed up towards the boat. Well, DavePaty at least able to take down the first, and he might have a nice little battle with TJ potentially for these back spawns where TJ gets the edge. So Boston so far, nice and secure for P5.
Yeah, P5 is a seemingly impregnable fortress right now. Very difficult to break on in. 3-man hit through the boat side. It's going to be a little bit of action now coming in from P1, but that's going to be Capsidal. Good coverage. Takes care of at least one. Awakening trying to make his entrance now, and he makes it known, but Capsidal, he tries to storm the gates. He beats him back. Brilliant work once again out of Boston Breach now, looking to pull things back, take the lead, but whoa, Capsidal, wrong window, my friends. A lot of Mutineers players out there, and atop the boat they are, trying to find these shots. Good work out. Skies tags in. No more to be had. Boston Breach seal the hard point yet again.
That was a huge gunfight win by Methodz there. That was Skies for the glide bomb in that moment for that next kill, and that would have been the only way for Florida to cut their losses, right? You give away a full 60 on this hill, Boston able to take over that lead, and well, the glide would have been nice to have, but they don't get it. But now back to Florida, the battle for P1. This is one of the best money hills in the game, and Florida, it looks like they're going to win this rotation. Maybe an opportunity for another swing in momentum.
Well, we'll see. Now we'll have a take a quick look and see if they can pull back the lead. Let's also go for a quick listen in with the Florida Mutineers.
Trying to help you on point. Dead. Nice. Yeah, I'm jumping on top of the truck. In the ring. Yeah, he's shelling out. He's shelling out. He's on our fence. On our fence. Yeah, our fence is the ring stairs. Our fence is the ring stairs. Okay, guys. Alright, I'm watching on our left. One's in my Nero child dead. One's in my tank. Our side on you guys. I stunned it. We take half. Our side hill. Our side hill. Watch that. I need him. He's in the hill. Yeah, he pre-fired me. 2-1-0. No one close for me. Close up TJ as well. Yeah, he already went ring stairs. Nero's ring stairs. Nero's ring stairs. Our ring stairs. I'm scoring shots on top, bro. Red tower, bro. I'm pretty sure one's pinching us. Yeah, hold mid. Yeah, I'm mid. Yeah, I mean, I have a sub. I want to give him a tank. That's fine. Chilling P5, Joe. I'm going to hill. Mid tank is open, that's it. I'm going to hill. They're ring steps, son. Yeah, I think they might be hitting the ring, guys. I see nothing P5. One's P5. I got nade top out. Nero's holding it. I'm one shot. They're going to go my mid. I got nade him in. Coming to close. No, Nero, one shot. Dead. Top green, right there. Can you get time? You're top out, I saw him. Yeah, top out, cap, one shot in between. And then he's in on you guys' hole. Yeah, I need help. Katie's in oil, I need help. Yo, what the fuck, Nero? Go top out. Right tower. I don't see. I mean, top right. Almost their mid tank, I think, guys. You could have won ring. Could be ring. Bunker, TJ. Yeah, bunker got me, bro. Yeah, bunker, TJ, you left. Bunker done. More talk right now. I don't see any boat.
Make what you will of the comms. In my mind, Florida has made 2 key mistakes in this game that right now is just costing them the first go around on that rotation in P3. Well, they allowed the spawns to get flipped early on, so they started to have to fight from the back foot, and then we talked about how important that rotation is to P1, and just kind of dropped the ball. Like, player challenges out, TJ gets the kill, and DavePaty doesn't even attempt to get the trade, and ever since then, it has been nothing but Boston. Nice and secure on the rotation. You got Capsidal roaming around ring, at least for a moment, but Boston right now, they have just stormed away with this game.
They're walking away with it over 200 points now. Crossed. Mutineers looking a little standout here on Gavutu, but it is not over just yet. Hardpoint now being accumulated still by Boston Breach. We did not see the first break come through in the first set of hardpoints. In the second, will it be the same fate for the Mutineers? Capsidal is looking to slow this play down tremendously. He didn't slow down though. The boy hit Mack 5, flying through. Massive kills out of Methodz and Nero. The cleanup crew is there. The final 25 points, and dare I say it, Chance, I think the game ends here.
This is just brutal. I mean, Methodz, if he wants to, he can just go ahead and full rotate to the next hill. But yeah, you can still win it. 15 seconds to go. The full setup and in the feed. Nothing but green. Boston looking to take full advantage of the two mistakes in my mind that Florida made and just turn that into a dominant performance. Not quite over yet, though. Maybe need to finish this final few gunfights. And it looks like Florida actually forced that rotation. But look who's there. Boston, nice and easy on the road up.
And really, from start to finish, sheer dominance, true control, and seemingly flawless gameplay. Boston Breach take map 1 with what looked like at times, I don't want to say it, maybe relative ease. The Mutineers were just caught unaware then, seemingly every time. Brilliant stuff out of Boston. An incredible opener to the series.
And look, you know, Capsidal was obviously lighting up the kill feed for a long time. With if SMG doing that on this map always means your team is going to be having a good time. But I think it really just comes down to, like, early on, Florida won the opening break, gave themselves a good spawn, set themselves up long term. But right before that first P3 rotation popped, they just got bullied out, let that flip happen. And even on P1, where they could have started to turn things around, just never had a moment. And I think literally, after they lose the break to that P1 hill, I don't know if they score more than like 5 to 10 seconds for the rest of the game. Boston just never looked back.
Yeah, they really didn't look back. It was smooth sailing from then on out on GvU2. The Mutineers, a little bit of soul searching to do. Desert Siege, though, as we trade the rainy shores of the Solomon Islands now for a little bit of desert action. Hope you brought your sunscreen, pals. It's going to get very hot indeed. Quick look at the highlights, though, across that GvU2 hardpoint, as it was a fast one. Just over 8 minutes again, as the Boston Breach players certainly put in the work. TJ, sweet pieces out of him all across the board, and a wonderful, wonderful set of hardpoints chance despite the Mutineers' opening breaks.
And I would say a solid game for Boston overall, too, because early on, at least like statistically, we saw the Capsidal, you know, he started 14-6 or whatever it was. But Nero on the flip side was a little bit slower. He started, you know, 2-8, 2-9, something like that, but turned things around, didn't make any bit of a difference. And again, I think that was, I mean, maybe 3 or 4 different hills in this game that Boston just played as perfectly as you could want. Even Capsidal, a little bit of flourish, showing off the Betty Boop.
Indeed. Well, we just got an update from Carson Stats Guy. Of the last 6 hills in that hardpoint for Florida, they accumulated 13 points.
Oh, unbelievable. Not that many.
That many? Unbelievable work out Boston Breach. Truly watertight defense there. Not as you can do a GvU2, but they certainly got on a show for us there. We'll be all looking at that one. Learning, taking little tricks and tips for ranked play. I can assure you, friends. Wow, what a great opener. Unbelievable stuff out of them. Again, Desert Siege now awaits, though, as we get through the highlights. It really was all Boston Breach. My word, Chance. This is quite a strong opening. A statement, if you will.
As far as like the pick and bans go, by the way, this is the map that Boston ended up like getting into the mix. It was a Bocage last time that we talked about Florida. That's the only map in hardpoint they've had a ton of success on. That was the map they beat Boston in the major. So all Boston does is ban that one out. So GvU2 is the map that replaces it. And well, they already beat them on Tuscan once. In a dominant performance like that, Boston have to be feeling good. We go to Desert Siege for map 2. Boston beat them at the major. Admittedly, very close. It was a 6-4 victory, but a victory nonetheless. And I would say, just thinking even more long-term, the most interesting decision, I think, of at least the pick and bans. Boston were the team that banned the Tuscan control. They wanted the GvU2 where they have that 1-6 record. So they let that one through. That was their decision to make. And I think it'd be interesting to see how it pans out, just because in my mind, Boston, it's like them and Toronto are the two teams that I think might have the best bump in control now that the changes come through.
We will see. We'll get a chance to put that to the test again later on when we get to our control game mode. Map number 3, but for now, Desert Siege on the cards. Now, for those of you, set the clocks back, set your old time machines, think back to that major. It was a real spicy victory for Boston Breach and the Ninja Defuse in the final round there, or of course Boston. And I will say, I mean, Florida Mutineers, it was one hell of a series, man. It was back and forth. It was a real mixy performance from both of them. Speaking of performances, though, this is the top performance now in this series from both sides, and no surprise chance, Capsidal, absolute unit of a man. And he came out with he clarified the whole height issue thing. I think you saw that clip.
Yeah, on camera, he is confirmed. And obviously, Miles, we got to see and meet him in person at, well, not just the kickoff, but the major. 5'11". is the official confirmation that he was able to give. So everybody thought I was lying when I said it back in the major, confirming his height, but there you go. Everyone else on his team, just that short.
They're just tiny. It's so small. You know, like taking the ring to Mordor small. But either way, it's players who are not small. It's true tall stature across the board for the Mutineers. So they have got quite the task ahead of them now to bounce back in the search and destroy. Again, a team with a decent history against one another here. A little bit of a budding rivalry we may see again throughout the long and what has already been an arduous season of Vanguard gameplay. Man, it has been a war for a lot of these teams. Search and destroy and Desert Siege, though, here we go, Chance. We're joking, though. Capsidal's actually massive. We're joking. You know we're joking. Come on, team. Come on, people, get on board.
Well, I mean, to the map we go. Obviously, statistically, Boston look a little bit better pretty much across the board. But in spite of that 0-2 record for Florida, again, one of their losses was to Boston. It was a 6-4 game, so nice and close. And obviously, if you have that like on-land experience going against a team, you start to figure out a little bit of their playbook, right? You know that the Ninja diffuses over towards B might be coming your way. And, you know, Capsidal occasionally likes to pull out the sniper rifle. I'd say for Florida, though, it is important. Got to pick up that bomb.
Double back a little bit and grab that one. Over towards the B-bomb site we go. B-bomb site has moved ever so slightly in the latest patch, again, to mostly avoid player collisions with the wall. A bit difficult situation to get out of for most. So now we may see that come into effect. But here we go. Sneaky plant from Skies over towards A. The battle of the back lines now won. Vivid wins that. Nero, he will be taking a seat in this round. And here we go. 40 seconds on the clock. Here's the defuse.
Yeah, that's the kind of gunfight, by the way, that just single-handedly wins you the round, because now if you want to flank, you're going to have to take your sweet time to hunt Vivid down, but Capsidal might be able to find him. Finds the free pick for the 3v3, but now it's about the ARs on the cross. Dave for the first and Dave for the second. Capsidal, the man that had to spend the first 15 seconds after that bomb goes down flanking. I mean, now just simply has no time to work with. We know those players are up top, but I think if nothing else, this is just try to find kills, make sure Dave Patty can't get any streaks, but the round is certainly chalked as Florida execute in round one, get the bomb down, and again, Vivid with that big win on the flank.
Big win on the flank. Capsidal with the double back there. I mean, Capsidal's certainly making a meal of it. He takes care of the 2 spree that Dave Patty found himself on. Eliminating streaks now from that first. Yeah, it's a consolation victory indeed, but it's one you'll definitely be taking. Mutineers, though, nice opener. Fast mark from Skies, pays off indeed. Now, we'll see them on defense here on Desert Siege. Here we go.
And keep in mind, you know, as bad as that first Gavutu hardpoint was for Florida, you get a bounce back in the Desert Siege, and then you have like the Gavutu control to look forward to, where Boston has that 1-6 record. So there is no, you know, no chalked mentality, I would say, from either team for the moment. So just a nice little bounce back round as Skies up top gets caught. TJ gets that first blood, but that B-bomb shot not wide open because Vivid is there with the snipe.
Yep, Vivid. Again, those who are surprised to see him sniping at the major. He put on quite a show for us. A brilliant marksman indeed. But 3v3 now, with just over a minute to play with. Dave Patty sees at least one on the cross. Or Nero throw that shoulder and maybe die, son. Dave Patty's not going to miss this one out, but he's playing this very slow, waiting for the rest of the team to get in position. There's seemingly all or nothing here on the A-bomb site, as you've now got the Boston Breach players trapped in, and here comes the pinch. Awakening.
Oh, no.
Quite the Herculean man. He can't quite get another window. Does manage to find the kill before they're going down. Vivid on the back line, no, bringing one through, and it's going to be TJ now, making his way out. No bomb in hand, but the flank is now on, and it's a 1v1.
That bomb being down, though, is the massive problem, right? Dave Patty can just play around it. You can have an AR post up in the back of your spawn, wherever you want to go. TJ has to make that move, but I guess Dave doesn't have that intel, because if he repositioned, I mean, obviously once TJ picks it up, he can swing back over towards A, or maybe make a hard read on the rotation. And Dave, he was really expecting that to wrap out, but TJ, he'll be able to get that bomb down for free.
Okay, here we go. So all of a sudden now, things look a little different. This could be, yeah, the 1v1 now. Dave Patty has to find the kill and make the defuse work out. Plenty of time to do so far, but here comes the fight. And oh, baby, this is a tense one already. TJ's on the move. He is absolutely roaming the map here, slowly but surely checking every possible corner. The quick check now on the bomb. TJ's going to have to get eyes on this. TJ eyes on, and it's an easy round. Massive recovery out of Breach.
Hey, dude, this is Vanguard. I feel like this is the only game where like everyone just kind of concedes, gives up, and just hops the bomb in situations like that. Like, in spite of the fact that Dave did have a little bit of time to work with, you know, maybe 20 seconds on the clock. At some point, you just feel the pressure and you're like, I don't know, man, too many things to check. I'll just hop it and pray. And I mean, admittedly, sneak defuses have been pretty on point this year. A ton of success in that regard, but I still think just in my mind, this game takes it to the extreme.
Yeah. Also, it's funny thinking, like, you can kill him in a very, very short amount of time in this game as well. So give it a go. 4v4 though now. Bomb for the Mutineers making its way in towards B. Opening exchange of gunfire now. A nade or two from DavePaty. Nero's got to go big here. Nice nades out of DavePaty. It does land. Methodz repositioning towards that back tower side. Vivid, it's his job to take care of him here. It's a great spot to be in. Watch that bomb. Capsidal can't get any more than one now. TJ once again on another flank. Vivid brought down. Snipe's now been eliminated. 2v2 situation.
And you have both played for Boston, by the way, spread at the deep portion of the map. And I mean, technically you have the pinch, but that doesn't make it easy at all. And I think Methodz has the intel on both players, able to find the first, trying to hunt down the next. A little bit of time to work with.
20 seconds to go. You have to be aggressive here. And Vivid, he was brought down, so there's no snipes now to worry about. But Awakening now versus Methodz. Here comes the push. It is fast indeed. And he's doing the best job he can. Methodz chased him down. Time's not going to be on his side. Too far away. No way in hell he manages to get to the bomb in time. No, there it is. A hard-fought battle from Awakening. Buying as much time as possible. We say goodbye to the B-bomb site.
Yeah, a little bit dicey as well. I think Awakening, as soon as he misses those shots, that is the, oh, moment, gotta go. Let's get out, turn and run, but ends up playing around the clock perfectly. Nice little round from Florida. And that's despite of the fact that that was, what, a nice little 3v4 clutch. You had the double flank coming through. I think TJ was the guy that was able to get all the way in the back for free. So clutching up the 2v2 towards the end. Nice work from Big Wake. And, hey, Florida, they will take those.
Great round again. Nice bit of Desert Siege action we've got here again. Two teams with a bit of history on this map. We'll see how we go once more now with Boston Breach on offense. Oh, hello. We're hitting mid. They bang the doors wide open. There's nobody home. And with that, no trades will go down. However, now you've given a lot of map presence to the Florida Mutineers. They are quite fanned out across the entirety of Desert Siege. But here we go. He's in. Oh, he's found one. Wait a minute, Tej. There's a player right next to him. He's got no idea. Manages to almost get away with his life there. But now over to Nero. Eyes on DavePaty, no idea where he may be, but here comes the fight, and the timing's not going to work out, and this is quite an unusual round indeed, Chance. What is going on? Nice nade out of Nero. A nade back from DavePaty. What is going on here? Nero's last man up, and he's brought down again, and what a weird round that was.
Dude, I have no idea. I mean, the fear to push Dave there in that situation is obviously because there's someone up in the tower, but I can't believe, one, Nero ever moved at all, and two, even wanted to challenge the guy up in the tower, but I mean, that is a very delicate situation where DavePaty just does a wonderful job of staying alive and letting his teammates put in that work. And I mean, I didn't even see the kill feed. It felt like everybody died at nearly the exact same time, but even Skies towards the end was going on the full flank. So a little bit of work from Dave turns into a fairly dominant round. By the way, 7-3 as Nero might get a haircut.
The Sultan of Slaying right now here on Desert Siege. Capsidal over by Bomb. Ian Tej making a bit of a rap here.
But dude, he's behind him again.
TJ's always behind them. He doesn't spawn here, friends. He has to make the run, but he has missed out on the bomb player. Skies. Oh, there it is. Another disastrous moment potentially averted. Big shots at a Big Wake. Wins the fight against Capsidal now. 2v3. He's tagged up. He's in trouble. Methodz there. Finally puts him down. Vivid now in the 1v3. He's got a sniper in hand, so again, at this sort of range, he's in trouble. There we go. Another good round out of Breach.
Dude, they're just playing. I mean, they're down like what 3-1 in round count and still just playing with all the confidence in the world. That is twice in a row now on defense. Both Cap and TJ just flying up out of trains. I mean, uncontested, unspotted. I don't know if like stuns are even being tossed by Florida to check it. And obviously one of the rounds they're able to clutch up, but it's just like a dagger. If you are Skies back trained by yourself carrying the bomb and you get shot in the back from your own spawn, like I think Florida definitely needs to make that adjustment because Boston playing with full confidence.
Yep. Seemingly, you know, it's true impunity, man. They just run around doing whatever they want. TJ's got first blood once again, this time from the front lines. There we go. Fast bomb by B. Player brought down, though. TJ trying to find a little bit of even numbers now, but it's back to the 3v3. Awakening eyes on that bomb site. The pressure now mounting, and who is that? Is that DavePaty just above the bomb site being real sneaky? The entirety of Boston Breach back on up. Awakening. Oh no, massive win out of Nero, but DavePaty on the flank. No, he's been spotted. He's been brought down. It's all on the Skies.
I mean, that's all three in front. I think he knows Capsidal's there too, but yeah, no more challenge coming out there. Boston able to clutch up. I think that was a moment where DavePaty like just has to go and get the kill on the guy one shot, but leave his teammate in a tough spot. Nice shots coming out, but doesn't make a difference. The double chal is in, and that is now 2 in a row for Boston, taking full advantage of that B-bomb site being wide open. And I mean, funnily enough for Florida, that was almost the strat on defense of the anything you can do, I can do better. triple stack over towards outer trains, trying to play it aggressive, but couldn't quite do it better there. Take another round loss, and we are all tied up.
All square here on Desert Siege. Waiting for Vivid to hit some snipes, man. Some snippet snaps. We've seen him do it before, and he's real nasty with that scope. Here we go. No one out there. It's a dry desert for now. TJHaly with eyes over towards the bomb, waiting for their players to come in and try to make the hit. Oh, Nero definitely saw a shoulder. He definitely saw a player or two. Still holding that A side of the map, though, is going to be Boston Breach for now. They're keeping Awakening pinned at this point in time. And at times, it does feel like you need 3 men to sort of hold him back. But here comes the hit towards the bomb. It's going to be brought down chance, and already great looks from Breach on defense.
I mean, that's just unfortunate with the angle you're trying to plan for. Man. I think probably his left toe got shot. Once again, by the way, that top train flank is wide open, so I know Vivid finds the kill, but he's got to be aware of this flank, and that is exactly where Capsidal's pushing from, but I think they have an idea. Perfectly placed stun. Vivid's making moves, but he gets caught. I like the play idea, but Methodz is there making the smart play, and TJHaly left 1 HP without a dream. 3 in a row for Boston Breach, and I mean, maybe just a small mishap with the bomb plant location, getting caught by Nero in the back, and in spite of the good stuns coming through, just that constant pressure on the flank is a little bit too much right now for Florida to handle.
I think with Mutineers, like, they need to either be decisive enough when it comes to a hit where, you know, you don't give TJ enough time to manage to rotate around the entirety of your spawn and hit that backline so easily, or you just turn around and try to deal with him. He's done it so many times now. I mean, outside of 1 round, TJ's been on the flank. Keep an eye on that minimap. He's number 3. Watch these routes he's taken so far, and at this point in time, very different look indeed. 2 players going through mid, over towards that A side of the map. Opening kill. If Awakening can get involved, no, Capsidal gets it. Trades either side. TJ's gone. Nero does manage to get the trade there. It's the 3v2. Now it's a 2v2. Oh, baby. Bomb still in the hands of Breach.
Yeah, a little bit of lucky protection coverage right there for Capsidal to get taken down before he got the next free kill, but Skies was there to help his boy, and well, now you're in a 2v2. And each teammate right now responsible for a bomb site on defense, but they obviously know that Skies is here, but it looks like instead of dealing with him, they might want to go deal with that snipe potentially on the flip side. Vivid is wrapping back, and he might be here just a little bit too late.
Oh, not too late. Just in the nick of time to take care of Methodz, but you still have to worry about Nero. Bomb planted now, 2v1 situation. Vivid from up top. Here comes the tags. Here comes the teamwork, though, and that is going to get it. Nice work out of the Mutineers. Man, brilliant stuff, though, to read the push over towards the A-bomb site. You see both the nades and the tacticals come out. You think, okay, they've committed to this one, but no, it was just a ruse. That fast rotation for the Mutineers really saved the day, and Skies, off to the dunes he goes.
I mean, you know, Skies 2 for 2 right there for protecting Vivid, like, from the outside while he's getting challenged and winning his team that round. But I gotta say, I mean, Boston on defense, flying up trains, all the confidence in the world, going on these fast flanks repeatedly. And on offense, Boston just bursting through the middle of the map, completely getting control. And like both Capsidal and I think TJ the other time, I mean, both on offense and defense, Boston are living inside of Florida's spawn. I mean, granted, it's a tied up game, but Breach has certainly been making moves.
Like Florida also, though, learning on the fly, certainly adapting to the mistakes they were making earlier, and now see if they can't find something of it. Skies has got a gift for Nero. Here it comes. Whoa, 57 so HP. Great throw, though. Not able to quite land the entire kill, but for now, Mutineers still holding over mid. Same can be said. Oh, no. Methodz with the first blood. A big one over by the B side of the map. That's going to give, you know, the numbers certainly towards Breach there, but here comes the bomb towards A.
Look who's here, though. I mean, Capsidal again, just playing aggressive in the trains. He spots Awakening up top just to feed his team that intel. And
huge
piece of candy, free kill, knows where Awakening is. Easy 2-piece for him. And Skies, best of luck in this 1 versus 4 where you have no map control and you are completely surrounded.
Wow, Capsidal, what a slow and sensible push that was. Holds off on the trigger as well, getting the full lay of the land before letting rip. Saw the player up top, catches out of TJHaly, and Awakening's here for the trades. Bang! Beautiful stuff from Capsidal.
And again, just dominating the outside of trains. I mean, again, on offense and defense, Boston are just trying to own the map as much as possible. And honestly, sort of playing around the snipe as best as you possibly can. So they are just consistently making these plays, and admittedly, still a very tight game. Florida's certainly not out of it, but they just had a lot of problems to solve. But this is the, if you can do it, I can do it better strat from Florida, stacking up that A site, trying to make that hard counter.
And they're actually going to wrap a little fast here, but the heavy commit towards B is already paying off for Boston Breach. Vivid trying to find something here. He spotted Capsidal out. This might be a nice nade. Lands it. Big damage. Not enough to get the kill, though. Here comes the remaining members of the Mutineers. Awakening through mid. Awakening with 2. Straight onto the bomb. We're going to go there for Vivid now. This is huge. Massive coverage opportunity now for Skies. Can he go 3 for 3 on keeping Vivid alive? This is to keep him in the map. Gets it. We're going to round 11.
Round 11 we go, man. The sneak diffuses. That is the way of Vanguard. And by the hair of his chinny chin chin, he gets it. But hey, that quick commitment is there. The nade's on point to send out Awakening for the 2-piece. I mean, again, Boston have had the advantage in the majority of these rounds in this game, but Florida have turned into maybe 2 or 3 nice clutches just to get to this round 11 moment. And obviously for Florida, they need it. You do not want to go 2-0 down in this series. And Florida will be on the attack. I think Vivid barely misses a shot on the cross, so I think they know Capsidal is out here. That's why you hear the nades ringing out.
Oh, here they go! Straight to Capsidal, Awakening with the opening blood. TJ trying to respond fast here, and it's a fast round indeed. TJ and Methodz land the nades. Vivid's now so tagged up, has to run for it. Dave Paddy, reinforcements on the way, but now he's his own reinforcements, the last man up, and here we go, Boston! An absolute slaughter in round 11. Wow, what a search and destroy. That one came to a close a little too fast.
And that is a search and destroy where I think, at least for that round 11, both of those teams, the comms, had to have been furious. I mean, as quick as you can be. If you have Vivid calling out one player crossed, and what happens for Florida? Hit him out as quickly as possible. Whoever that player was, I think it was Capsidal, is then screaming at his teammates, everyone is on bomb, please throw your nades. And well, 2 nade kills in that final round just softens that blow and makes Boston Breach's round that much easier. Incredibly close game. Florida had a couple nice clutches, but that is 4 players for Florida going negative in that search and destroy. I mean, a weird round 11, but that I mean, it was close to being a dominant Boston performance. It was close.
Really close. I mean, a brilliant turnaround in a few of those rounds again for the Mutineers, but woo, what a map that was, friends. That was a spicy one indeed. You can never doubt, you know, Breach and Mutineers when it comes to a good Desert Siege. They've yet to fail us, friends. Well, with that, we need to take a break. I need to calm down a wee bit. We're going to throw it a quick commercial, but we come back. We got ourselves more Call of Duty League action.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
Full, and he'll have some words for Crimsix. Forcing the issue of Mikey's inside of the face, and that's going to be 5 in a row.
There's 2, there's 3.
HyDra neighborinos, welcome back. We are 2-0 up in the series for Boston Breach, going up now into control. And this is he looks at the last round, that sweet round 11. Again, we just saw there in Desert Siege. Absolute heroics. The Mutineers there, brilliant stuff. But in the end, just a little too something special. Boston Breach, they just love those round 11s, Chance.
I can't hate them, especially when you're winning them like that. Clutch on Desert Siege as well, and that is a nice one for them to get a little cushion in the series. And I mean, funnily enough for Boston, obviously this series is not yet over. But they have a win against Toronto. They've gotten wins against all of the middle of the pack teams and sort of separated themselves in stage 2, ironed out some of their inconsistencies. Nero and Capsidal a little bit more consistent. And I know their next match is London, and that is probably the true test for this team. But I mean, Miles, they may have set themselves apart.
Well, if they can take on London as well, I mean, that changes the way we look at Boston Breach entirely. Now, quick look at their stats. This is Gavutu controlled, and obviously it's not great. It's not amazing, but now we're playing, of course, with segments in play. This should be real different.
Yes. Okay, so all these stats, horrible on Gavutu control. They're 1-6 on this map, but Boston picked it in this series. Now, granted, at the Major, they played like Florida on Tuscan, and they got bullied out, lost 3-1, so that probably had an impact as well. But they're 4th overall on this map for their average ticks captured. And granted, it's not like being 4th overall. It's not like they're doing anything crazy, but they are towards the top of actually playing the objective. And if you got a man that has a 1.74 KD, you could run it up just a little bit more. I think Boston might be one of the very few teams that actually see a noticeable change in how good they are at control now that we're going over to segments, not kills. See if it actually pans out for them. And hey, they're making moves over towards B right off the rip.
Yep. So 2 players now on that ring side of the map. You got Methodz watching middle, and over towards the A side is going to be Nero now playing solo. Let's see what he can do. No kills just yet as a tense stalemate developing here across Gavutu Skies with that first blood. Capture progress starting to work out over towards A though, Chance.
And I think really the 2 players for Boston you have to zero in on are Nero and Capsidal, right? I think a 0.81 and 0.84 respectively. And for Cap, that's not a good start, excuse me. Dave able to take him down, and Florida maybe don't have a ton of control over towards A, but they got the rest of the map on lock, and Dave now soaring through. I think that is not even a single tick captured yet. Strong start for defense for Florida.
Indeed. Speaking of Spark, we'll see him play a little bit later on today with the LA Guerrillas, of course. Gunner's not feeling well. Speaking of not feeling well, Dave Patty, 1 HP, now taken care of. There we go. In comes Vivid. 1 trade to his name, no more to be had. Nero still capturing A. First segment gone. Note it down, friends. It's going to come into play if we have to go to the final round, and over towards B we go as well.
I was about to say, look at it. I mean, the players from Florida are so far away as well, but they just win the gunfights. I think that was what Dave Patty just rips them out of the tank. That could have been a very nice opening moment, and maybe still an opportunity for Boston to put a little bit of pressure on B, but they're a little bit slow to the jump, and I think maybe going back to the standard. Number 5 is going to be watching across Dave Patty maybe for the next one, and DJ just gets zapped. Any opportunities they could have had to go over towards B, they just get completely shut down. Less than 30 seconds on the clock now, but maybe still a little bit of time for Boston to try to set something up.
16 lives for Mutineers left on defense to throw at these zones and keep them safe and sound, but for now we might be saying goodbye to A. 29 seconds there on the clock. Progress at B as well. Oh baby, gotta go big now. They're gonna finish up A, no problem, but the battle's going over by B, and it's all onto Methodz. He's brought down now again, so 1 segment gone. A's taken care of as well. A great opening start here from the boys of Boston Breach as they're gonna continue to keep the pressure on. Mutineers battling to get out of spawn. This little headlock, but the rest of Breach have managed to keep him in for a brief period of time. That's a 5 spree now for Nero.
And you play for these streaks, I mean, hardcore. You take your time, you get your teammates to come out and bait for you. If Capsidal is in the middle of the map, send him forward and try to find those next 2 picks. A glide bomb on a map like this could absolutely be the difference maker. Less than a minute on the clock, though. Obviously, Florida, they have pumped the brakes, slowed this game down to a screeching halt. As I think in my mind, we're just waiting to see if Nero can actually find those next 2 kills.
He's trying, can't get it done. Skies assassinates him. Capsidal just on the outside of the zone. The second he touches foot in there, his presence will be given away. Vivid playing real sneaky. Dave Paddy taking care of business. Now Vivid looking to keep the spree going. Nice shots. That's 4 now in a row for him. 30 seconds remaining. Great job out of Florida to burn the clock here. Indeed. However, the presence still being felt. Breach now still approaching towards B. Dave Paddy from inside. The little water buffalo finds himself those kills. Google it, friends. You know what I'm talking about. Staying alive. 15 seconds, Johnson.
Yeah, I think right now Boston just haven't had, I mean, they've had quite a few opportunities to actually make progress over towards B and obviously have 1 tick, but most part just getting picked apart by the ARs along the way. Last-ditch effort, gunfight on point. Caps actually wins it, so the opportunity is still here.
Oh, it's still here indeed. TJ, he's got himself over towards Ring. The coverage is there. It's a 4-man hit now from the Mutineers, trying to get on board. Here we go. Pressure is on. Kills are through. That should be it. Whoa, there's the last player. TJ slides. Get on the point. He does. 0.4 of seconds left. He's stunned up. He's tagged up. He's doing this all alone right now. He secures a second segment. He may get killed here, but that was a crucial little moment of play when it comes to balancing the OBJ towards a potential final round.
Did he get that final segment, by the way? Did he actually secure number 2?
He did. He got number 2, baby.
And that might be the perfect round then that encapsulates why Boston, I think, actually are going to appreciate the change coming through. I mean, even if they get 1 tick, I think you're happy with that round over towards B. Get the second look at it just so I can be confirmed. I know it was very close, but yeah, there you go. Progress at B. So they were never really in a position to actually win that round on offense. Any opportunity they created, they got completely shut down. But they get the +5 on the ticks, and that's why I think Boston might like this change. Florida, they have their work cut out for.
Unbelievable stuff there from Breach. Great opening round for them. Over to the other side, though, Mutineers making their presence certainly felt over by B. They've got the kills, but not necessarily the progress towards that zone. So here we go. Foot race is on. Methodz keeping those players now, the Mutineers in their spawn. Dave Paddy trying to get out, and if he can, over towards B, they once again go. But the defense now from Breach holding the players from Mutineers back. Here comes Big Wake, though. Here comes Big Wake. Nice first opening kill. Couple more here to be had. Dave Paddy maintain the ring control, keep his team in the fight.
And this is brutal. I mean, you're just stuck in the spawn trap. You got Methodz just hanging out in your spawn, and this is just time and attention that you have to give to him. And it's not just Methodz. Capsidal's there, too, picking up the 2 pieces. And you're just stuck. You're in P1 praying for these kills. Everyone else trapped in their spawn. 0 ticks of progression. Like, you have not stepped foot on either point. And this is brutal. It is just the spawn trap of time, and like, kills be damned. Doesn't matter how close it is. We are over towards ticks in Florida. They are just being suffocated as Capsidal's running the show.
Capsidal's taking the lunch money right now. Final 10. This has been an unbelievable round of defense from Boston Breach. Methodz 11-7, 11-6 for Capsidal on the 5 spree. Makes it a 6. 1 more and he gets the glide bomb, but he is out of here. And man alive, Boston Breach 2-0 in control.
Yeah, and for all I care, Capsidal could pull out a sniper and look for a pick to get that glide bomb. If he can get that, that might well be done and dusted for the game. And again, this is a man that had a 0.81 or 0.84. I can't remember which is which, but very low KD on this map. And I mean, hey, now he's double positive. On top of the fact that, again, it is segments-based. Boston have actually had success on that map in this regard. They just never been able to pull defense for the round 5s. But, I mean, even if we get to that point, which... I mean, hey, you never know. We're 2 for 2 on defenses. Boston in a much stronger position. Let's see if Cap can get that glide.
3, 2, 1. No. 3, 2. No. Not going to happen, but he's waiting for it.
Maybe in like 13 seconds.
He's still playing it very patiently indeed. The rest of the team as well. Defenders over towards B for the Mutineers once again. It's going to be Skies this time.
Oh, he got killed.
He got killed. No glide. Nice shots out of Methodz there. Rips the tibbity top of Vivid off. TJ finding kills as well. Pressure now slowly starting to develop for the Boston Breach players. Wow, how's Zin still going? Kills are sweet. He pushes back Skies, keeps him suppressed. Dave Paddy's cap just got spotted there for a very brief moment. 8, first segment gone. Slowly but surely, we're going to see them work through that.
Hey, you're picking up a lot of kills as well. I mean, Sky's the last man to even try to defend. Methodz is there for the read. So, I mean, this is a strong start as well. You talk about the ticks. I think this is now +8 in the Boston Breach category. But obviously, if you got Methodz on a spree, TJ in the spawn, you never know. Might be able to turn it into an offensive win. So, Boston can afford to apply that pressure. Methodz can't quite find number 6. And Florida is there to shut him down. I I'd say for Boston right now, they're putting a lot of pressure in the spawn, but you do actually have to fight and get that P1 control before you really have any hope of ever capturing B.
That's Nero's job right now, trying to make it happen. Good timing on Awakening. That's going to be P1 in their hands. All he has to do is stay alive here. Oh boy, finding kills as well. 3 now for him. TJ, pressure on the back line. davePaDy wins it. Capsidal now reinforcing the front. Overalls the ring, becomes a conveyor belt of players marching forward now. More bodies on point. Nero's on a 5 spree here, potentially able to get streaks at 14 and 9 overall, looking for the kills. No one able to get in a B just yet. But here we go. The capture in position. This is the setup right now for Boston Breach. They've got the numbers. davePaDy thinning the herd right now. Oh, the skies as well. Wow. Methodz still fighting tooth and nail though, and Awakening now in this position surely puts this play to rest.
Yeah, Boston, they were way too cautious. I mean, they could have doubled up in the tank, got 2 bodies on point, but maybe once again just caught in a situation playing for streaks. Both Methodz, Capsidal, and Nero have all gone at least 5s and, well, choked it away for the glide. So certainly a missed opportunity for winning the round. Again, Boston, great at creating the opportunities, horrible at actually converting.
I shot at skies, staying alive. 10 lives the Mutineers remaining, 16 for Boston Breach. All that tells you is necessarily how aggressive a team can play right now, because again, the OBJ is the way to get it done these days in control. Plenty of Mutineers players out there, plenty of bullets. Guns are up for them, gunning them way down. Boston Breach starting to fall like flies. 12 lives to the 10 now, less than 30 seconds on the clock.
And I think I mean, they're +8 in the segments column, so even if Florida win their round on offense, like perfectly. Well, actually, I suppose they'll just win the game if that's the case. So, yeah, there you go for Florida. They're not going to get defense for the round 5. They're going to have to pull off an old offensive win at some point. Those final 10 seconds, maybe Capsidal trying to make a last-ditch effort hero play over towards B, but even he gets sniffed out. So Florida fairly clean on defense. Skies, by the way, will finish this round on a 5 spree, so maybe his opportunity to look for a glide bomb, but that segment battle, Boston firmly have that in their hands. They just have to clutch up 2 defensive rounds back to back.
Yeah, not impossible. It sounds a lot easier than it really is. Here we go for Mutineers. This is going to be a tough one. Offensive round win is essential. They have not had such luck on the objective, indeed, as the Boston Breach players have managed to steal away from them. Big stretch out of Vivid. Get yourselves back into the game, friends. This is it. Going to be a big one. This is map point for the Mutineers, just to keep them alive in the series, but they have to go huge here. Here we go, over towards A.
And again, Sky's got to keep in mind, he's got that 5 spree in the back pocket. Vivid, very aggressive through the middle of the map, and the timing might actually work out for him. He can make moves over towards B, but he does get caught. I don't think I've seen Sky's in a feed yet with the spree, so he's still on a 5, but an interesting little start for Florida.
Yeah, not bad at all. Now, while we're sitting here in the defensive round, Boston Breach need to make the comeback. Let's go for a quick listen in with Boston Breach.
Caesar. Oh, 2 top boat, 1 shot down, you low oil.
Yeah, low oil. He just ran out.
Then 1 top of boat. Okay, top of boat, Caesar.
Got it.
It's gonna be oil, right? I need backside boat.
Yeah, that's right. They're both on it. Are they? They were.
Okay.
Mark could be top boat now.
Okay.
You guys are fishing. Top the tower.
Okay, top of boat.
1 shot, top the tower.
Okay.
They're tower.
Top boat, Caesar, 1 shot. Top boat, Caesar, right side, 1 shot. I'm trying him.
I don't see him. He's there.
What's low? He's dead.
Awakening outside their hole, going cliff for time. I don't see this guy.
We missed him.
Low hole. He's climbing ladder.
Oil.
I heard that. I don't see him.
Oil Reese. Done.
Keep 5 nice. Good job.
Oh, low cliff.
Low cliff.
Dave's low cliff. He's low cliff.
Top cliff, Caesar.
Dave is low cliff.
Caesar 1 shot. Top.
Nice. Dave is still low cliff. Low left front. Okay, make it A. Don't fight it much longer. We have 22 lives. Yeah, nade. Absolute backside A. Guys, we have no one right. Wrap right.
Dave on me left. P5.
Okay.
Trying to get P5 on me, Dave.
I'm netting A.
Bring him top ring right now. He's front house, Dave.
Yeah, I'm netting A.
Top ring dead. Dave's front house.
Nice. Okay.
Top house, weak, Dave, 1 shot. He's still top house. Our ring tank. Top house on point. We can fight that. Front house, man. Front house, Dave.
Front house, Dave.
One shot point. Did you get him off? One shot.
Nice. No, top,
guys.
Yeah, naded.
Okay. We chalking up? We should chalk it.
Yeah, we got it. I'm gonna watch deep house 1.
Deep right truck, guys, 1 shot. Your ring's open.
I'm playing low right. Top ring's open. Okay, I got deep.
I'm just playing the tank here.
Okay.
They're top truck dead. I'm trying to push that ring. Top ring, wait. I'm lowering it.
Top ring, wait.
I'm lowering it.
I'm watching deep.
I spawned deep, guys. I'm spawning low.
I'm watching first cut. Hold deep for a sec. One's our mid tank. Caesar's outer ring on you. Top outer ring.
You stun me?
Yep, top outer
ring, yeah, our side.
Guys, give me first. Second cut. 10 points.
He's going to the ring.
A little bit of discourse chance in the comms, a little bit of confusion at times, but so far so good. Boston Breach going to lock this one down. Defense will hold remaining still for this moment in time, with less than a minute to work with. davePaDy He's in trouble.
Oh,
wow.
my God.
That's up. Wow, that's up. What? Okay, he's gone. Dangerous man to kill.
If he's winning the impossible gunfights, by the way, he's got 2 players actually sort of coming through these mid-cuts, so you find the opening to the point. Vivid and Dave Patty have the opportunity to hop this and at least try to keep things close. Everyone for Boston turtle up in the back left right now. Dave jumps over. He spots 4 players, but he takes the chow and he falls. And for Florida, well, now you get wiped out. You still have that P1 control, but no pressure towards the actual point. You need to win a series of gunfights and rolling your way through the front. That's the name of the game.
20 seconds. This is it. Mutineers got to get on the point, trying to slow this one down. A couple of plays there. No, the numbers start to thin. Methodz with the kills. No lives left now for Boston, though, because that could make things different. You have to wait for the reinforcements, though. Sky's got to live. He can't make the play alone. He can't get it done alone. And with him dying, that is it. The play is done. The effort was there, but not enough. We will go to that final round. Boston Breach will remain on defense. They capture the most segments throughout the match. And here we go. One final swing at it. Florida, you had your practice round. Now it's time for the real deal. This is to stay alive in this series.
And I'm telling you, Boston, again, they picked this map. They knew they were getting into. They have a 1-6 record. They had 2 players with like 0.8 KDs. And that means if you're not slaying on this map, until this moment, you would be getting defense or offense, excuse me, guaranteed for the round 5, which obviously Boston, they have not won an offensive round. It is not easy. They've won like 12% of them, something like that. But they're actually decent at capturing the objective, getting a couple ticks so they get that defense. But it is a massive B stack by both teams.
Flying through the beach as we go. Awakening win a big one. Vivid as well. Nero's going to have to back up, get on the defense real quick because here come the Mutineers. They are flying forward indeed. Flag flown high, but that is going to be a set of kills out of Methodz and Nero to slow down the front 2 players up. Skies now has to hold this line down. Keep ringside safe, allow the reinforcements to pour on through. You can see Awakening go towards A, though, for a brief moment chance, trying to keep the members of the Boston Breach guessing.
And funnily enough, Boston, they didn't really rat back for this in time, so they've let players get out onto this B point, trying to go for that P1 control, but Dave is here. I mean, you have Capsidal, he's in their spawn, but if you're out on B, you don't really mind, and a couple big gunfights being won. Sky's still around, he's got Awakening for the cover, and Nero is gonna fall, but the nade from TJ off spawn. I mean, little hero moments like that, just to try to save that point where, I mean, I don't even think a single tick has been captured yet, and Awakening is gonna fall. So much effort for Florida, couldn't even get that first hit.
Yeah, I know, and that's 35 seconds remaining here. This could be the end. Over towards A, we finally go. TJ trying to clear out ringside, does get it done. That means B's safe for now. Here comes the pressure towards A, trying to get these players off of it, because again, 34 seconds, a couple of kills, 1 wave of spawns. You've won the match, Boston. Here we go. Trying to make their way towards A. It's a slow and steady approach. Here comes the breach, quite literally, on the bottom side of the ship. TJ's on a spree. Methodz gets the players off point for now. Here comes TJ, still with a hot hand, desperately trying to find the kills. This could be the death knell for the Mutineers here in the series. Cleans out top boat. 2 members remaining down low as the clock keeps on ticking, Chance.
I mean, you just have to massively outslay Florida. Their only hope of winning this is going to be a 4-man wipe to get control. And Awakening, nice gunfight win, maybe to kick things off. And you even have number 8, Vivid, wrapping around to try to get that ring control, because that is one of the most important parts of the map. And Cine, I mean, just guns him to beg. You get the wipe on the hill, in Boston looking like a hot 3-0 in the series, keeping their like series record alive through stage 2. They're staring at 4-0, Miles. They are doing it.
They're staring at it, and here it goes. The final few seconds. No one is able to get to the point. The Florida Mutineers B hit did not work out. They wasted too much time, sadly, and in the end, it was a final 30 to play with, and the defense was just too much for them. Boston Breach, GG's, a 3-0, and not the most, tremendously decisive there when it came to the control. But hey, man, the segments, Chance, you brought this up. One of the teams that was going to benefit from that major change in control was Boston, and I will say, after that opening round, by the time we got into the second, they were up by 8 segments captured there, guaranteed themselves that round 5 defense.
Yeah, I mean, kills has always been the problem for that team, especially on GVU2 control, but kills aren't the bigger deal anymore. And I mean, honestly, kills wasn't the problem that game. Both Methodz and TJ, putting in work. But I mean, Nero was going on sprees at one point. Capsidal was going on sprees at one point. So, I mean, that is just a well-oiled machine of a team. Happy for the segments change, and Boston, that's their biggest thing, man. Control has been the thorn in their side all year long. They've always been solid at S&D. They've been getting better and better at the hard points, and I mean, they're starting to look a little bit dangerous, man. Separating themselves from the middle of the pack. I don't know if I want to say that they are contender just yet. I know their series against the Royal Ravens will be an incredible one to watch tomorrow and might give us that early indication. But I mean, Boston so far this year have been incredibly impressive.
Very, very impressive. Again, what a debut here in the Call of Duty League for the organization as well, winning fans and quite a strong brand image, has to be said as well. But here we go, looking across the highlights here of this GVU2 control, and it was all Boston. Florida with a nice set of couple of rounds there, but unable to close out those 2 final offensive rounds. A difficult task at the best of times. You got Boston Breach playing as well as they were. A very, very tough one indeed. Mutineers, commiserations once again. This will be a big loss for them, again, going into that major. For the Boston Breach players, mate, the sky seems to be the limit. That London matchup tomorrow, it is going to be a banger, my friend. You are not wrong.
And I'd say for Florida, I think well, we were talking about this before, Miles. One of the worst things that Florida could have done was lose 3-0 because they're actually doing okay on the maps when it comes to tie breaks. Losing 3-0 is a worst case scenario for Florida in this moment. I still think they might be good for winners bracket. We have to wait for a couple more series to decide it. But I mean, whether or not that's the case, I'd say for Florida, they just struggle against the top teams. I think you get 3-0'd by OpTic. They lost 3-1 to Atlanta FaZe. Now Boston's 3-0 as well. So they have a great deal of success against the team towards the bottom end. But I mean, Florida might just be sort of stuck in that middle of the pack moment. Maybe when the major comes around, they can crank it up for LAN. But I mean, so far right now, 2-3 record overall for stage 2, subpar.
There's always going to be a dark horse at every single LAN event, and this major upcoming. Can't wait to see you all next week, by the way, friends. It's going to be an absolute treat. But Desk, I want to see you guys. What did you make of that last series, lads?
First off, I can't wait to see you and your little beautiful accent next week, man. I miss you and Chance, by the way. There we go. I thought it was a good series, man. Especially, well, it was a good series for Boston. Florida, in my opinion, is kind of like the same old, same old. We keep the games close, but we just can't close out.
It's just more of a story of Boston just getting better.
Yes.
I mean, we talk about that series. Kind of went as planned. We discussed like maps 1 and 2, the advantage going over towards Boston Breach. They're able to take it out, especially in that game 2. That was a big win on that Desert Siege. But then you look at that game 3. That's really where they made the most improvements. And big shout out to Chance. He was talking about it. If you guys are listening, he was saying how the ticks have completely changed the dynamic for them. They had been losing GVU2 because they didn't have defense when it gets to the round 5. And I didn't really think about that. But yeah, that is a huge difference for them. They're able to just shut them out on their first defense, which stops Florida from getting ticks and then puts them in a prime position to get defense in the very end, because kills, that is what was holding them back from getting defense at the end. And they're able to clutch up in control. Methods continuously going off. 1.74 headed into the map 3 throughout the series. Definitely made it better after that performance.
And close out the map 31-18. I mean, the IGL, the leader, like really stepping up in a big way like that. Oh, Zenny was all for the winning, man. That AR play was beautiful. We actually have a game field post-victory spotlight with the one and only Capsidal. And if you guys have never met this guy in person, he's a sweetheart. Cap, congrats on the big win, man. You guys are 4-0, undefeated in stage 2. The expectations has been through the roof. My question to you is, how does the team feel about that, and moving forward, where do you guys feel like you can be at the end of the day when Major II comes around?
Yeah, moving forward, I think we're in a really good spot. We're obviously 4-0 heading into our last match tomorrow against London, which is a really good team. So I think against our match against London will be the real test to see where we're truly at, because I believe and I speak for the team that we're a top 3 team.
Well, there we go. That's a big statement, Capsidal. Getting comfortable. You guys are looking good at 4-0. Got an opportunity to, or you're going to have a fantastic seed regardless of the outcome of tomorrow's match. But I want to ask you about control, because you guys played GVU2 today. It's been your worst map all season long in game mode. So what made you guys want to play it? Was it the tick update? You feeling more comfortable, or what was going on?
I feel like with the recent update, with it going to ticks, I think our team will actually start winning more controls than we have in the last spin. So since Major 1, we've been trying to crack down control, and I think the tips really benefit our team in general, because our team is really we're really focusing on our teamwork, and I feel like the tips just help with that, help us with our teamwork a lot.
One more follow-up question to that. I seen you pulling out the auto, a couple rounds of search and destroy, having it in the control. You're having a blast. Do you feel like you could be main AR somewhere at some point in your career?
I don't know. Maybe in the future.
It was looking good, though.
He's not old enough yet. Once you get around 24, 25 in your career, we'll put you on AR.
Get those early reps. There we go.
You know what I'm saying? Take a look at the KD, though, man. Yo, Cap, thumbs up all around. You're killing it. 1.19 of the day. Give Zenny a shout out for me as well. He's been actually going nuts. I'm pretty sure that you're happy with the progress your team has had. What do you want to say to your fans out there, because they're loving you? Twitter is nuts because of you guys.
I mean, hey, man, the fans are amazing. The support we have in general is actually just mind-blowing to us.
I really appreciate it. I think everyone else appreciates it too. Just keep supporting us, man. We're gonna finish out strong. We're gonna head into the major, and we're gonna do our thing.
That's smart rookie right there, man. Yeah, yo, Cap, I can't wait to see you in Minnesota. You take it easy, all right? Congrats on the win.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh, anytime. And so you want to talk about dominant performances as well. The AR play from Boston was beautiful. That last map in control. And actually, the scuff play of the game was when Boston said, nah, Florida, you're not getting any points from us.
Yeah, and these are going to be like the most important rounds now. I mean, they completely shut them out. I mean, this is like, I think our producer said it was a 92-second round of control. It's like one of the fastest rounds we've had ever. And they don't allow Florida to get a single tick. And this is what's going to put you in prime position. If you can come out on your first defense of the map and shut a team out, stop them from getting any ticks, you are in such a good position for that round 5 defense. Defense can be so overpowered in the nature of control in this game, and that's what Boston Breach did. We saw Capsidal get pushed up towards Cliff. He had an SMG and an AR in his hands, flip-flopping back and forth. You can get put in that spawn blender so easily. So the early round, especially on offense, you have to be on point. You have to take your time and try to avoid that trap. Because if you get in that trap, you're in a terrible spot.
You got that right. I was taking a look at the players at the beginning of the game, and I'm taking a look at even their face cams. Yo, okay, this isn't a diss to them, but like Skies and Vivid, like going against the teamwork of Boston, they were being shut down early, and especially when it came to big sprees from Boston, there was no catching up to them, right? But let's see if Boston can continue on this type of streak against London tomorrow. I'm not gonna lie, Cap versus Afro is gonna be crazy, but what's gonna be even crazier is the next matchup. We actually have the Los Angeles Guerrillas, and we're gonna see if another LA team that's gonna be on screen today is gonna pull out a big win in a big way, because they're gonna need it. It's gonna be against OpTic Texas. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break.
of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League. Welcome to Call of Duty League Resurgence, Rebirth Island. You versus the 12 CDL orgs. To be the best, you've got to beat the best. Sign up through April 7th to stand up and be counted. Those who dare win.
Dashy coming through with the pistol. That's going to be nearly the first. Pulls out the pistol and gets it done after a
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. OpTic Texas is about to take the stage against LAG, but here on the desk, yes, once again, we're missing aLLeY. She's out today. She's not feeling so good. aLLeY, we miss you. Hurry the hell up and come back, okay? My name is Veli. This is Nameless. And this is going to be a very interesting matchup. I believe so. Los Angeles Guerrillas, a team where they found some success here and there. The team can be streaky en route to wins, right? But going against a team like OpTic Texas, I mean, once that wall gets built, like, they shut teams out immediately.
Yeah, I mean, OpTic Texas has been lights out. We talked about it earlier on the pre-show, how good they've been, and they continuously are improving, especially on an individual basis. Like, we've seen players like iLLeY and Shotzzy really come into their own. Scump lately in Search and Destroy, he's been lights out. And they're testing out their map pool. I mean, in this series, once again, there's a Desert Siege, and there's no better team to play Desert Siege against than an LAG team that has been struggling in Search and Destroy. So for OpTic Texas is about, like, you know, finding those maps, getting better, and just being basically unbeatable. They're trying to do what Atlanta FaZe did last year, get every map to a point where they feel comfortable playing any team on it. And for the game field keys to victory, Dashy continued to put up MVP numbers. He's the best player in this game. He's shown it throughout, you know, Major 1 finals and throughout Major 2 qualifiers. 1.32 KD at this stage, picked up right where he left off. Expand your S&E map pool before the Major. 1-1 on Bocage, 0-2 on Desert Siege. What maps do we have in this series? Desert Siege and Bocage. So they're doing just that. And then Advantage Green Wall in map 3. 12-game control win streak. They've won their last 12 controls. That's 12 series in a row where they've dominated control. In this series, they have Gab, a map that they haven't played as much. So, you know, going into this, that could be them trying to expand their map pool once again, although they're already 3-0 on it.
That's stupid. Yo, by the way, for those of you at home, you want to know how crazy that stat is? They're currently 12-1 when it comes to control. That means after their first loss, they never lost again on control. OpTic closes out games, and
literally,
hey, control is their bread and butter, baby, but they're going to be facing Los Angeles Guerrillas, a team that can catch you off guard if one of these players catch hotness. And take a look at this team. They got a big win over Thieves in what, a game 5?
Yeah, you know, they did it by winning 2 hardpoints. They played pretty good throughout that series. We've seen Simp popping off. Slasher had one of his best series that we've seen thus far.
Yeah.
Gunless, who statistically has been the best player on this team since the beginning, will not be playing today, so they're going to have Spart. But Spart is a guy who has a ton of experience. experience, won the Cold War Challenger Finals. He had some cup wins last year, a bunch of different times, played with players like Saints, Drazah. So he has experience, and he's coming in on extreme short notice to fill some big shoes. So that's going to be tough.
You got that right. Coming into this year, LAG, they had a facelift. The team last year just wasn't cutting it. Shout out to my boy Mental, you just didn't make it, man. But for this team, yeah, they struggled at the beginning of the year, but now we're starting to see all the talk that we've been having about them this year. They're going absolutely insane. Asim is so consistent now, and seeing Slasher really get into the fold, this team looks entirely different. It's going to be a blow that Gunless isn't here because, in my opinion, he's their strongest player. Agreed. But I still want to see small moral victories, even if they can't win this game.
Yeah, and for the keys to victory for LAG, develop your GVU2 hardpoint game. LAG holding only 53% of hills on GVU2. They're 11th in the league. So going into this series, that being map number 1, it definitely has to be something to focus on. But despite that, they're still 2-1 on GVU2, so they've had success there before. And then also take advantage of the control switch. LAG 3rd in KD on offensive control, but 11th on offensive win percentage. So, you know, in the previous version of control, that was actually fantastic because you can ensure like defense at the very end if you're getting a lot of kills. But now, you know, get those kills and get on the point, stack it, get those ticks to, you know, get that advantage later on. Then also hit Tuscan hardpoint with the hot veto. OpTic 6-0 on the map this season. Well, unfortunately, that's map number 4. So they already playing Tuscan. I think, you know, it was a tough decision between Bocage and Tuscan for LAG, and they just decided to get rid of Bocage.
All right, seeing Spart on the roster. Hey, let's see if this works out. Who knows? Maybe this might inject something new into LAG in this match because they're definitely going to need it. And when it comes to pick'ems right now, Nameless, I mean, outright, I think we can both comfortably say the Green Wall are looking like the strongest team right here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they are testing out some map stuff, so there's some room for error here. Maybe in the Desert Siege, we'll see. Even like map 1 could be a little bit weird. So I'm going to go 3-1 OpTic Texas. I still think they end up closing it out. Even in their first match when they were testing maps versus LA Thieves, they closed it out in a game 5. So I have a lot of faith in this team now. They've proven it.
Best team in the game, best players in the game, OpTic 3-0. I mean, that's just it. I mean, the lady's singing right now. But ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and jump right into the game. Let's send this over to my boys Lando and Standy. Fellas, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, this is going to be an interesting series. As we said, Jay, the quick pivot made out of the LA Guerrillas in, bringing in Spart for Gunless. We wish the absolute best to Big P. Hope he is ready to fry when it comes to the Minnesota Major. But how do you feel about this matchup, right? For OpTic Texas, you know, testing out the vetoes a little bit. Meanwhile, they're in the race for the first seed versus a Boston Breach team who just got a 3-0.
Yeah, I was super excited about this matchup when we first saw it, like going into today. Obviously, you got the best team in the game in OpTic Texas, undefeated since they're basically their 3rd match in Major II Qualifiers. Insane stat coming in from the best team in the game, but they're going up against the LAG team who have found a lot of success throughout stage 2, but they are losing their most consistent player in every game mode, Gunless. He's unfortunately going to be out with the illness, like you said, so Spart has to come in today. And, like, this is a difficult series because if you're Spart, this is super quick. You got to go up against the best team in the game and to try to perform at your best, probably not knowing as much of the team strategy or the game plan going into this. So it's basically going to be all raw skill coming in from Spart. So the player that I think needs to step up to a whole different level today has to be aBeZy. aBeZy is unreal so far throughout stage 2, more specifically on this map, GVU2. Believe it or not, he's the 3rd AR on this team for LAG, and he's putting up the best KD right now with a 1.15. He needs to have the same exact impact here.
Yeah, but he'll pull out the MP40 for our opening hill, and for good reason, as we love to say it. P1 is basically a money hill on a majority of maps as the final 1v1 comes into Hook versus Shotzzy, a constant battle that we will see throughout this series, as it will be Shotzzy answering early for OpTic Texas. Into the mix we go, and as we said, a lot of the focus is going to be onto that man Spart, not making his CDL debut, not making his LAG debut, but making his debut for this team as Dashy puts away 4. Spart making his debut in Vanguard. I was going to say for a moment, Dashy did not look to be in a great position, but he answers through early. Jay, there's no time to talk about information. There's no stats to throw out here either. Dashy is piecing, and we are into the mix. A great start at P1 for Texas, as now it's time for bottom bow.
And one thing that really scares me is when you're going up against this OpTic Texas team is how much slaying power they have on this roster. If you're LAG, you've been playing great throughout Stage 3. aBeZy really has just been stepping up to a whole different level. You need to have that same slaying impact because you need to try to take one of these hard points. With a brand new player on your team, S&D is going to be a little funky, and then you're going up against the best team in control. So one of the hard points needs to go in favor of LAG, but like Nameless said on the desk, I feel like OpTic should be able to walk away with it in less than 5.
Yeah, we'll see what LAG look to provide us with. As we said, a team that has struggled in the holding percentage for hard points, and so far that is being tested right now at the bottom side of the boat and doing a good job at holding off a few of the pushes that OpTic look to make. Texas will have the spawns prepared for B. Just unfortunately takes a little bit of a tumble off the map. I think that's what ends up causing the overall fight to be traded on out, but so far a pretty even game throughout a majority of it. Hills being traded either which way. And Hook looks to try to make the play now toward the flank, as that will be the focus out of the Guerrillas end. We'll see if they can get it done. Great work from P1, and now they'll have the close spawns as well toward the back.
This is where it can get scary because OpTic, they know. They wanted to give up that back. They want to fight for top ring control. They are trying to flip these spawns immediately and chain it to that P4 hard point. But LAG, they do a great job at securing this time, finding every single kill in the feed. Now with 35 seconds left, this is going to allow Slasher to potentially make a play on the flank. He gets taken down. So all of OpTic trying to attack this from the front, but with 30 seconds left, you have to make sure someone's playing safe, rotating towards Cliff, because that P4 is a money hill.
Without question, Asim able to drop 1 toward P1 after being traded out. So overall, a net positive hill without question for the Guerrillas. We were talking about how it did not look good in the early stages of that HP, but they break from the back, and it's going to work out quite nicely. iLLeY sitting toward the top side of the gun, as he'll try to slow down that push that the Guerrillas were going to have to make. It's a long jaunt throughout the middle map of Gavutu. Quite a few steps that you're going to have to take. A journey indeed, as Scump will look now to try to silence him. Cuts down the newcomer in Spart, and that will free up the lanes for OpTic Texas. A great little play there, a great sequence for OpTic Texas to go on. But LAG now up close. We'll see what they can do. Now as 3 strong come through the cliff.
Yeah, LAG, they're just trying to flood through cliffside, trying to attack this from the front, forcing all of OpTic to basically be trapped in the back. But look at number 7, Shotzzy, the route man, is able to push his way all the way through ring, finds that kill onto aBeZy. That's going to be 3 dead. Last player up is at Cliff. So the spawns are still not going to be in the back for for LAG. But if you're Shotzzy, this has been great work to allow your teammates to get out of this back spawn. If he can pick up this kill, that's even better. But aBeZy takes him down. OpTic, they retake control of the lead. Now you just have to start thinking about that rotation.
Do indeed, and as we said, it cannot be understated how important that this hard point is from this LAG side, a team that won both the hard points yesterday versus the LA Thieves. Jay, you and I were impressed with their play, their tenacity, right, to bring it back after being down 2-1 in the series. And the primary guy that led the way was Asim in that opening Tuscan hard point, already off to a great showing at 12-10. He and the boys look to hold on to this money hill at P5.
And so far, they're doing a great job of doing so. OpTic still have the spawns coming in toward back red tower, as they're able to break in on this hard point. aBeZy trying to do everything he can to cause problems, but OpTic right now up by a good 13 seconds or 28 seconds left. You have to start thinking about those rotations. Let's step aside now. OpTic have a 20-point lead. Here are the comms are sounding.
Guys, I'm gonna need help P1.
Yeah, here they are.
I'm going their side though.
I'm going our side. I'm going
like a rap P1.
Yeah, get back top ship.
No top boat. One could have got through me,
Yeah, one guy could be P1, guys. I only have their side, okay?
Yo,
their side
yeah,
P1.
he's our here.
You
trying to give me top? Absolute. I could probably get an angle.
I'm pinching.
No, what is P4?
I got 1.
When is that play?
On me.
Yeah, I'm still holding time.
On me, bunker.
Yo, watch out.
Bunker, one shot, Kyler, right now.
Wait, their side. Our side. He went P4. He probably goes up.
Are you? Yeah, I'm needing it. I'm going from mid-stairs. Are you? Yeah, watch your. Yeah, I'm going from mid-stairs as well. Yo, our rock. Our side. One gonna be our side. One gonna be our side. Our side as well.
Their stairs weak.
Our side.
We're looking for one.
Our side not challenging.
Yeah, I'll take the other guy our side.
And mid-stairs. Yeah, keep ironing it. One guy's our side.
So I don't see him our side.
Dude, one's their side also. Our side.
Wait, Ender, I have help.
Like green time.
I'm needing it. I need outer set. He's there.
I needed Ender.
Outer challenging me. Our side. He's green. Good shit, set.
Oh, when is that?
Set really good 25.
Alright, when is it? When is it new? When is it new?
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Yeah,
we can push you out as well. I still never set that on team.
Yo, what's up P5?
I sent their side.
Flash. He's at the boxes.
He's nading over, I think, Ender.
Are you?
He's like
I don't see him set.
He's like, I think he's on top of man.
I'm nading. I'm watching outside.
How about these comms out of OpTic Texas? They know where everybody is. You take a step on the map, they know exactly where you are headed.
Great little moment there for OpTic as they reinforce the lead in map 1 of this series. Let's go ahead and see how the comms are sounding on the other end. The listed now with the Guerrillas.
Could he be hold?
These guys look
I'm looking zig.
I spawn cliff.
I think what's top green on me, guys.
Get him. I'm seeing it. Yo, back
beat on tank, done. I'm seeing top green. Nice, good job.
You're still in the pin.
Yo, mid stairs, Ender, that's him.
There, that's him.
Where's the other one?
Seth. He's there, mid stairs.
That's probably close.
Hey, get me close, I'm looking. I'm shouting one. Yo, he's beat on you. Their side beat on. Another guy there, hold. Back there, green.
I got one there.
Low propane. Okay, back green.
I got low propane. Dashy, top green.
They beat on, done.
Top green, Dashy, last guy.
Top green, child me.
I'm getting to you guys.
I'm trying to stay down. I'm helping you on it.
He's on me in time,
Shotzzy's above you.
Beat on top. I'm on you guys.
Top
and beat on.
Last two are old.
I'm on you guys.
We gotta help him.
Beat on. He's still
Yo, we can get your top gun. I got your top gun.
I'm spawning deepest.
Got your top gun.
In the back, Ender, one shot. Absolutely beat on.
Another one flying at you. Weak.
Head. One's gonna work up ring on you.
Is he?
Weak, old.
Yo, he got me in the back. He's flying at you, Ender
dead. What's ring?
We gotta help us.
Both of these listeners between both of these teams were intense, but you can just tell, you can feel that LAG have a different roster in this series because all three of their main players are just stepping up in the comms. Spart is just sinking in like, all right, I'm watching this, but everyone else is stepping up, giving the little small talks like, hey, I'm watching the back, make sure you watch the front. You even heard Hook just basically shut down Spart in one situation. He was trying to pick up a cut, and Hook said, no, I got that, don't worry about it. You can just tell that LAG, they're into this game. The only thing is it's not really leading up to points. Is OpTic, they were able to hit this rotation over towards P3, and now they have a 60-point lead. Shotzzy on the flank finds 2. This remaining 20 seconds should go in favor of OpTic.
Yeah, difficult spot already for the Guerrillas. I mean, what, they try to contest that. They get brought down early, but they're staring at the hill. They got 40 seconds. It's like, guys, I know we have to try to break this, but it just doesn't look likely. Both waves get shut down, and just like that, OpTic Texas fly their way into the lead. 30 seconds left before this one is going to be called theirs. A team that often dominates opening hard points. They love to come out and punch you in the mouth. We'll see if LAG, in fact, can be lights out toward the stretch of this hard point, locking things down right now over toward the back tower. Seam specifically now sitting on 2 in a row, has to do the work with the pistol, not successful in doing it. OpTic break from the front, and they have got great control. A W absolutely can happen here as the Guerrillas will do everything in their power to stop what just feels like a momentum train on the Texas side.
Yeah, but LAG, they were able to do a great job of just using that trap to their advantage. Now all of OpTic spawning out towards the back. If you're iLLeY, you have to try to hit this route. And I know you guys probably feel a little frustrated with me every time I keep saying the route, but it's the purple. It's throwing me off. Let me tell you, the purple is so identical. OpTic are able to find 3 kills, able to break in with about 15 seconds remaining on that point. They're not able to close it out here, but they're going to get pretty damn close to that 250 mark.
It's okay, Jay. You're just seeing a purple team just get handled in that point. It's just the way that it is. I'm sorry, Marky B. I shouldn't have said that. That's on me, buddy. I apologize for the slander, but no, 3 points left for OpTic Texas calls this game theirs. Scump is absolutely frying most kills in the lobby. Sits at 25 and 16. He's waiting for the rest of the teammates to try to join alongside of him, but there is Hook with the answer. Again, 40 very valuable points for the Guerrillas, but with only 3 more points remaining for OpTic. We'll see what LAG have brewed on up. That's going to be control as they finally do hop inside of the hill. Streaks would be massive, but just cut down 1 short. That's got to hurt on the LAG end, but with 20 seconds left, OpTic may look to go for the break or for the rotation. It appears that they have multiple players thinking about either scenario.
Yeah, they've done both. Shotzzy wins a huge 1-on-1, make it a huge 2-piece coming in towards this rotation of this P1 hardpoint. As OpTic are not going to try to contest P5 any longer, but LAG, they need to get their step on it. They need to break in now.
It's going to have to be now. It's going to have to be this moment. Final seconds, and that will be the game. An uphill battle for LAG toward the end of this hardpoint, but OpTic Texas, despite not playing a Gavutu yet throughout our Major II qualifiers, will already end things out at a perfect 1-0 record. You love to see it, but again, it's difficult, right, Jay? As we talked about it, right? Guerrillas with a substitute. We heard it in the comms. Everybody getting vocal. It's hard to take a lot. Obviously, if you're an LAG fan, it's hard to take a look at this series and be like, yeah, they should have done this differently. Given the fact that it's a new roster, not a bad performance. And a player like Spart, -6. And as we said, versus the best team right now in the game.
Definitely not a bad performance from LAG. I think the biggest hard point in between both of these teams on that map, number one, had to be the P1. OpTic were able to do a great job of it the first go around, and the second go around, LAG, they were actually early to the rotation, but then OpTic do a great job of just finding all those kills. They were able to get at least a good 40 seconds on the second rotation of that P1, and that was the game changer, because once you find all that time on that P1, you'll be able to at least chain a couple seconds to that P2, especially if you control the spawns chaining towards that back P3. OpTic was just in control from start to finish of this game. The biggest turning point though, like if Hook was able to pick up that potential glide bomb top ship, it probably would have got a little scary for OpTic rotating towards P1, but OpTic, they do what they need to do. Shotzzy finds himself early in rotation, picks up the first, and then finds the second to win that rotation battle and eventually close out this map number one for OpTic.
Yeah, and really at this point in the game, right, where if we were to freeze frame it at like 118 to 172, it just never really felt panicked from the OpTic end. It just always felt in control. It felt like they were in primary positions for the rotation. And while there was a moment, right, where the break happens at P5, it just felt as if they were always ready to close out this game at a moment's notice. They do exactly that. And as we said, a roster that has done great jobs across the board in multiple different game modes, whether it's search, destroy, control, or hardpoint. Their opening HPs are what oftentimes can really stun the opponent. It can really catch them off guard. Obviously, this Guerrilla roster in a different type of situation for the moment. But as we said, that opening HP record only looks to grow for this OpTic side as they will close out Gavutsu hardpoint 250 to 210. But now, Desert Siege, Search, Destroy, some familiar yet unfamiliar territory. If you're OpTic, Jay, we talked about this coming into the series. Are we going to see a test of those vetoes? Is there going to be a map or two thrown in here that OpTic are going to try to work on, given the fact that they do have Atlanta and the Major coming up? What are your thoughts on that Desert Siege pick for map 2?
Obviously, the Desert Siege hasn't been in favor of OpTic. They're sitting at 0-2 on that map compared to LAG, who are 2-1. But this is like the perfect situation for OpTic to come in here and try to play these maps. They basically have 4 maps in this entire series that they don't really like to play a lot. But when you're trying to be the best team in the game, it's all about improving on those maps that you don't like to play a lot, expanding your map pool. And this is one of those series that now, with the gunless substitution coming in, it's even better for OpTic because you're not going up against the complete team. It probably is going to throw off your confidence a little bit because LAG, they are really good at this map with gunless on the roster. So if OpTic come out, they get a 6-3 win, they're probably like, oh yeah, we turned up tremendously on Desert Siege. Like, our strategies are working, but this is not going to be their full complete roster. If you're OpTic, what you want to focus on is just making sure that your teamwork is on point like it has been throughout all of stage 2. Their current search and destroy record is sitting at 3-1. Beautiful stuff coming in from them. Going up against a team like LAG with the substitute, they should be able to capitalize on this search and destroy here.
Yeah, we'll go and take a look at our top performers in search and destroy so far. Throughout the season, it is Hook, aka good old Kyler Garland, on one end, while it is Dashy on the other for OpTic. I hope the production has got his headshot ready, Jay, because it feels like they're using him in every single game mode, and for good reason, right? The guy is just one of the best players in the game, and without a doubt, one of the front runners for MVP.
Yeah, he's literally MVP. I'm pretty sure he's dominating in every single mode. He's still #1 overall in control. He has the best KD currently right now in Search and Destroy. And him and Shotzzy got to go back and forth between each other in the hard points as well. Dashy has just been playing out of this world, and I couldn't be more proud, man, because when he started his career, I gave him the opportunity on Straight Rippin', and just to see the growth that he's won. Obviously, he wins his first championship and then has a 3-year drought, but then he answers back at Major 1 right where he left off, man. I knew from the get-go that he was one of the most talented individual players I've ever played with, and I feel like finally now, with this team underneath his belt, sitting side by side, he's playing the best he's ever been.
Yeah, without question. I mean, it feels like the entire team has nothing but positives to say about his level of play, even his communication, the things that people talked about maybe were lacking over the past few years. We talk about practice, all of those different things. Like I said, the coaching staff, everybody in this OpTic Texas franchise have absolutely loved the productivity that they have seen from Dashy. Breaking Point as well just put out a great little documentary. Feel free to check that out on good old Bruce. Get ready for some Desert Siege. The King has been dominant so far throughout our series. It's only been one game, but we know what we know about Siege is it can be a fun one to watch, as we saw in our last series. OpTic off of a 6-0 smacking versus LAT, where they were on the bitter end of that. We'll see if the adjustments are made properly. The Scump gets right into the mix, a 1-for-1 trade.
1-for-1, and you see Shotzzy. I was actually tuning into his stream when he figured out that jump up into top palace. Hook is able to get out with his life. So then the bomb is going to be down towards bottom mid. Hook still in a great position. Watching over that bomb. Just trying to get perfect timing on Shotzzy when he decides to pick up this bomb. This is just difficult because now you're allowing aLLeY to take positioning. Slash is able to find the second, make it a 3v2.
Oh, just to his left, able to find one on the Hook. A great reply is all the kills coming in toward bottom palace, and Shotzzy may have another one up close, and you love him. To win fights like that in close quarters, it is all on to Spart, who, much like Gunless, is running the very same role. The sniper on Desert Siege, round the corner he comes, finds one with the pistol, and now has to answer with the snipe. Can he go big? It's the sniper 1v1, baby. You love to see it. Who's gonna walk away? Dashy throws out the stun, and will finish things off with the pistol. A decent play right there from Spart as he gave it his all. But Texas, too many men, and good map control there out of Dashy.
I was ready for the sniper battle, man. I was ready for the quick scope between both of those guys. I thought Spart, he put himself in a great position once the 1v2 was on. He finds that first kill onto Shotzzy, but then Dashy playing lower trenchy. Just he has the positioning. He was able to close out the round. Good first round coming in from OpTic. All on Scump, finding that first barrel into Palace. Shotzzy eventually finds the last two. That's what makes Shotzzy so difficult to deal with in Search and Destroy, because he's everywhere at every time.
Oh, it's Scump. Quickly answering again. In the early stages of these rounds, did the same thing in round number 1. But as you said, buddy, it's going to be so difficult to try to handle Scump and Shotzzy over at bottom Palace. Does aLLeY sit firmly toward the backside of A? Really just waiting for a pick, maybe hoping that somebody will show themselves, or maybe relying on somebody like Slasher to come through with an automaton from range. But OpTic not giving anything, as it could be the bomb rotation over at B, and that's a great pick there from Slasher to set it up.
Makes it a 3v3 now, and Slasher, just to touch on him a little bit more, throughout stage 1, his S&D KD was terrible. He was sitting at like a 0.8, and every time you think about Slasher, he's usually going to step up in S&D. So far throughout stage 2, he's sitting at a 1.2. He's really turned this around for this aLLeY team, putting a lot of work in Search and Destroy. And as I say that, though, Shotzzy does find that kill onto Spart. Forces all up to the Liddy Goat in a 1v2 situation.
And we'll see if all those S&D wagers have paid off. A 1v2 on Siege. He's been in this spot many times recently, and now he's called upon again. Does not spot Shotzzy on the defuse. iLLeY's there to distract him, and the cover fire is perfect. The defuse call is perfect. It is the Young Guns coming up clutch versus the Vet. Great work there for Texas, and I know we give a lot of props to Slasher, Jay, and obviously deservedly so, but just a great call there for Shotzzy to be sent onto the bomb. Slasher never knew he was there, and it feels like regardless of if that 1v1 even happens between him and Ender, it was going to be a defuse no matter what.
Yeah, it was difficult for Slasher to try to walk away with that round. Shotzzy, once again, just being that playmaker. He works his way through that B bomb, works his way around the late flank, and finds another 2 kills on the round, and eventually sticks that defuse to close it out. So OpTic up 2-0. aLLeY, this time they're going to be a little bit more aggressive towards that B bomb. They're going to give up Palace completely, and this should be a free A bomb plant for the OpTic.
They've got a lot of pressure though at B. Seam around the corner and picture perfect placement in the reticle onto Scump, and Slasher will answer onto iLLeY, getting his revenge in the 1v1 battles from last round. But Dashy once more answers with the snipe, and Shotzzy has got sights on everybody. The Ant-Man cutting him down. A 2 versus 1 instantly for Hook, and it's not fun times as Shotzzy will find the hat trick. Excellent plays on the flank. The information was found, and from there, the kills are aplenty.
I was getting ready to go into this round like, hey, that was beautiful teamwork coming out of aLLeY. Like, he challenges those intercepts, finds that first blood, and he knows that another guy on OpTic is going to go for the immediate challenge, and that's what Slasher finds the second. Now the 2v4, Dashy with the quickscope onto the first, but Shotzzy makes the play. Look at the replay. Works his way into top Palace, finds the 2-piece. It was a perfect execution. Great trigger discipline coming in out of Shotzzy to shoot that first guy that wasn't close, that wasn't looking at him, and then eventually finds the second. OpTic are just making this Search and Destroy look easy as iLLeY finds another first.
Yeah, another first blood. Shotzzy, I was going to say, might have a great angle. He and Dashy set up again. Is these two responsible for every kill throughout our last 2 rounds? Is he going to hop on the defuse? Are you serious? In plain sight!
In plain sight, he's hopping on a defuse. They get the kills anyway. It's fine. Nobody goes down for OpTic. Shotzzy has a free defuse, and that is a clean round there for OpTic. Jay, they can do no wrong right now, man.
Yeah, this is not looking good for LAG. You can just tell that even with the roster move or not, OpTic, they're just playing with so much confidence on this map. They've been probably putting a lot of work in on the back end. I gotta think, because a coach like Rambo Ray and Sender, like I used to team with Rambo, he's without a doubt, we got bad maps, we're gonna get better at them. And so far, this Desert Siege has been flawless from OpTic Texas as they are up 4-0, going back on the offensive round.
See if they can make it 5. LAG in desperate need of a round, calling upon the newcomer, who, as we said, was a part of this team back at MW. Happy to get the opportunity. It was such a great player last season. I know Nameless was mentioning his accolades and can absolutely do it with the sniper. Able to take Scump off of the plant, but the bomb does end up going down. So for the first time, LAG with numbers and with post-plant positioning, we'll see what they can do with it, as it's a trade in the middle side of the map in Palace. All up to Dashy and Shotzzy now.
And Shotzi's in a great spot. He spots one player crossing towards that bomb. He's not gonna see him on it as well, but he knows he's defusing. He finds both, tries to go for the third, not able to pick it up, and now it's a 1v1. Shotzzy does pick up that glide bomb, but with 13 seconds left, Dashy knows exactly what he needs to do is play the clock. But Hook finds the kill. Can he get the defuse? I think he got it. Hook, in just the nick of time, is able to find that kill onto Dashy and clutch up the round for LAG. I thought it was all shut down once Shotzzy finds that 2-piece, but Hook puts himself in a great position to at least find that trade and uses enough of that clock to get back to that bomb just in time to get that defuse. LAG finally get around.
That's all it took, Jay. That's all it took, but we still have to point out the highlights from Shotzzy. I mean, finds 2, puts a few shots into Hook, but not enough, as Hook Skywalker will force his way into getting LAG their first round of the game. We'll see if they can make it 2. Can they double up? It's possible, but not when Dashy is hitting like this. Spart, all he can do is just fire away a few extra shots, some consolation bullets at that, as here comes the glide bomb. We'll see what LAG can do to try to weather the storm, and not enough as Spart as well gets dealt with. We say goodnight to Asim. Hook, best of luck, buddy. You're gonna need it. Another perfectly clean round out of Texas. The investment of the glide bomb works out well, and just like that, 5-1, OpTic running away with this S&D.
They're just dominating the search and destroy, man. Dashy with that early first blood onto Slasher. You already have the 3v4 man advantage, but then you invest that glide bomb to make sure that you're guaranteeing this round. Like, even if Shotzzy doesn't pick up a kill with that glide, someone on OpTic are immediately going to go for that defuse as soon as he pops that glide bomb. And this has just been clean search and destroy coming in from OpTic, man. LAG simply have not had an answer for anything that OpTic have thrown at them. Shotzzy sitting at 10-2, just really taking over this map number 2 so far.
You can just tell, right? OpTic absolutely confident in their abilities, but right when they get that way, Hook is there to take down 2, giving LAG the man advantage, and Slasher with some information on to Shotzzy will now give his team the 3v1 advantage. But Bruce, ready and prepared with the snipe, fires at the first shot, cracks it, but will not be able to land. Some great work early out of Hook, sets his teammates up for success, and they will grab their second.
Yeah, good early aggression coming in from LAG, specifically Hook, to find those first 2 kills. Finally gives LAG the man advantage in a round, as they're able to take that round away. Forces Dashy into a 1v3. Not going to be easy when you have a sniper pistol in your hand, but LAG to stay alive a little longer. Now they're going back on the attack. So far, every time that they've tried to go B, it's just been shut down. Like, let's just try to go plan A or just be aggressive towards Middle Palace.
That aggressive play over at A will seem to work for now. No utility tossed over at this A site, as iLLeY, I believe, at least spots the objective man dissipate from his vision. He's got a few players with him. Spart able to tag some bullets into Scump, and that could set up Slasher to find that first blood. It took a while, but there it is. 25 seconds left before that defuse has to come on through. But again, it's Shotzzy and it's Dashy once more. Shotzzy is on the defuse. It's all on the slasher, trying to come around the corner. And while he does find a kill, it is Shotzzy for the buzzer beater. LAG handled on this Desert Siege, search and destroy. Jay, they came into the siege with all the right tools. It's a sunny map. Temperatures of up to 100+ degrees. Yep. They brought their suntan lotion. They brought their water bottles, but they did not bring the insect repellent. That was the Ant-Man and Shotzzy, finishing all 13-3. A fire ant, in fact.
He just acted like OpTic just dominated that map too, man. 6-2. It could have potentially been a 6-0, but LAG simply could not stop the pressure coming in from OpTic. Like, especially in those early couple of rounds. Like, once Shotzzy and Dashy were able to clutch that 2v4, it basically throws all the momentum out of the window for LAG, because that's a round that they should have been able to take. Once you allowed Shotzzy to go on that spree, that eventually leads to him picking up some kill streaks towards the later half of this game. He goes on a 10 spree. On a 7 spree before he eventually gets taken down. 10 non-traded kills. And keep in mind, Shotzzy is their most aggressive player. He plays at an insane pace in search and destroy. That's why they were able to dominate that map number 2. Now puts them up 2-0 in this series. And this is not good for LAG. Like, right now, if you ask me, like, OpTic, they're going for the clean 3-0. This is the best team that we have in control. They're going into a GvU2 control that they don't really like to play. Yeah. But like I said, this is their best mode. OpTic should be able to walk away with this in a clean 3-0.
Yeah, and so far, I mean, if you're an OpTic fan, you're of course happy, right? Not just because you're up 2-0, but as we said, that race, right, and trying to get that #1 seed is going to loom in the minds throughout the remainder of the day, and heading into tomorrow, that race versus Boston. They're actually tied in maps right now, so a 3-0 would exactly tie Boston coming into tomorrow, where both of those teams have got some big games to play. And one of those maps that we could see OpTic play versus FaZe would be Desert Siege Search Destroy. One of the best ones for Atlanta, and a great result there for OpTic as they get the job done. Their first Desert Siege S&D win of the season, and it comes in dominant fashion. Folks, when we come back after the break, is this series just started, or is it just about to be finished on up? When we come back after the break, it is time for some GvU2 control. Stick with us.
Streamlab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL.
Howdy friends, and welcome back to the current series that we find ourselves in. It is OpTic Texas taking on the LA Guerrillas. It is day number 2 of our Major 3 qualifiers here in week number 3. A lot of numbers to throw at you, but the numbers that you should be focused on are these bad boys. I mean, this, Jay, this is terrifying. I'll be honest.
Yeah, it's not good. It's very scary for every other team. Like OpTic, they're number 1 in a majority of these categories. Røkkr sitting at 36 and 15. Overall KD number 1 at a 1.08. Their hardpoint win percentage at a 65%, which is 3rd. But you see, their S&D has definitely improved at a 55.8% win rate in their rounds, sitting at 1st. And in control, that's been their best game mode for quite some time now. Like we said,
so what's the streak that they're on?
Win streak. 12.
Yeah, 12?
12 in a row.
I swear to God, Maven had hair the last time OpTic lost to control.
1000%.
We might need Carson to find out that officially. I'm not sure if anyone has that number on hand, but goodness sake. I mean, like I said, man, this roster is fiery in this mode on a 12 win streak. I don't know, like in terms of like records, like we've got a lot of numbers that are out there. Like New York's hardpoint losing streak. Where does 12 control wins in a row sit at right now in CDL history? I'm throwing a lot in Carson's plate right now. He's got a lot more stuff to handle than that. But in the 3 times that OpTic have played it, Jay, they're perfect. They've won all 3 Gavutus, and in fact 2 of those wins have been 3-0s.
Yeah, they're pretty good at this map, and they don't really like to play it a lot. And the thing about it is that they have the number 1 overall KD player on their team in Dashy. But more specifically, on Gavutu control, they got another number 1 guy in Shotzzy. On this map specifically in control, he's putting up a 1.37. He's just such a nuisance in the back of their spawn, overextending through that beach side, picking up spawn kills left and right. If you cannot shut him down, LAG are not going to have a fun time.
We'll see what LAG can do. Starting things off on the attacking end. As we said, if you were a newer fan or maybe haven't got a chance to watch so far throughout week 3, we have made the adjustments. Round 5 defense is now decided by ticks instead of kills. Yes, we have done it. It's the best way to do control. And right now, LAG are learning that the best way possible. 2 ticks through so far at this A point, as Shotzzy has been on the flank of a lifetime. He's been doing it so far throughout the rounds, and he has been awarded for his efforts. The final player for Guerrillas gets taken down in bottom boat, and now Shotzzy sits on 4-0.
Yeah, LAG now had to fight out of their spawn. I told you, Shotzzy does a great job of just working that late flank through beach. He finds 1 kill, and it eventually finds himself at cliff, ready for some spawn kills as he's on a 5 spree, not missing a single shot. You see all of LAG, they're trying to attack towards A. They're trying to eliminate Shotzzy. They're finally able to do so. So this is gonna open up some map control on the side of LAG, but this is where OpTic players can start to fill those gaps. You see number 6, which is gonna be iLLeY, trying to work that late flank, but he actually cuts down bottom mid. They're trying to get these guys off of this A point.
Well, it's a big player to lose in Slasher, who is not gonna be able to watch the flank. However, he's quickly off spawn, and Spark has done a great job at filling in for the team right now in a big team fight. Final few moments come through, and that will be the A zone captured. 3 ticks awarded toward the side of Guerrillas. Minute 30 on the clock. Currently down by 1 life for the moment. A lot of time still if you're LAG, but it is not easy, Jay, by any means, to capture that B objective, especially against a team like OpTic Texas. It's going to take a lot of waves. It's going to take a lot of coordination, and for a roster that is off of a quick little roster change, right? Obviously, Gunless not being here.
Yeah,
not going to be easy for this team.
Definitely not, and it all's going to start with this push to try to take control of top green, because OpTic right now, they have full control of top ring. So your best bet if you're LAG is to try to attack this from the back, but OpTic basically have everything cut off. Slasher does find 1 player onto Shotzzy towards top ring, so this opens up top ring area for Hook. But now he's the only player from LAG farthest pushed up. You just have to try to play your life, because if you're LAG, you only have like 1 or 2 more good pushes before OpTic are able to secure the defense.
Ooh. Nice little moment there for Hoop. Oh, tries to take down iLLeY as he will settle himself inside of the beach, but it seems there to deal with him. 28 seconds, and now it's time to put on the gas, but right when they push on forward to the windshield they go. Stopped in their tracks. Seam continues to hit beams from range, but he's just got no teammate support. 15 seconds left, and now it is time for the rush. Time for the push. As Smart, the first one handled, and really nobody behind him. Decided to rush on out, trying to be the sacrifice for the team. As he will get a close squad spawn, but they still continue to get handled. And 2 for 2 is now it's all on to Shotzzy and co inside of the hill, inside of the zone, and they will hold. 3 ticks granted for LAG, but that is all that they will get. Round going to OpTic.
That's good work from LAG to get that capture completed on that A point. It looked kind of scary, especially off the rip when Shotzzy was able to flank all the way through their spawn, take control of top cliff area, and basically put them in a spawn trap. But he gets taken down. They complete that A segment. So now they have 3 ticks in the back of their belt. But OpTic, they walk away with the defensive win. But this is what makes OpTic so good at control, is that they can get it done on both sides. If you are LAG on this point, you have to make sure just you keeping up in this lane.
See if they can do it. Obviously +3 right now for LAG as we come into round number 2, and right into it we go. Wasim pulling out the MP40 and letting it purr. Inside of the bottom side of the boat. Great work off the rip here for LAG to halt these initial pushes. The longer you do it, the better chances that you've got, especially toward the later stages of this round. But OpTic for the first moment will be able to get those boots inside of the boat. Luke on reply does end up getting traded out. A quick little stack of the point for a moment out of the OpTic end as they've got their first tick done.
The first tick is almost done.
Oh, it's almost there. Not yet.
They have not completed it yet, but I think the biggest kill so far had to be Scump taking down Slasher. Slasher was that player from LAG. Chronic also at least some spawn kills in the spawns of OpTic Texas as Spark does find 2. And now you see OpTic, they're trying to fight for top ring. They're still leading in the kill department, but that's going to be a free kill coming in from Shotzzy. Unfortunately, not able to spot him there. And this should be a point captured for OpTic Texas, up by 5 lives. You want to start fighting for that map position, and with iLLeY winning that huge one-on-one, they already have ring.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate kill there for Wasim, not able to find it. Maybe has got to get all up close and personal to the monitor like a good old iLLeY happens to do. That A zone finally going to be successfully captured out of OpTic Texas. Scump eats a stun, but it's all good because he finds the kill. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, Jay. Eat stuns for breakfast. I do. That's why I get dominated in ranked play.
That sounds terrible. You need to have a more healthier breakfast. Probably some eggs, you know, some bacon. I don't think you want to start it off with a concussion grenade, you know, to start your day off. But OpTic Texas, so far, they still are keeping control of top ring. You have one player in Dashy trying to attack that late flank through that back green area, but one player in Slash, he's actually going to go on by him. So Dashy might find that opening that they're looking for to get on this point.
He'll be successful in that venture. Spark ends up getting dropped. Shotzzy as well, taken down inside of the point. Life advantage favoring OpTic, but it starts to dwindle as Hook now sits on 3 in a row, debating for the pinch. And as we like to talk about OpTic, oh, they actually get some great spawns right there. They get some great spawns over at P1, so they'll all be joined together. And LAG gonna have to be prepared quickly on this defense, but they will answer the best way possible, answering accordingly. As Hook's streak now turns into a seam success, walking so he can run. 35 seconds, and OpTic now put what could be the final push, and great plays continually out of this LAG team to pick them off, to take them down. As iLLeY might be the one to open up this play. His teammates keep falling over at P1, but on the flank he comes and starts things off with 1. Not on into the second. LAG wiped the board.
Now 15 seconds. This should be a locked round for LAG. Able to secure the defense. We are tied up in segments. So we should be tied up at 1 apiece, but aSim really saves the day, man. Like, aSim really steps up. He finds that 3-piece on towards that B point. Once he does that, you basically relieve all the pressure that OpTic Texas had on the map. They make sure that they hold on their flank. They take control of top ring. That was a beautiful defensive round coming in from LAG.
And it's impressive, man. Like, I know you're talking about like Asim's numbers on GVU2 hardpoint, but he has just been a menace in control. He's been a menace with the third AR in his hands. And of all weapons, right? A guy who, you know, is argued to be one of the faster players that we've got in the CDL. Somebody last year who was sprinting with that 74U. It's just a testament to his ability, right? I feel like he's constantly the player who takes off on maps, and often when he does, that's when the team sees success. It's not exactly the greatest time to talk about him, but as we said, he is a big factor for this roster. And obviously when he loses fights like that, it's difficult for LAG to rally.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy if you're losing a couple gunfights like that if you're aSimp. As you see OpTic, they're trying to fight for both. They're trying to take control of this map. As Scump does find one, the next player, it's going to be Hook. Can Scump find this kill as well? Because you see number 7 on the minimap, Shotzzy, already in their spawn, trying to play for some spawn kills. He finds one. Now at 45 seconds, LAG, they need to get out of this trap. They need to try to get some segments completed because OpTic, they're putting on an absolute clinic right now in the kill feed.
Yeah, if they can get a player pushed up past P1, that's just that much more difficult of a push that LAG are going to have to make right now, putting the full Nelson as they desperately try to get on out. It is a 2-for-2 trade, and they will find that opening. Guerrillas will be able to stop the clock, thankfully, at 25 and some change. But iLLeY continues to win the fights. Overall, has his teammate clean up the final one, and that will be the Guerrillas wiped off of that A objective. Normally, we'd be talking about kills at this point, but it's a struggle right now for Guerrillas. They cannot afford to just have one tick in this second offense. They got to get more than that, thinking about the future as they look to issue themselves over at that B point. Dashy is there for one, and it's Hook, the sole man, over at this B zone, trying to stop the clock and maybe provide some time for his teammates off of spawn. They've got to run. They've got to get here quick. Asim not able to get there as OpTic will hold them off. And I believe at the very end, Jay, it's only one tick that LAG are able to snag.
See, so now that gets scary on the side of LAG because usually that A point, you're able to capture that. You only have to focus on B a majority of the times. But right there, OpTic, they were just putting non-stop pressure towards that A point. They only allowed one tick. They kept control of top cliff the entire time. They kept control of top ring. That was a dominant defensive round coming in from OpTic. Now, if you're OpTic, the only thing you want to do is just focus on completing 2 segments. Because if you can get 2 segments, you're going to get that defense going into round 5.
See if the Guerrillas can hold them off, send it to a round 5, or is this where we call it curtains? And based off that opening team fight, it looks like OpTic are ready to get this one done nice and early. Slasher quickly into the spawn, tries to cut down a few players, but how about the awareness out of Scump, given the call, is going to react hot on the heels of Slasher, hunting for him, but the Texas team continues to fry inside a bottom boat. Whether Slasher's on the flank or not, he gets dealt with. It doesn't even matter. They have handled business. iLLeY specifically on 5 in a row will watch this thing go the full distance. 3 ticks just like that. Another minute added onto the clock. Well, it's not the streak. It is absolutely the momentum as OpTic issue themselves right into the point. In goes Scump.
And OpTic, they already secure that round 5 defense just in case it does get there, but they're trying to close it out here. They have full top ring control. All you have to do is hold down these crosses. Try to protect your teammate on the point. Eventually, Scump does go for the challenge. He gets taken down, but that's going to be 4 dead. That's 4 dead. Now all of LAG coming on spawn. OpTic, you can stack this point.
And take a look at Shotzzy. He's in a great spot to take them off of this spawn, but it's the great nade. Spart, the long-range tactical takes down the first, and from there, the Guerrillas will reply back. A great answer out of LAG, showing some life off of what very well could have been the final sequence of this series. Luke making some plays as that'll be 2, a 3-for-1 trade. The Guerrillas have answered in a big way, trying to get that life count back to a more stable position, because as that timer continues to tick on off, LAG have got to make sure they've got the necessary forces if this game does go the distance. A great answer once more. Minute and 20 to work with if you're OpTic. See if they can muster up something. Spart is able to at least get his 11th kill on the board. Not a great game for him in general, Jay, but it's really the rest of the team that is going off, whether it's Hook, Asim, or now Slasher. LAG heating up.
Now with the minute left, the best thing you can do right now if you're LAG is to pick up some kill streaks. That's going to be all 4 dead. Slasher on a 5, so you have to back up. You want to try to play your life. You know that OpTic are going to have that defensive round going into this round number 5. But Slasher is such a big, crucial player right now. He's trying to get sniffed out. You see Scump, he's going to actually be behind him towards lower rocks. He finds one. He has to try to stay alive. Oh, at least get some help from his teammates. Scump does eventually get into play. Shuts down that kill streak from Slasher. Now with 30 seconds left, OpTic are down by 2 lives. But like I said, they secure that defensive round going into round number 5. aSimp on another 2 spree. They are taking full-on map control. LAG should be able to close this round here and force it to that round 5.
You got to be careful if you're a Seam at that moment as well, because OpTic can just play really for streaks if they want. 3 versus 5. They've been to go for the objective or really just try to play for kill streaks coming into this next round. They may toy with it. They may make an attempt. As Dashy's the last man up, it's going to be a round for LAG. He keeps his 1 streak going into the final round, so who knows? But still, Guerrillas will start things off on attack coming into this round number 5. Jay, as the team looks to bark out orders, what do you want to see the Guerrillas do, knowing the position that they're in, knowing that attack has been very difficult for this roster? What do you want to see done in this final round to keep the series afloat?
I think if I'm LAG, like, I have to try to go for the Miracle B push, because the way that OpTic have been stacking this A point, they're basically sending 3 bodies every time off the initial break off at this A segment. But they're going to commit towards this A point. aBeZy this time around, though, does find that first blood. Slasher with the second, so now this is going to allow LAG to get pushed up. As you see aBeZy trying to take control of green.
It's a great spot to be in. Dashy at least able to find one with the nades that will soften up the current OBJ players inside the bottom boat. Hook able to find the 1-for-1. That's 2 quick ticks already in and out of the Guerrillas. And Hook, with the recognition, with the great call-outs from his teammates, realized that, hey, I'm pretty much free just to continue to cap this. iLLeY will join him inside of the boat. Current 1v1, trying to stop that progression, stop the time. iLLeY looks both ways and will stop right before that final tick comes on through. So not an extra minute added. OpTic prioritizing this B zone, knowing today is all but an afterthought. A great start for the Guerrillas. We're calling out different strategies that they need to make, but a solid opener as they bought themselves a very, very good chance at making this final round competitive.
They have 2 minutes to work with. You are up by 3 lives. You just have to try to execute a break either through top ring or through back green. As Shotzzy and Dashy are able to find 2 kills. Just keeping the push right now from LAG stagnant, as they're going to commit towards flanking through back green, as Shotzi's all the way pushed out towards ring. So Dashy's going to have to try to go big here. At least play his life. This is a lot of time right now. LAG are investing towards this late flank. It works out for them, though, as Hook does find that first.
Hook will find the opener. The second kill is huge right now for Guerrillas, and they'll grab it. A quick 2 for LAG as they try to seize onto the point. Scump taking bullet after bullet, but still hanging on, still alive, as he and Shotzzy combine for 2, just like that. LAG have got to halt the push and wait for a few members off the spawn. Dashy's there to greet him at the boat, but he gets handled. Hook's still back here, hunting for information. iLLeY is there for him, and might have to slide in for the kill, might have to slide in for the guarantee, but Slasher watching over for his teammate as Scump still sits in the objective. The sole man right now at this B zone has got some great cover fire coming in from the teammates. 38 seconds left. LAG have yet to fully see this B zone.
OpTic, they are doing a great job of just holding down the back, not allowing any LAG players to sneak on through. Shotzzy and Scump go so big. Just keep control of top ring as Shotzzy finds another. Eventually, he does get taken down. Scump off spawn wins a huge one-on-1 versus aBeZy. Now with 15 seconds left, this forces LAG to try to attack this from the front. OpTic should be able to close it out here.
One final push to make, and Sport does not know that iLLeY sits in the spot that he does, putting in some shots toward Hook. 5 seconds left. Guerrillas have got to hop in, but it will be the fights won from OpTic once more. We say goodnight to Sport, and that will be it. Slasher falls, and that will be the series victory for OpTic Texas. A hot 3-0 versus the Guerrillas. Make it 11 series in a row and 13 control victories in a row. OpTic are rolling.
OpTic just get it done. They come out in that first hard point. They're able to win that. But the biggest thing for me had to be that search and destroy. That Desert Sea search and destroy that they have yet to win the entire season. They were able to dominate that map from start to finish, closing it out in a 6-2 fashion. Then when you put yourself up 2-0 in the series, going into your best game mode, it's pretty difficult to not have confidence if you're OpTic Texas. They were able to at least close it out in the round number 5. Probably not as clean as they would want to. They still get the job done here. This is just an easy series for OpTic, especially with LAG coming in with the sub. Like, Gunless is a tremendous part to this team. Like I said before the series even started, he was their most consistent player in every single mode, and it definitely showed today. Big ups to Spark, though, for jumping in the series in probably like 30-40 minutes at max, when he probably got the notification that he was going to be playing. So huge up to him. Didn't have the best of series, but LAG, pretty sure that puts them now at 3-2. They should still have that winner's bracket spot at that major.
Yeah, that's at least the positive, right? If you're an LA Guerrillas fan, I mean, you'd be gutted for them, right? If they lost the series yesterday versus the Thieves, came into this off of, Gunless having to exit for this final match, it would have been difficult, but they do have that 3-2 record, as you said, Jay. And speaking of seeds, speaking of records, we talked about OpTic. They needed to answer back with a 3-0 of their own to make sure that they still remain even with Boston. Both now at 4-0. I believe both overall sit at 12-3 in maps as well. Perfectly even as we will enter into the final day of our qualifiers, a neck-and-neck race for that first seed. As you said, buddy, it's hard to take a lot from this series if you're the Guerrillas. Losing a player like Big P, losing Gunless for this one, we continue to wish him the best. I know he was probably rooting on the boys the best way that he could, but I mean, that moment looked good. The respawns, a few shaky moments, the search destroy. Maybe not one that we'd like to repeat, but overall, you'll take the dub if you're OpTic. You'll take the Desert Siege victory specifically if you're OpTic Texas. Nice 3-0 win today.
Yeah, if I'm OpTic Texas, I'm walking away with this series like, okay, we did a great job here, because there was 4 maps in this series that they basically did not enjoy playing throughout this entire season so far. Their bread and butter map was that Tuscan Hardpoint 6-0. We did not get the chance to play that, but you can just tell, like, this OpTic team, they're trying to hit that next level, getting better at maps that they usually don't play. Starts up with that Gavutu. I'm pretty sure Scump started off that map like 4-10. He ends it like positive 11. The guy just went absolutely off in that map. Number one, you chain it to that Desert Sea Search and Destroy, going up against a broken team currently, not the full roster of LAG. The strategies were still on point for OpTic Texas. The teamwork was there. Shotzzy and Dashy in that 2v4 clutch. Once they put themselves up 2-0 in the series, they go into their best mode and control, and it's pretty impossible to try to stop them there.
Yeah, not an easy feat. If you're LAG with the substitute, all things considered, they gave it their best shot. But as we said, a nice record for them. An even better record right now for OpTic Texas as we bring in the desk guys. The narrative will remain the same. Dead even with Boston right now.
I mean, pretty much so, right? But the thing is, at the end of the day, gotta feel kind of bad for LAG. They're playing without Gunless, and I think that maps like Desert Siege could have actually been good for them, because Gunless, sniping.
I mean, he's a sniper on the outside of the map, right? Like, picks, kills stuff. But, I mean, either way, I guess this isn't the worst series to not have Gunless, because you likely lose it regardless, just the place that you're at as a team. Yeah. Because OpTic Texas have just been on such good form. Honestly, I gotta say this, it's so tippable how good Scump is at this point of his career. Like, it's been so long, like, and he, sometimes he has a dip in performance, but lately he has just been frying. Like, the guy had the most time and the highest KD on map number 1 with an AR, and then map number 3 pops off once again. The guy was just simply nasty.
You know what, I gotta say it. So I've covered a lot of different damn esports, okay? I've been Valorant, Rainbow Six, I've been Call of Duty now. I've covered a lot. And when it comes to like the GOATs in esports, the fact that Scump has actually been so, not good, we're not saying good, we're talking about dominant through years, like a decade of Call of Duty, that's significant. And OpTic going into this major 2 out there in Minnesota, and what we're gonna see against Atlanta FaZe tomorrow, that says a lot. If Scump can continue to win like this, I mean, we're talking about one of the best esports players
this is
of
some
all
extreme
time.
gas.
No. Hey, real talk, because a lot of you out there that watch, like, you've seen me come into Call of Duty this year, you guys like, who is this brown dude? I've been everywhere, and Scump is a G, man.
Yeah, he's been playing out of his mind, and that's what he needs to do for this team. They're trying to get to a level where they're continuously winning tournaments, and what we're seeing is they're looking phenomenal. I mean, coming into this series, they're testing out their map pool. Gavutu, they've only played 3 times. Granted, they were 3-0 on it in control. They come out here, they look phenomenal there. Goes to round 5, clutch up, they get the W after the update, right? So, and then also we look at the Desert Siege. That's the one map that they needed a lot of work on in Search and Destroy. They come out and they win that, and Shotzzy turns up for the squad. So, I mean, the only other map that we haven't seen them play well on has been Berlin Hardpoint. So we're just waiting on them to get good at that map, and then they can play anybody on any map at any given time. So this is a fantastic squad that's firing everywhere.
We know what happens, Berlin Search and Destroy on land. They just dominate. And speaking of dominating, Shotzzy with the Scump play of the game. He had a 1v3 in round 2 of Search and Destroy.
He just hits him with the flank. This is clearly just a breakdown in communication from LAG, right? Like, we got to talk about Spark comes in on short notice. notice, and they're all focusing forward right here. Shotzzy just comes up through the top here, gets a big two-piece, turns around. He's full confidence, dude. Like, this guy's movement is next level, and I gotta say, really, like, around this A-bomb site, they were dominating all game long. Like, they would get over here, either get bombed down, and then you seen Dashy flying up, getting the chows for Shotzzy while he's near the bomb. Like, it was beautiful, man.
You know, big time. We actually have a Mountain Dew Game Field post-victory spotlight with the guy that I was just gassing up right there. Scump, man, how's it going first off? And yeah, as we get into that interview, I'm sorry about that. I got a little eager and a little excited. Yeah, Shotzzy has been a demon. Yeah. At what point in time do you look at this roster and, you know, when you look at teams, you're like, you know, yeah, we can take advantage of this guy here and there. There is no weak points on OpTic right now.
Yeah, there's no weak points. I mean, they had some earlier in the season, right, when it was the AR maps and, you know, they weren't playing well on GVU2 or maps like Berlin, but Scump has pulled out the AR now, and he is disgusting with it. So they've switched that around, and then when you get to the smaller maps like Tuscan and Bocage, at times they seem unbeatable, right? So you have iLLeY now performing at a higher level. Everybody's getting better. And, you know, I attribute a lot of the success of this team to Rambo, the coach, and Sender as well. Like, these guys have put in so much work. We've seen Dashy for years not develop, and now this year, finally, like, he's put together the slang with also the disciplined gameplay. In Search and Destroy, at times last year, he was the guy who was getting blooded. I vividly remember, like, Checkmate Search and Destroys where he would be getting blooded in back tube over and over. This year, Dashy's staying alive, playing with the team. Like, he has grown so much into the player that we knew that he could be, and now we're seeing it, and he is the best player in the game right now.
No, most definitely. If you think we're crazy, go rewatch Major 1 right now. But the post-victory spotlight with the one and only Scump is ready now. Seth, man, congrats. You guys are absolutely killing it. You're about to, hey, yo, you're about to walk into Major 2 with an undefeated Stage 2 record. I know you're loving it. My question is, how are you personally feeling about this matchup with Atlanta FaZe tomorrow? And do you call it a rivalry?
Yeah, I'd say it's a rivalry. I mean, you have Simp, you have aBeZy over there. You know, those guys are some absolute beasts. And then we got iLLeY, my old red duo, and then Cell. I mean, Cell's just Cell, an absolute beast. So it's definitely a rivalry. I mean, people are going to put us as the #1 and 2 team in the game. So naturally, I mean, you see OpTic FaZe, people are going to always say that that's a rivalry, which I agree. It definitely is at this point. But no, they're a great team. And, you know, like we said earlier, we're trying to work on our map pool a little bit here before the major. Today, people got a little bit of a taste. Well, I don't wish it would have went further in the series, but you know, we got to play some of our worst maps today. So, you know, we're just trying to improve in every way that we can before the next major.
Yeah, that's wonderful. You know, I'd ask a gameplay question, but you guys are showing us perfection on the map. So I want to ask you sort of about this squad and how you feel about it, because you've been on some great teams in the history of Call of Duty, and it seems like you're super comfortable with this squad. You're pulling out different weapons, just frying on every map. How does this team, like, stack up mentality, gameplay-wise, to some of the other, you know, fantastic dominant squads you've been on?
Oh, I mean, I've said it time and time again, and I'll continue saying it. This team works the hardest. This is the hardest working team that I've personally ever been on. Every single person puts the time in. We're always on early, always going over stuff, always reviewing stuff, always just trying to make sure that we're as comfortable and we're playing at the, you know, optimal level that we know that we can be. So you got to attribute that to all the way to our coaching, our support group that we have. Just everyone does an amazing job here right now, and I couldn't be happier with, you know, just the passion that we show, and just the will to work and the will to want to succeed every single day. It definitely sets us apart from some of the other teams.
Follow up to that, Seth, how do you stay passionate and, like, focused on being the best in the world after all this time?
Oh man, you know, I just love COD. I've eat, sleep, you know, repeat COD every single day for pretty much the past decade or even more than that. So, you know, I love it. It's something, it gets me going. It's my drive. It's my passion. You know, I wake up in the morning, and without it, I don't know what I would do. So we love COD. COD is life, as I always say.
Oh, yeah.
No. I was, the first time I met him and we spoke in person, it was me, him, and Dash talking. Yo, Scump doesn't want to be anything less than the best. Like, he wants to make it a statement. But, yo, congrats on a killer career so far. Congrats on being undefeated. We'll see you guys tomorrow, and good luck against Atlanta FaZe, man. It's going to be a good game.
Yeah, it should be. Thanks, guys.
No problem. Take it easy. No. Seriously, that guy, he's on something.
Yeah, but he could never gun me, though.
No different. All right, so OpTic, undefeated so far. Boston, undefeated so far. Heading into Major 2. Man, they're really separating themselves from every team out there right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think OpTic Texas being undefeated so far was sort of expected, but Boston Breach as well, I mean, that was unexpected. So it's going to be lit, man. I'm expecting OpTic Texas to be in a final. I mean, that's, like, I look at it, and I'm like, that's got just an auto lock for me. So yeah, it's going to be lit. lit once again.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more series on the day. You got that right. Game field marquee matchup is going to be between the New York Subliners and also the Minnesota Røkkr, the team that will be hosting Major II, which is next week, by the way. We're going to see if the Røkkr can go ahead and dish out a big L to NYSL and get a big win under their belts before their own major. We'll catch you guys on the other side of the break for some more amazing Call of Duty action.
Please welcome to the stage, OpTic Texas! Please welcome to the stage, Atlanta Bay!
Gotta get it. I gotta have it. This is a heavyweight matchup.
This is a special one.
I'm aiming for the top spot.
It's been so long since this showdown. How far these teams have come.
Let's let the games begin.
Let's get it going, Texas! Let's go!
Yo, guys, we game ready?
I'm good to go.
Absolutely game ready.
You guys are the best team the world has ever seen. This is our tournament, and we've worked for this moment.
Yeah, everyone, good teamwork. Take a few breaths, level ourselves out.
We play our simple system of Call of Duty. We take routes, we call out when we're going rogue, we small talk, and we absolutely slam these guys to the ground, okay?
Let's play our game, all right?
Yep. You guys are disgusting. We've been looking good in scrims.
Let's make sure we're playing at our pace, man.
Let's make a statement with this map and slam and start this off hot, all right? Let's get it.
Yes, sir. Good pace. Don't get antsy. Don't get fast. Good comms. Calm and collected.
Don't get lost in the moment, bro.
Yes, sir.
All right, into the map one we go as Shotzzy and the boys get soaring on forward.
Yo, on you. I don't see Lucy.
One shot, first loot your bullet.
You want to use your shot? You want that? Nice. Nice decision.
Let's go.
This one, back where this one.
Where this one, guys?
I'm zero now.
I'm holding. In time. Seth.
You went Cheetor.
Get out.
On time,
Back window. I'm using Cheetor right now. I don't know where he's laying down. Let's get Dashy.
I'm one shot.
You guys take it back on me? There's field. These ones. I'm close to shakes. 10 weak. I'm trying to help 10. 10 weak. I'm 10. Do we flip? Yo, flip.
Okay, I got
Shotzzy, one shot. Yo, he's back close. He's in close. Yo, take your time. Make sure. Let's go, Tyler.
Come on. What are you doing?
Let's go. Give me some fish.
Come on. All good.
All good. Slow down. We're vibing.
All good, baby. Touch me, baby.
That's so annoying, dude. All good. Don't matter. So many gunshots I should have won.
All good.
Every single one of you just went when you needed to. Good job.
You look good if you are either team. It is a heat check. It is an ego check. These guys want to punch each other in the face until somebody drops. As the chants begin to grow for the OpTic side, they look to answer the call.
IV pinch.
Holy.
Yo, what's up? Window.
Right of them. Holy.
Flank.
I got this here.
No.
Oh my god. All right, everyone get up.
It's a 2-0 edge for FaZe, and Simp still looking like the best player in the world.
They've won the undefeated Bocage. They have won Berlin Search and Destroy, which has been OpTic's best S&D at 3-1. Now they're challenging them on Tuscan Control, which has been OpTic's best control map. This is what I meant. They're like, all right, let's do this. Like, you want to dance? We're gonna dance.
All right, boys, let's go. Lock back in.
Yeah. Come on, put these kids to bed. We're not losing any gunnies right now. It's not a gunny battle.
It's not the gunny, let me tell you. Yeah, it's not the gunny.
That's what I mean. That's why we're just calming and working with each other. We're gonna win this. We're actually it's gonna be the easiest verse ever.
2-0. FaZe are up. OpTic now have got to pull off the reverse sweep like they did last time they played on LAN 3 years ago. But maybe it's time to get a little bit messy, a little bit rowdy.
Top broken. On air right now. You, he's stuck in your. There's side you. There's side you.
I point that. One shot. I'm going plat.
No, he's octane.
Yo, what?
Octane, and one shot. One guy's on the radio. I need a short. Yo, back short, Alec.
What's crossing? Back short. Octane spot.
Back short again, Sim.
Still alive, guys.
Are they ready to push?
Back left, Dave, dead.
What's plat?
What's up? Nice, shoot up. Go, baby. Yo, good map.
Yo, Brandon. What's gross, brother?
Yeah, let's go, yo, good, baby.
Bro, Brandon, they can't guard you, Jesus.
Listen, we're not talking at all.
I know. Try and call out this a little bit.
Yeah. Yo, guys, those comms were beautiful. Keep it up. Seriously, everybody. Beautiful comms, man.
So we just weren't saying what we were doing at all.
No, not at all.
Map 4, OpTic roaring back into this one. The crowd fired up.
Run up a streak, mid-tank.
I'm
gonna walk back.
I got you. Low
boiler. I got streaks.
You're crossing. You're crossing. What's up?
I'm backing up. He's hurt. Yo, all three-year-old. I'm backing up. I got a glide.
Can someone get nuke, guys? Yeah, I got it.
I'm low cliff right now.
I'm in the back right now.
Yo, tell me when to streak. Yo,
P5. I'm getting the L.
Yo, P1 and green. Yeah, P1 and green. One off spawn on the back.
P1 ape absolute.
Yo, in the back.
Yo, P1. Yeah.
Yo, they're back.
Where's this running?
I need to open you up.
Red power. I got you.
I'm
Alley now, Seth. One shot. Back time, one shot. Time.
I'm That's weak. He's back though. He's still back there.
I need him.
You're missing one. He's still back. He's on 5.
I'm naded.
Try to help Tom. Shotzzy dead crossing. Yo, set.
I got crossed now.
Missing iLLeY. He got out. Go.
Scump, are you joking?
Wait,
Seth, you were actually Brady. Jesus, you were close, dude. You were so good, Seth. Damn! Yo, into it. Your comms right now are beautiful. God damn!
Let's go in the back. Yeah, let's go in the back.
It's map by map. They push FaZe the distance.
We got this. We're the best search team here. You guys know what's coming to you guys. Play with confidence, communicate, make sure you guys are talking about what you're doing. If we're sliding together, what we're doing and how we're doing it, and you guys close this out. Let's get it, baby. Use deep breaths, reset, and let's smoke these guys. Come on, one more time. Let's get it.
Yes, sir.
It is time for a map 5 OpTic FaZe. A battle that we will not soon forget.
Smoke. Let's finish it right here. Let's play this map perfectly right here. Bro. See behind the truck. I don't see behind the truck. Yo, behind the truck, Alex. Out there, Sunday.
Run up some church. I saw him top church.
Sounds like. Yo, I'm like safe. Fucking go.
Top church. Don't throw that.
No, I've got it. I have all of it, guys. I have all of it. I'm watching mid. I'm watching the mid push here. We're in a really good setup, guys. You guys see him? Still nothing, eh?
Nice!
Yo, let's go, eh? You're actually different.
Let me assassinate him.
No. Do the bomb check.
Alright.
I know why. Yo, keep playing these rounds out. Yep, 110%.
But there's a quick plant down, but it's another opener for OpTic.
0-6 now for aBeZy, but can his team get him to another round? Man advantage to OpTic. They have to work to defuse.
You're talking one of the best search and destroy players all time on a goose egg.
Oh, I'm doing the jump. He's there. I'm waiting for reset. I'm one shot.
You guys wait for someone else. I'll pop that.
No, the jump. Let's go. I'm hitting this kid. Oh, you guys probably back in.
What do you guys have to hop though?
Wait, don't hop yet. Yo, middle. Well. I got top. Hop there.
Just hop on. Get the hop.
We got it.
I don't know. No. I don't think we did.
They didn't get it. Wait, we did.
No, we did. We got that.
I don't know.
I don't think they get it.
100% got that.
Wait, no. Did he get it?
They got it.
Sure?
They got it.
You sure?
They got it. It's done. OpTic with the reverse sweep.
I think for OpTic fans, this is just a huge relief. Like, all right, we got a squad, baby. Absolutely. And they're showing it here.
That determination, that grit for the reverse sweep, just absolutely epic stuff.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League sends out amazing emails before each major tournament, painstakingly crafted with love and care, and filled with nothing but premium content. Scan the QR code on screen and sign up today. You'll get incredible CDL updates and be entered for a chance to win a free in-game team pack of your choice.
Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soul, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, job that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the ground on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League for the final matchup of the day and breaking it all down on the desk is, of course, your boy Velli. We also got my man's Nameless, but also, this matchup is going to be a banger. It's going to be between two teams that really need this win. The New York Subliners and also the Minnesota Røkkr. But when it comes to New York, okay, we're starting to see what this team is like with Paul X stepping in for Clay right now. Yeah, they beat Paris, but that really wasn't a true test, right?
Wasn't a true test, but this sure will be. They won 2 hard points in the last series, so they're riding off that momentum. HyDra and Neptune were going crazy. Paul X came in, didn't really have to do much in terms of the slaying department, but we know what he's capable of because the matches that he had with London, he was slaying and he was popping off. Yeah. So for New York, this is a major test. They're starting off the series, bow cage. So finally doing the right thing to put HyDra and Neptune in positions to be the stars of the team. So these guys can come out here and just absolutely fry. But let's get into the game fuel keys to victory for the New York Subliners. Win the first blood battle and search and destroy. Røkkr second at converting first bloods at 78%. So if you can win that first blood, it's going to put Røkkr in a pretty tough spot. Røkkr's a great search and destroy team, so that has to be a focus in this match. And then ride the honeymoon series from the W last weekend, beat Paris 3-1. You know they got some good practice after that match, probably feeling fully confident and excited for the future. They need these wins, right? They potentially can be in winner's bracket. This is a major match for this team, for this New York team. And then don't let Røkkr accumulate time on a tough Berlin P4. Røkkr outscoring teams 24-11, plus 13 on P4. And Berlin will be map 4, so that's something to look out for in this.
That's actually pretty insane. And Mountain Dew Game Fuel featured player is actually going to be none other than my man's Paul X. The guy came into this season just swinging as a sub and now finding his spot as the main player on a roster. And what we've seen so far from him is beautiful. The play that we saw with him as a sub was incredible. He's getting comfortable with New York, and to see what they will do today against the likes of Standy, Attach, Major, like that's going to be good, man.
Yeah, it's going to be good. And they brought him in specifically, like, obviously they need to improve their hard point. That has been his best game mode. He's a player who puts up big kills, big time moments. He gets the swing kills that you need. He has a great shot, and he's super confident as well. So something this team lacked was confidence for sure throughout the majority of this game. So Paul X coming in, this guy is like the ultimate epitome of delusional confidence. He's going to help them out.
Now, for one of the worst teams in the CDL, I will say they're the most exciting because Paco and Paul together, that's going to be insane. Yeah, Crimsix to the mix, and it's like, come on, man. But the Minnesota Røkkr are going to have something to say about that. And also, before we jump into the team and whatnot, I do got to say this. For the team that's actually hosting a second major, they sent us all a little bit of, something. Yeah, a little goodie box. We got the merch and whatnot. So, hey, for the teams that are hosting these majors, or just your favorite teams in general, make sure you go ahead and rep them and whatnot. There,
I got it.
There we go, right there. But ladies and gentlemen, the Minnesota Røkkr, yeah, there we go. So I got the hoodie. I like the back design right here. It's kind of hot, right?
Yeah.
But I'm excited to show up to Minnesota next week, and thank all of you out there. So shout out to you guys and also the watch party there. But for this matchup right here, you guys really got to get something going. Seeing the Minnesota Røkkr here in Stage 2, it's kind of been up and down right now, but I'm looking for a positive sign of consistency. The players on this roster are so good, and if they're really able to capitalize on the win against a team like the New York Subliners, that will make people like me really believe that they're exactly where they need to be.
Yeah, and let's get into the game fuel keys to victory for the Minnesota Røkkr. I mean, this is a team that's been struggling in hardpoint majorly. Figure out the slow starts. They're 1-10 in map 1. You can imagine that you're going to have a rough go-around if you're 1-10 in map 1. Going into the series, they have bow cage. So you need players like Priestahh to turn up right now and turn it around. He hasn't been playing that well. He needs to find consistency. Then press your advantage in search and destroy. Minnesota is second in round 1 percentage, NYSL last. So you have the major advantage in search and destroy. And then bow cage, S&D man down. No problem. Røkkr winning 63% of 3v4 situations on Bocage. That is map number 2 in this series. So it's going to be a pretty crazy first 2 maps. You got Bocage. You're going to have to put the pedal to the metal and start off hot, which is a tall task for Minnesota Røkkr team that tends to start off slow and get going later in the series. So if they're going to fix that, it needs to start now in this match versus New York. And taking a look at the 3v4 stats is actually insane. And Minnesota Røkkr are pretty much known as the cardiac cast. These guys are clutch. But when it comes to pick'ems right now, I'm going to be, okay, personally, this is hard. I really like New York, and I like the storyline behind the new look of this team. At the same time, Minnesota Røkkr just looks just way more better, well-rounded, in my opinion. So I'm thinking this is actually going to be a game 5 en route for Minnesota. I'm going to go with Minnesota as well. I have Minnesota taking this series. I think they're going to do it in a 3-1 fashion. New York beat Paris. They got to prove it to me. I mean, before that match, they were abysmal. So I'm going to go Minnesota 3-1 headed into their major. No diss, that was Paris. If they're able to do it against Minnesota, that's going to be a lot different. But ladies and gentlemen, let's send this over to my boys, Miles and Chance, to close out the day. Fellas, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you very much, James. I think I'm with you there. I think Røkkr are looking a little stronger right now, but this could be the rise of the new New York Subliners. We will soon see. Chance, ready to rock and roll, man. The last game of the day, our Mountain Dew marquee match. Can't wait to get into this one, brother. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, and I'm feeling good enough that I'm coming out with a hot take first thing. I think Minnesota, not actually a terrible hardpoint team, right? Whoa! You saw the stat we had, the keys to victory. 1-10 record for map 1. That is completely absurd, but they're like 5-3 in hardpoint for the map 4. Also, 0-5 on Tuscan. I think 6-8 on the other 3 maps combined. So, like, I'm not saying they're the best hardpoint team in the world, don't get me wrong, but not as bad as their record shows. And I'd say for the maps that we have, for the hard points, not too shabby for Minnesota. But then the S&Ds, I think, is where things get really interesting, just because these are the 2 search and destroys where there's massive changes. On Tuscan S&D, the defensive for now spawning an extra, 15, 20 feet up completely changes the dynamic of the map. And, well, I mean, there's a completely new bomb site on Bocage. So as far as the S&D goes, a bit of a question mark as far as I'm concerned, or still a lot to be seen. But hardpoint is where we start, and hardpoint, well, not the stronger thing for either team, but the hot take is Minnesota, not as bad as they seem.
Well, let's see. We're going to double Bocage with fries and cheese. We'll see how this one goes into the hard point straight away. Olex, man, will be watching very carefully. Again, the newcomer here to the New York Subliners roster. Can he make the difference here against Røkkr? Over to the first hard point we go. Opening time going the way of the New York Subliners. For now, there will be the yellow arrows on the minimap. The white ones being Røkkr. For now, Røkkr again focusing a little bit more on that top side of the map. For now, trying to make the breaks. And again, we're all over the place, Chance. We are all over the place.
And I would say nice start for Neptune. 4-0 certainly is in that category, but, it's a tied 1-1 game. So maybe if he just wants to get a couple kill streaks right off the rip, that's the way to go. But I'd say there are very few teams in this game. I know Atlanta's one of them, Boston, maybe even Florida as well, are actually decent at getting time on this first hill. Right now, these 2 guys, though, playing team deathmatch and trying to flip spawns.
Yep, trying to flip them spawns. Spawns coming up in just a few moments. That's top left-hand side of the screen, and it looks like MajorManiak is taking care of it. Olex, our Mountain Dew featured player now on his approach towards the hard point. The new one's up. It's going to be P2, top side of the tanks, and already he's tagged up. He will not be bagged up just yet, as he's fighting to stay alive. Again, here comes the hit towards attached players on the back line as well. Neptune is all over the place. 8-1 out of Neptune. It's a good look out of him, but somebody please get in the hard point!
Yes, dude, we have 1 minute and 15 seconds off the game clock already. It is halfway through P2. I don't understand. Like, as mixy as this map is, I feel like you could almost afford to just fly at the hill endlessly. Like, none of these kills have mattered. Neptune is 11-1. I barely care. It is a 20-point lead, not even. I mean, his gun is hot, so that is sick, but like, all for what? I suppose getting a decent amount of this scrap as things start to settle in just a little bit, and maybe this go around, he will get the kill streaks, but like, it is a fairly close game. It's ridiculous.
He is frying over towards Grandma's. He's frying. It's 8. It's an unbelievable individual performance. Getting the hard point. There we go. Finally, who was it? Crim. Thank God. Someone's in there. There's Neptune. Seemingly unkillable, if not for attach. The kills keep going, but now we're seeing New York Subliners get this hard point now. Chances we got an opportunity now to see Røkkr break on in from the back line. Here we go. The push is there. Neptune once again styling. 15-2. Looking for a few more here. Big winner of Priestahh. Straight over to the hard point we go once again. The contest now taking place. Not something we've had to say just yet, as neither team too interested in racking up the time.
I mean, look, man, I know Bocage is going to deliver on extremes like time and time again. We will see wild stuff like that, but like there is absolutely an argument to be made for actually just putting more pressure on the hill, especially towards P1. I will be a broken record about this, but it is also, you know, a little to do with the map. But the fact that you have a guy that was 15-2 for a 40-point lead, I mean, again, just absolutely incredible stuff. But as it stands, 3 hills in, and hey, 30-point game, not too far.
I mean, this is a lot of fun though. two hits of Barrage right off the rips, going to keep this Mountain Dew marquee match flowing for us. But bottom barn side already, Røkkr in position, time going their way. Subliners with the scenic route before they try to hit the break, playing this one as methodically and as fastidiously as they possibly can. But for now, it's been a whole load of time just going the way of Røkkr chance. Here comes the final hit, maybe from Crim, or is it the first? Who knows? I mean, it's been a weird slow push, and he's got in there and he's dead.
And Crim obviously has a bit of pressure on him. Maybe with Neptune going crazy, he gets relieved just a little bit, but just for the fact that he has been primarily rocking an MP40 on this map for, you know, the better part of the year, now having to slow the pace and mix things up. So Crim certainly a player capable of making the adjustments, but a little bit of pressure on him. But as far as this scrap time goes, New York looking poised up for it, especially with another 2-piece from Neptune. And I mean, they'll be able to bump the lead up once again, trying to maintain that 30-40 margin. And I think more importantly, if anyone actually wants to rotate, or maybe Neptune will just take the spawn, they will have the rotation to do.
Well, this is our Mountain Dew feature player, Paul X, and keeping a very close eye on him as the newcomer to the squad, but so far not a bad look. That was a 4 spree before going down, helping the Subliners accumulate that time. But again, over the river we go. Big rotation done. Røkkr first in. Will they be able to grab that time? This is attach. Shots are in towards Neptune, who's finally seeming to reach his, you know, perceived potential, at least for a lot of players here in the league. We all sort of touted him as the next Shotzzy maybe. They just need sort of the tutelage of a more experienced player. For now, it looks all right, but this is a great bit of work from Røkkr. While this old man waffles and tells a bit of story time, these young lads picking up the hard point time.
And keep in mind for these young lads, well, they have to deal with the glide bomb, but New York, we're effectively given the gift of that rotation for free, and well, that is a big old tree. Got to be level 60 with the glide bomb to chop that one down.
Oh my word, the size of that tree, it's more dangerous and more sort of streak absorbing than the one on Raid in the middle of the map. What a throwback that is. That is an unfortunate series of events, and even though the mighty Neptune finds the streaks, they don't work out, and Røkkr take the lead.
And by the way, Neptune went from 15-2 to 17-12, so he goes 50-2, and your team has a 30-point lead, and basically hasn't gotten a kill since then, and Røkkr have obviously come back into this game. Also, Miles, I'm going to try to set you for this up long term. We are down to 2 minutes and 37 seconds on the game clock. There is a 90% chance that this game ends on the clock rather than a team getting to 250. So not something that we have to keep in mind, but the teams also have to juggle that as well.
I would love to see this game end before a team makes 100. Let's see if that's possible. The Subliners are flooding in. All 4 players close enough to the point. That's going to be time going their way. 30 seconds remaining as we get back towards game. Grim.
Sorry, somewhere out there, Parasite is just like shaking his head, just saying Bocage brain, man. Like, that's all it is. Bocage brain.
All right, well, we're having way too much fun over here. Let's have a quick listen in with the New York Subliners and see how much fun they're having.
He's near dub.
Right, take your time, Travis. Don't take him by it.
I'm in field. I
didn't set him Zig. He's bottom up.
What's me P2? I don't see any of this.
Yo, you wanna get bottom up.
Yeah. Nice.
Let's do that, guys. Do that.
What can you barn me?
That's in low tank.
Top barn dead. Nice.
No, 10 dead.
Nice. Nice. I'll get time. Missing Priestahh. Yo, we might flip.
I'm trying to get you bottom barn.
We haven't flipped. We have not flipped. Just 20 back close.
I'm bottom barn right now. I'm holding bottom barn.
Yo, he's low tank.
I have
Low tank major.
He's ace and D. He's ace and D.
110.
I got one.
Yeah, Sandy's gonna be barn. He's gonna be barn. Sandy. Sandy dead. Nice. Yeah, one's low tank.
Low tank, and low left tank as well.
Yeah, low left tank, one shot.
Take your time. Take your time. Nate. I'm hitting him right now.
He's super weak. Yo, I'm gonna go for a pinch here.
I got him.
No, I'm going. Yo, okay.
On the take, one shot. Top barn. He went out. He's corner hole. He's on side door.
Yeah.
One shot.
One
on the tree.
Don't loot.
We flip.
Kitch.
Yo, he's front side.
One's absolute.
I'm going in. Nice, good job. I'm going top. I want top, guys. And I'm playing tower.
I'll have the back right.
I'm wrapping the time, okay?
Okay, I'm watching left.
Yo, he's already deep. Low right. Fuck him.
Low right dead.
Nice job.
Yo, left is open.
Oh, he's right behind me. Elbow. Tower. He's near tower.
That's volunteer still.
Low right. He's in the air.
Yeah. Attach it low right.
He's not picking me.
Tower.
One shot. From grandma.
From grandma.
He shot from grandma.
Kitchen, one shot.
Yeah, attaching hill.
One shot.
there.
I got one.
Nice.
He's right side of time.
Røkkr storming back here on Bocage. They've got bottom grandma's control. Neptune, trident in hand, now trying to make his way through the back. Chance to kills there, 24 and 19 for him. Again, slowed down a little bit with Røkkr full control now.
This is just like a map in this moment right now for everyone just to learn about like philosophy, right? Like everyone's getting a nihilistic approach to the map where, I mean, basically nothing matters. It feels like at this point, less than 2 minutes on the game clock. We, like, in theory, have such a long way to go, but I don't know. I'd say the biggest theme, right, is Røkkr are maybe the only team able to get like a decent chunk of time, at least like stringing it together. But obviously that might not make a difference because New York can break through and fight the scrap. Like, I don't know. This seemingly is just going to be a bloodbath of the game the entire way through.
And this is a real bad spot to be in right now for Røkkr. You can see that all those skulls now, the right-hand side, that's where they're going to be spawning. They are stuck on that side of the map. It's going to take a sledgehammer to fight their way through. Crim just got gunned by Standy. That's one way to get through. Now you've got an opening to get back over towards Barnside. Two-man split now for sure. A little slow as Priestahh, the first man in, brought down. Over to our Mountain Dew featured player, Paul X, who's got himself a couple of kills. Indeed, he is having a whale of a time. This is a nice look out of the rest of Subliners. They had a rough run there on Grandma's, but now over by Barn, it's a barn burner. Dun, 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 dun.
Well, I gotta say, that was poorly played by Attach as well. Puns aside, he played it very slow and actually gave Paul time to set up and get the two-piece. But again, I'm nihilistic as far as this map one goes. It didn't really make a difference because Røkkr spawned up and immediately take over towards the barn. But I don't know. I suppose last go around, New York technically had the free rotation over towards River. Plenty of these players, if they want to rotate, can head that direction. Instead, HyDra with 6 seconds left is still taking gunfights, but if you got those back right spawns, maybe it doesn't make a difference. New York, again, get here first. They're down by 22. Need to hold this for a decent chunk of time.
We've seen Røkkr make the breaks here, though. This is what we're going to be trying to see now. The back route through the side of Grandma's, now through the sewers, through the tunnels, underneath the map in Bocage. HyDra with a good reads. There's more dangerous things down there right now than Priestahh. And MajorManiak now, the slow approach forward. Nice shots there on a Paul X. Tries to get himself into the tower. He makes it. Oh, no, he will not be touching Grace. The man gets dropped now. Back over to the spawns he goes. Having helped the boys out again on the approach. Priestahh now taken down. An open hard point with 30 seconds remaining on River.
Yeah, if nothing else, Paul X does not lack the gunny, and maybe Røkkr got something of what they wanted, got a little bit of a break, but even still, if New York are able to fight back in and get some of this hill time, or maybe they will chow out of the hill and then die, and then Røkkr will be back in. Everyone has their brains, maybe not switched off, but cranked to 100%. They are ready for the gunfights.
Here comes the hits. Mid-map we go once again. Third time around, and neither team at that 200-point mark with 102 on the in-game clock and chance. This really could come down to it. With enough contests here on P1, the time is going to get very short, and it'll be a slither between these two teams right now. What a Bocage this is. Back over to Paul X, Mountain Dew featured player, handing out the absolute smackins. Back and forth we go. 35 and 25 for him. Man alive, almost finding another. Over to HyDra, his teammate, straight into the action. Picks up where Paul left off. Røkkr with the lead for now.
Oh, dude, go to the time. Stop running away from it, man. They get the kills, and then both players turn and run opposite to what did these kills matter? Like, it's P1. It doesn't matter if spawns flip. Just sit in the hill, man. Damn.
We're going to see it come closer. They don't have the lead right now as New York Subliners. They have to get the time. Here we go, mate. Eyes on the game clock. Over 30 seconds. Barely to play with now. P2 is on its way. This is it for Minnesota Røkkr. If they hold this one down, they're all good for now. The New York Subliners, it's been a bit of a disaster if they lose it here, but they've got themselves in for a few moments. Crim's got to win this fight. He does, and MajorManiak's going to be there. Paul now. Oh, sorry, HyDra trying to hit the back, and this is it. We could see the lead change in a big way, and now surely the Subliners will stay out the point.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's scared to give the point at this point, but yeah, 20 seconds left, 3-point game. You have to balance everything. The contest spot or barrel spot used for Priestahh. Spike is coming through. Neptune wins the next one. If he can get him off the point, that's huge, and at least draws him away for a second. Funnily enough, New York actually spawned in the back. 12 seconds on the game clock. A 2-point game. New York now have the lead.
They've got the lead for now. Here comes the contest. If you got to get someone close enough, no, they're going to get off the point if they need to. It's not going to work out here. Now they could get off, but they're not. It's just bizarre. When they're on it, they're not. When they need to, they're going all around the place. I don't understand any more chance. It's bloody pandemonium. There's 8 seconds in the game clock, and now New York Subliners trying to keep the point safe. And this, ladies and gentlemen, has been one hell of a hard point. We may never see pandemonium shenanigans like this ever again. Subliners take that one.
Oh, what a game, Miles. Woo! My God, bro. That
was fun.
Absurd from start to finish. I think that has to be the singular map of Bocage at its absolute finest. Like, that encapsulates from start to finish everything we love and hate about that map. But funnily enough, I mean, something I said towards the start of Minnesota, not as bad as hardpoint as we thought. Well, obviously New York, that has been the problem for them all year long. Obviously they make the roster change having extra kills in mind, which, hey, Paul and both Neptune absolutely deliver in that regard.
Wait,
but
so did Attach, dude?
Yeah, he kept up the entire time.
Dude, the whole time, this entire... What? You know who what? Lordy, what a...
You know what it was, Miles? The final 10 seconds of scrap time on P1, New York actually stood in the point and got it.
That's it. The final... I mean, that is a hard point that we will be talking about for quite some time, friends. What an unbelievable matchup. That was crazy. Crazy. You can go... You know what? I'm looking forward to the flank tonight. That's all I'm saying. Woo! Let's have a look at the highlights, friends.
I will be breaking down all of these highlights with my great analytical mind. Haha, just kidding. I mean, I think, like, the most absurd thing is genuinely the fact that Neptune starts out 15-2, and they had like a 30-point lead after that, and then somehow proceeds to go like 2-15 for like the next set of lives that he had. So, I mean, ridiculous turnaround, but obviously he ended up dropping the 40 bomb towards the end. Paul X right there with him. So slaying prowess is certainly there, but I will pick no moments at all throughout the entire game of where a team could have won or lost it. That was just every hill back and forth. Nothing makes sense. Nothing matters. And then even towards the end, where I'm like, all right, New York, you have the lead. There's only 10 seconds left on the game clock. Now you can actually get out. And that was the first time they like stacked a hill. I'm like, okay, guys, I'm being trolled.
Yeah, it was very strange because again, at this point in time, they've got the lead, and all they needed to do was keep Røkkr off of it. A matter of seconds now to play with. 9.7, they fly on in. HyDra grabs time, dives on out. I would love to have heard the comms then, man. Absolute lunacy. I had to drop a tweet. That's how mad this whole series was. I literally had to lean over and hit the blue bird, like before the highlights were even done. Mate, this was a map. This was a map.
That, you know what? That is the ultimate analysis of how we can describe that map one. It was in fact a map. I mean, in the comms, I don't know if the players are unconscious or if they are 100% brain is actually firing on all cylinders. I have no idea. Whatever the case may be, Minnesota Røkkr, who were 1-10 in map ones, are now 1-11. So a wild game one, but I suppose the series so far as expected.
I feel like that if they win that, they get like a +3 on the record, because that would have been something special. All right, so hard point is now aside. Whew, let's all get it out, friends. We now go to the search and destroy. We're staying on Bocage, which should be a lot of fun. Charles, now this one, statistically, Røkkr have got a huge advantage here, like a massive advantage in this matchup, right?
It is completely wild, actually. So one, this might actually be their best map. It certainly is on like round win percentage, but the stat we saw for the keys to victory and that Carson pointed out, their 4v3 win percentage, 68%. It's not great in the league, but they're still winning their 4v3s. But the 3v4s, they don't need to get the first blood, Miles, and they will still win the round. They win more than half the rounds where they don't find the first pick. And the fact that 4v3 and 3v4, that percentage is that close to being the same, I mean, that's bonkers. That makes absolutely zero sense in any way, shape, or form. I have to imagine at least a decent chunk of those 3v4s, you're just getting the quick trade after getting the first blood. But I mean, Minnesota Røkkr, as weird as they can be, they certainly have had a great advantage on this map. That, of course, being said, it's a new bomb site, so things will change.
Things will definitely change. I mean, the way they hold their setups now over towards the A side of the map gonna have to be a little different, because you have to still be able to watch it from outside. I would imagine MajorManiak towards that top tank position, he's going to be just glued to that spot, but we will see. Again, this is a very new look for Bocage. The first time we'll be seeing these two teams go at it. Interesting notes again for the New York Subliners. How will they fare now on this last-minute adaptation? But again, as far as the records go, Røkkr definitely have the advantage going into this one, but we will see. Our Mountain Dew marquee match, this could be the best one of all time, depending on how the rest of the series go. But hey, we've started on an absolute high note, that's for sure.
And a massive opportunity, I'd say, for New York to actually get a win on the Bocage S&D. I mean, I know statistically the map favors Minnesota Røkkr, but it's a different look. You now have different players on your team. And also, I know the record isn't great, but HyDra occasionally just flips the switch and fries on this map. And obviously Neptune had that hot hand as well. So I think Subliners right now, they woke up, chose violence, came ready to play.
Well, let's see what happens now. Subliners on defense first. Mountain Dew future player Paul X now. He can see through that, I believe. I think he might have been able to see through that slither in the wall, but he did not catch a Standy. He is. He's looking through the bloody window frame, and there's a little gap there. Can we get some plaster or something? Patch that up? But for now, he's chilling.
World War II architecture, man. That'll get you. These cracks in the walls.
This building could be from like the mid 1800s. You never know. Like real old looking spot. But the shots are out. A couple of bullet holes now decorating the inside of that house. Priestahh manages to nail the first blood. Ooh, Paul's in trouble. 23 HP right through the window.
Nice wins on the backside, too. I was going to say HyDra's the most important player to take down, but Standy wins the next one as well and catches Crim trying to make plays on the flank. You know PaulX is going to be up there. Neptune making the play, though. At least gets the bomb down, but MajorManiak on the God tank. Somehow no one gets the kill. MajorManiak falls. This is a 2v4. Subliners are going to get straight away. Take them down in the round on board. The only mistake Minnesota made was getting that first blood. That is where they are 10th overall on this map. Except not really, but a ridiculous clutch. And Neptune, again, is that guy.
Subliners ripped through bottom grandmas like a hurricane there. That was one hell of a turnaround. First bloods have statistically helped out the Minnesota Røkkr in nearly every situation, wherever happens. But not that time. We'll add that one to the pile, but now we go to round 2.
And maybe this will just be the series of things that don't make any sense, like the instant 2v4 clutch against Minnesota Røkkr, historically, obviously fantastic S&D team, and well, now a potential B hit, attached, playing with fire. The sun's coming out, should let him know, hey, there's pressure coming this way, so he dips back over towards tunnel, and York looks like they're readjusting, taking over grandmas.
Standy finds a little slat to work with there through the wall. Slowly but surely, we're going to see the Subliners make that approach. Crim's got down low covered. He's got PaulX just over his left shoulder, helping him out here, but attach. Oh my, the timing! They've slipped in. They didn't see it. Let's attach is the front. Nice shot. Whoa, nice shots indeed if you get it. Oh, HyDra does go down. That's still in price, baby. He's been hitting the aim labs. He knows what's up. 3v3 now.
Very awkward first blood, but you'll take it. By the way, Crim, made it to the back tank, and that is a massive opening. Not necessarily plant the bomb, though. They haven't actually made a move. I think number 2, Neptune, he's cornered up, and so is Standy, but Standy makes the approach to the bomb, and Pot just guns him down. I mean, PaulX is nothing else. Absolutely does not lack the gunny. Nice round for the Subliners. Back-to-back, you got Crim getting the back line as well. New York putting in some work early on.
Yep. It's a nice 2 rounds for them. Awkward timing on both sides. I mean, like, attached with the shots on a pull, obviously loses any kind of aim assist there, like trying to fire through that wood. Big win there on the bomb site. Again, unfortunate timing for Standy. So who knows, man? I mean, 1 or 2 gunfights go the other way. It could be very different looks so far. But Subliners find themselves up by 2 here in the Search and Destroy. 3-man hit over towards the A side of the map. And it's all going to be on Neptune to make the read. And he has somewhat slowed down in the best way he possibly could since that incredible opening there on the hard point. But Paul's having a whale of a time as well. 4-0 for him.
I'm going to take the moment of respite just to say we talked about Minnesota Røkkr 1-10 in map 1, but 5-3 in map 4. So sometimes they're good at hard point for the map 4. Sometimes they're atrocious for S&D. 6-5 on the map 2s, and then like 4-1 for map 5s. So map 2, they're still good, but not their strongest. They get better as the series goes on, but both teams still looking for that first blood. Neptune, wow, just playing with fire. Both on the old A site, but the trades are in.
Trades are in. PaulX with a cleanup crew. HyDra's going to be there as well. That's huge. Paul manages to get himself into a 5. Now it is a 3 versus 2. MajorManiak can attach slowly but surely through the back. I like this. Crim's going to peek it. Oh, he just saw the cheeks of MajorManiak as they scuttle away. Now attach is going to get himself another kill. 1v2. Crim. The old go. Gone up against these 2 youngins. Absolutely guns him. Can't get away in time. And MajorManiak, that escape was magnificent.
And attach making plays as well, right? I don't know exactly who it was that opened up like the front wall to top grandmas, but attach takes full use of it, goes for the first, and then figures out what he can and cannot wall bang for that final kill on Crim. So I think that is one of the most important things for attach to figure out as early as possible in the year. I try to think of a good line to back that one up, Miles, but that's all I got.
That's all, mate. That's all right. Sometimes you just have to let them slide out. You just let it be. 3 players now making their way through barn. One on the outside is going to be Paul. Typical defense now as the walls and doors are up. And all things considered right now, these lads are playing zombies. As the A-bomb site, they've actually vacated to the majority of Minnesota Røkkr. They're all over towards B. And this could be very interesting because I still feel like the A hit is really where New York Subliners want to go.
You have a player, by the way, on the full flank. That's number 6. A couple players in grandmas, and Priestahh even making moves, but delicate fights in all of the corners. If you're playing zombies, this is what Standy lives for, or doesn't, I suppose. But Priestahh finds that first blood on the flank. MajorManiak gets the next one. Actually, is Major on the flank the entire time, and number 1's trying to hunt him down, but he has found a new corner. 2v3 now for the Subliners.
Oh, but in the middle map, it's going to be Neptune. Does manage to find the kill. Now it's a 2v2 once again. Neps. Oh my word, the timing was almost absolutely magnificent. Here comes the hit. It could be a 1v1, but the bomb's going over towards B. Neptune might have made the heads-up play here. Attach is going to check this. PaulX backing him up. Oh my god, what an awkward series of events! Neptune somehow winds up behind Attach. Less than 20 seconds, bomb being planted. Standy, it's time to be a hero. 1v1. Paul gets it. New York Subliners. What is this route? That was mad timing, Chance. Time and time again.
I mean, that's also just like Neptune living in like the prime of Mixland, right? I mean, 20 seconds on the clock before they even go for the plant, literally running circles around the map trying to figure things out. But that is also another clutch where it is Paul and Neptune that delivered. They had the 2v4 in round number 1 to kick it off, and a 2v3 right there. So PaulX, the new man on the squad, Neptune, the guy that, I mean, he was incredibly vocal about just wanting to play his game. And I mean, that duo right now, what is that, 13-3 combined, and about the same lead that they had at the hard point.
HyDra's not able to get a kill just yet, but that's not a problem whatsoever. The rest of the team is putting in the work. Rushing towards B now for Røkkr. Here comes Crim, the wide peak. I don't think MajorManiak saw him. There he is. That's him. There he is. Got him. Good shots there. Patient work out of the Major. Bomb down at B now. Here we go. I love this spot. HyDra spotted. This should be another one for MajorManiak should he choose to push.
I was going to say, I think he has attach or help from attach if he needs it, but try to shout out L. Neptune got players up top, trying to stay alive and pray for his teammates, and HyDra's there for the help. 2v2, you already see what one player's doing. Standy's got to be quick. HyDra, though, for defense, takes him down, buys enough time, and again, Subliners, clutch as you need them against the Røkkr of all teams. And HyDra, he was on a donut. Guess when he turns up when his team needs him to. 2 massive kills as him and Neptune, maybe their turn to be the duo, deliver.
Unbelievable stuff out of the New York Subliners. What a run this is. The bomb defusal team making it work out indeed. And again, Standy, he couldn't run. He couldn't fly into the fight. He would have easily been gunned. He had to take those shots. Sensational work out of the Subliners. 8-2 now for Neptune. 7-2, PaulX. And HyDra, those last 2 kills, they were pretty big. But here we go. A slower hit now from the New York Subliners towards B. PaulX with the opening blood. And this is a nice bit of a longer range fight than we've seen happen on Bocage so far. Standy levels the playing field. 3v3.
Yeah, Crim just gets swarmed in that moment, but there should be a free bomb plant over towards B. Neptune thinking about it. Or maybe New York's game plan is, who cares about planting the bomb when we could just run around? He's able to get his third. He's 9-2. And again, this honestly might be the strat call of like, don't plant the bomb until there's less than, 20 or 30 seconds on the clock, and just hardcore play for kills. Because in spite of it being wide open, Neptune taking his time. Number 3, HyDra up top again. This duo, an opportunity to clutch. And that's why he's so far to spawn. He's got the snipe.
Yeah, okay. Who's that? Standy behind him. Awkward timing now for HyDra. Neptune's way out in the middle of the B side of the map. Standy may have a window of that. Oh my goodness, the timing once again. Standy, if you check the bomb now, you're lucky man. There you go. HyDra last man up. We'll see what he can do now. With the automaton in hand, 1v2 with 15 seconds to make this happen. This is unlikely, but not impossible. Oh my word. Standy, run! Flee, Standy! And the round is yours. Wow, that could have been something crazy.
And maybe a moment as well where the waiting for the plant cost you. I mean, it's not necessarily the waiting for that moment. It's just the fact that Standy found the route to get all the way around on the full flank and simply just had some good timing. And nearly an opportunity, too, to catch him. I was going to say, with that little time on the clock, and HyDra does it here, pull out the snipe and just try to hit a prayer, but too tricky of a situation. And hey, Minnesota, it was not easy. It took a very long time to make it happen, but they got another round on board.
Unreal. Here we go. Neptune spots him through the door. That's brand new. We've seen a couple of new looks out of the subliners, quite literally. New looks through the teeniest of cracks. 3v4. Neptune. Curiosity certainly killed that cat. There's HyDra now lying in wait. Won't be spotted for a while, but this is the sort of typical stalemate we're going to see. Standy looking to get things going on the 4-spree right now. A lot of noise been made. Here comes the gunfights. There's red dots all over the place. He's going to go for something. Standy now last man up. Uh-oh. Tagged up. Here comes the pressure from the subliners. The hunt is on. The angle at which they take the attack, though, Paul, the tiniest of heads. The tiniest of angles to work with there. Not only stops the spree from Standy, but now wins the round.
Yeah, just a swarming and dominant round. Nothing on point to really talk about there. Just the trades coming through from the subliners. That door, by the way, next to the bomb site, I think you can also look underneath that one. So, man, this 19th century architecture, let me tell you, those builders back in the day, they were not thinking about Call of Duty 150 years later.
They weren't thinking about keeping, it warm indoors either. Bloody draft all over the place.
It's crazy.
So kind of noisy and cold living in here, but hey, man, we've come a long way, Chance. Modern luxuries. As here we go. The slow advance now from the subliners. Different looks, and Crim. Oh,
First
my
one
word.
again, man.
Wait, how did he even get that? Like from tank side? There's a nice shot. He's trying to find another one here. The pressure's on. Bomb's going to be planted quick. Standy's in a position to spring into action, but will he spring? Yes, he will. There's the kill now. Is this the 3v3? Well, there you go.
Trades are instant. Someone's to that back tank, though, so Crimsix is having himself a nice little fight, or maybe HyDra can just play spoiler. He's able to get up top, and funnily enough, Attach dips out at that exact moment, but guess who gets shot in the back and the front. The swarm is in. MajorManiak lasts alive for the 1v3, but as clutch as he could be, subliners have just had their number, and there it is. 2-0 for New York. The Bocage, they take him down both times. The clutches from HyDra, Paul, and Neptune taking turns. Crim occasionally getting the first blood when he needs to, but that is a very quick and, well, maybe not easy, a stressful one at that, but subliners, strong advantage in this series.
Yeah, they managed to be the bandits of Bocage, stealing both of them from Røkkr in very, very different fashions. But that is that so far, friends. Wow. Good looks out of the New York subliners, whether it is just running around going absolutely wild, but 6-2, the final score there on map number 2. The search and destroy Bocage comes to a close, and you got to hand it to Paul X. 10-3 out of him. Neptune with a 9-5. Everyone's certainly pulling their weight, and HyDra went from 0-4 to a 5-5 finish. Great stuff out of him overall, and Crim, nice work in that final round as well. So the whole team certainly coming to play their chance. Beautiful stuff.
And the 2v4, obviously a massive round just to like kick things off, but I think the round where HyDra actually found those first 2 kills, and New York delivered in that clutch fashion with him and Neptune getting the bomb defuse in the final moments, probably the biggest round of the game. Just one that sort of sucks the life out of you if you're the Røkkr, but we've been in this situation before. Røkkr, they live here. They go down 0-2 all the time. They love a good reverse sweep, even when you doubt them. So by no means is this series over. Minnesota, it is genuinely night and day between the first half of the series and the back half. But of course, GVU2 control, kind of a bounce map for both teams. Even for New York, when they were like struggling with Clayster, they were still solid on GVU2 control. So we get to see if they deliver with Paul. I think New York definitely want that 3-0.
We'll see. Well, the double Bocage with cheese is now done. While we digest that in this quick commercial break, think about the next map on its way, friends. You don't want to miss it. See you after this. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
The North. In the darkness, a prophecy is told. Four warriors. Confronting them like challenging the winter itself. The snow that blinds you gives them strength. And the ice belongs to them. Prepare yourself for a cold wind blows.
Well, as all good Røkkr fans know now, the series has truly begun. Again, for those of you at the Mall of America there in first round, we hope you're enjoying yourselves. And I would say, everyone, grab that drink now because this is it. It's game time. Minnesota Røkkr now down 0-2. This is where the fun begins, Chance.
Yeah, dude, that tweet from Slasher cracked me up. I didn't catch it before the S&D, but he was like, just let me know when Minnesota go down 0-2, then I'll start watching. And then, well, we've been here before, and then Slasher tweeted out after that. I've seen this before, man. This is where Minnesota wins. So, I mean, who knows at this point? Obviously, New York look like they are on point. Paul X looks fantastic. This is the best Neptune has looked all year long. Admittedly, only 2 maps deep, so you got to close it out. But I will make no predictions. I turned my brain off halfway through map 1. I am struggling to turn it back on.
Well, don't worry, mate. The Norns have spoken and the prophecy is here. We're going into another one, and this should be interesting. HyDra is up and about, though. Something seems to be happening, but again, we have control now waiting in the wings. This is it. Big turnaround opportunity here for Minnesota Røkkr. They do love to do that one. They've got top performance in control here so far, and I will say Chance Standy with a slight edge.
And the fact that he has 30% of his team kills is honestly kind of absurd. I haven't checked it lately for the S&D, but I know at least last week he was like 33% of his team's total kills in Surge and Destroy, so that's a little bit wild. And we talked about the map 1 and 4. I'll go back to that just for a moment. Both Standy and Priestahh in map 1s have a 0.83 KD. When you go to map 4, I think Standy jumps up like 0.24 in KD, and Priestahh jumps up like 0.17. So certainly it just takes those guys a second to sort of get that ball rolling. So Standy, you gotta be on the lookout for him. Even on Gavutu, you never know when he can go crazy.
Well, we've seen a few submachine gun players. Of course, we saw Capsidal earlier on today having a really good show on Gavutu with the submachine gun. Once those ARs get set up and allow that coverage, you can really run wild. On a map that size, again, looks a little different from a submachine gun player's perspective, I'll tell you that much. But New York Subliners, Minnesota Røkkr, our last match of the day. This is, of course, our Mountain Dew marquee match. We are down 2 maps already with the New York Subliners in the lead. 1 more is all they need to walk away with the dub. And again, get themselves well and truly ready for the Minnesota Røkkr Major. Next week, we will see you, friends. We will be there in Minnesota. We cannot wait. We're going to stand Saturday and Sunday all sold out. It is going to be one hell of a show. Honestly, watching that video back from the OpTic Major, you know, with the player comms and a little story being told there, it took us right back to that spot. Unbelievable, man. What a weekend or week that was. I think we picked up a couple of grays there together, brother. I can't lie. It was one hell of an experience. But, man, can't wait to get to Minnesota. Can't wait to get to Major 2. It is going to be very, very exciting indeed. Almost ready to get into this one, of course, friends. As you can see, something is up. It's always HyDra. I don't know what it is with him, mate, but it is always HyDra. Whether he's spilling things, whether he's knocking things over, whether he's breaking things, it is always HyDra.
We will blame him. I think he had to take the role from aBeZy. I know aBeZy back in the day, like one of the ultimate time tortures for like actually starting matches on time. But I don't know, HyDra trying to take that reign from him. Whatever the case may be, very important matchup we have. Not only is it the Minnesota Røkkr, like I was about to call it a home series major that we have for Major 2. This is also an incredibly important match. If they get this win, boom, you're in winner's bracket. I don't know where the seed's going to be, but they make it to winners. If they lose this, then it comes down to tie breaks. I don't know where the tie break scenario is going to be because then New York would be 2-2 and they play Toronto, and like there could be like a 4-way tie at 2 and 3 for different teams. But all I know is Minnesota win, they get winners. If they lose, they better make sure they don't get 3-0'd. Like as many maps as possible would put themselves in the most ideal position. But this very well might be the case where it's a series we look back on after matches finish tomorrow and be like, damn, like New York, they took that winning like spot from them right here, right now on that Gavutu control. But outside of this series, looking at the match metrics, no surprise, you know, Miles, New York, they have not had a fun year, but this is the best they've looked so far, at least these 2 maps in. With the win they had over Paris, they're starting to put something together.
Absolutely, they have had a really rough run of the Vanguard season so far, but again, this is the new look for the New York Subliners, as they are now hoping to turn their entire season around here. It begins in this one, and obviously it moves over towards Major 2. But this is it, our Mountain Dew marquee match. Map number 3 on its way, Gavutu Control. Both teams, you can see their statistics there thus far in the season. But again, for the Subliners, it's a new dawn, it's a new day, and it's an opportunity to turn things around indeed. Here we go, their chance. Gavutu, Røkkr. The series now begins for them. They've had their 2 warm-up maps. Typically, this is where they win 3 straight. We'll see if they can get it done.
And a fun one to pay attention to. I mean, obviously, we talked about the top performer. Standy certainly a guy to look at on the side of Minnesota. But I think, in my mind, there is a decent battle right now between Attach and Paul X. Obviously, Paul, I think, had 39 kills for Bocage Map 1. And I think Attach dropped the 40 bomb, got up to 41. But those are sort of the brand new ARs, so to speak. One, because he's new to the roster. Attach, because he's new-ish to the role. See what they pay attention to, is this is a 4-man stack for New York over towards A. Just thinking about that objective.
Attach with the first blood. Kills come through. Over to Paul X, our Mountain Dew featured player. Can he sniff out Attach and take care of him? Or will he live to fight another day? Double-man stack now. Oh, for a brief moment. Here comes the stack over towards A. Big win there out of Paul. 2 HP, keeping the play alive, keeping the capture going. Here comes MajorManiak, and Paul X proving to be very, very difficult to wrangle indeed. Gets himself one more. Does not finish the capture, though. Oh, it doesn't kill Attach either. Gotta get on there. Finish this segment towards A.
Well, this is a seesaw, right? HyDra, couldn't quite make it to point nearly there, but he and Crim were trying to work together to get any sort of progress over towards B. But I was going to say maybe an opening, but no. Crim will get shot in the back, and New York has to turn their full attention back over towards A, where they're actually sort of getting picked apart along the way. Standing with the nice one and Attach again. Called him out as a player to watch. Started out 4-1 so far.
Well, Standy jumps on the point for a moment there. That's going to pull that progress they've already managed to get out of A. Now you've got players on it. Standy's not going to commit to this just yet. There it is. Segment grabbed. 30 seconds remaining here in the opening round. New York Subliners, 1 segment up.
I think number 3 going on a flank, and MajorManiak hasn't read it yet and actually gets shot down, but he did spot HyDra, so at least Standy knows what he needs to look for. It looks like A has been at least partially, if not fully, chalked, but while that's happening, Attach is swung out wide to the left side of the map and try to funnel these players in and make sure no one ever gets that beach control. As long as you have ring control on defense, you're feeling pretty comfortable about your chances.
Attach is in, Attach is in. Big shots out of Neptune from top side of boat, though. Here comes Attach, in from behind. Any more can he grab here? This would be massive, and he does. He gets 2. They do lose A, though. If the timing had been a little faster, he may have been able to save that one, but 6-1 thus far for Attach on a 2 spree. Finally brought down there. It now all falls down to the B zone for Minnesota Røkkr on defense here in the opening round.
And Priestahh playing an aggressive spot as well. If he gets caught, that might be a little problematic, but he wins the gunfight. Pretty sure he had a nice angle down low, and Standy there to fill in the position top ring. And again, you have ring control on defense, you're going to have a great time. And you even got a guy like Attach off spawn posted up in the back to potentially deal with pressure from Neptune. So I think right now Røkkr pretty comfortable with their setup.
Yep, indeed. New York Subliners back to that top boat position is going to be Crim now. Eyes all across the various avenues of attack. Good job, Crim. If you jump off the top side of the boat and hit the sand, you die. So well done, Crim there. Finds himself a little go path and gets himself down. Here comes the hit now in a ring. Finds 1. This is the 3 spree. He has no idea. There's another player in ring with him. He's got no idea, but his teammates do. Neptune gets it. 20 seconds now remaining in the round. Crim, forward he goes towards the zone. They're looking to capture B right here, right now.
They have Paul X in their spawn, by the way, so they got the ring control. They got man watching the flank. This is everything you want now. If you have 1 man on point, it still takes 45 seconds to get the capture, so you got to win the gunfights, and that is not the best start. Neptune swinging over there, maybe to help his teammate out, but everyone gunned down left and right. Minnesota Røkkr clean on defense, and that's an important one for them to get. They do give up 1 tick, though, so New York, you know, it's not like their time was wasted. Have at least a 1 bump for the next round.
Great stuff. A little bit of work pays off, and we'll see again. When it came to the previous matchup, Boston, they managed to win that round 5 defense comfortably after the very, very heavy work, the heavy lifting they did in the earlier rounds to capture those zones. Minnesota Røkkr now. Bounce back opportunity for them. This is the turnaround here in the series. Can they get it done? Here we go into another round chance, and for these boys, no stranger to being down a map or 2.
Nah, I mean, they get better as time goes on, right? A bit of a suffering in the Bocage hard point. doesn't really pan out in the Bocage S&D, but if they get this one map win, I mean, that almost guarantees the reverse sweep right now. We're getting ahead of ourselves, but this is definitely a team that likes to have that momentum. As far as the opening break goes, though, a couple players fall from Minnesota, so not a lot of wiggle room for them to work with. Couple nice gunfight wins by Attach, though. He has been incredibly consistent with the automaton.
It's been a wonderful change for the entire team as soon as you pick the rifle up. But for now, the kills are going the way of the New York Subliners. Let's now go, though, to a quick listen in with Minnesota Røkkr.
Hear that? I'm playing. I think he's going top row.
Might be cliff. He might be low cliff, guys.
Yeah, he is. Dead.
Nice, that's two.
Well, no one I'm playing. Somewhere.
I'll see him with Cubby.
What are you playing?
Top
green.
I'm one shot. He could be pitching.
Top green, Gombe, can you touch? Crim could be ring stairs or deep left.
Yeah,
Neptune one shot mid tank. We're looking for Crim. I'm around.
He went out. He's all dead. I'm one shot.
We're looking for Crim still.
I'm trying to look for him.
I can see P5.
Yeah, we have to try to stop clock here.
Yeah.
I'm coming to point.
I don't see Crim. Crim's front tower. Dead.
Yo, top green.
Nice. You guys gonna
green.
Get
on point. I'm on point.
Left side green.
We can double stack this. We can.
Someone should tag with them. Neptune's on the god fence. Neptune's on the god fence. HyDra's one shot T2. They're gonna try to push me on range on. They need one left.
I don't see him hole. Oh, he got me.
Green.
Front green. He's outside. They're close. He's close about.
Ring stairs dead.
They might try to
Neptune's
top.
top mid. Neptune's ring. Crim's mid tank.
One guy's going out our hole.
One's going far left. Crim dead.
We can go both.
Neptune's gonna be left.
One shot low cliff. He's under the cliff.
rock?
He's close left. He's like close left.
I don't see him.
He might wind up our ramp. He might be our cliff.
No,
I got him. That was him. Weak HyDra. Top. I can't hit him.
I'm pushing him.
Yeah. I'm pulling you.
Yeah, one's at top. Mid tank, HyDra down.
One point. I got him.
That's him.
One mid tank. I'm killing mid tank.
Minnesota Røkkr chance literally spinning plates over here by the A zone. They've got 14 seconds left. They better capture this bad boy.
Oh, they're going to be able to get it, at least for the first one, so buy themselves a minute and 12. And again, the name of the game, obviously, if you can string together a win on offense, you will take it. But for the moment, down on a tick, and I'd say that is sort of problem one to solve. Good news is you have ring control for Røkkr, so you got a little bit of time to work with, try to set up, get a couple kills, and get everybody in position. But everyone that dies is a problem, and both the players in ring are going to fall, and that makes their round that much more difficult. Røkkr now have a long way to go.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. MajorManiak, though, one kill at a time, allowing his boys some form of purchase to get themselves up the beach, and he has to worry about that ring control, and it's all good now, though, because Priestahh is there, picks up Crim. Here comes the hit on towards the zone. Attach is going to be there to find a couple of kills over by both sides still, so that avenue is covered. As long as he can keep the boat safe, he can't get it done. Through the front come the New York Subliners. 5 lives remaining for Røkkr. So we've got 30 seconds to maybe make a play out of this one. But for now, the aggression of the Subliners is paying off. Our Mountain Dew featured player, Paul X, doing his homework, clearing out that B zone now alone. All that hard work there from Røkkr gone to waste.
And it really, I mean, it's the same story of Gavutu on offense, right? Like, just a couple lives get thrown away, a couple gunfights lost, and I mean, it makes the round almost nearly impossible. So New York Subliners right now, a one-tick advantage. Obviously, it's nice to have, but not insurmountable. Standy making a last-ditch effort to go to point, but in a 10 versus 2, I'd say as long as New York just dive bomb the hill or have everybody on their team go for that wall bang, they'll take care of business, get the job done, and in a fairly dominant fashion on defense as well, just to tie things up 1-1.
Good stuff. Defense still reigning supreme here in control mostly. Not to say we haven't seen teams manage to get those captures, but at this moment in time, the New York Subliners with the lead in the segments department up by 1. Røkkr are going to have to play this very, very tight here on defense, not to let any of those get away. We will see how well they fare. It was a decent run of things towards the end of the first round they had. The Subliners, they were aggressive as hell. And here we go, back over to A. That's the way the Subliners like it.
And I'm kind of cool with that as well. Like, you know, normally I'm a massive fan of like the cheeky B hit off the rip to try to see what you can make happen. But if you already got the segment advantage, it is just operation avoid getting spawn trapped to make sure you play like the standard capture A and go from there. On the flank though, Crim had to deal with 2. He gets dropped. So Neptune up top, bad timing. A player actually got to that mid tank, but it looks like that player somehow not taking any gunfights. Priestahh like in between everybody on the mini map. But I suppose for Subliners, no one on point because they were hunting him down. And hey, take care of business. Get that man wiping. Now you can stack the point.
Yep, 2-man stack, 3-man stack now as the rest of the Subliners, they're going to get this one done together. Look at the progress go. That bad boy is nearly done. Great stuff. As A is gone, we're going to see over 2 minutes now to play with. Plenty of time to make their way across map. Smooth moves at Neptune, not able to get the kill. Standy with a 2-piece, brought down finally by HyDra there. Over we go now to B. Last zone remaining here. And once again for Røkkr, this is going to have to be a very, very good hold, because if you win the offensive round right now for Subliners, they're setting themselves up for the 3-0 basically.
And right now, Subliners actually trying to push heavily through the both side. They've left number 3 HyDra to deal with Ring, but again, as far as I'm concerned, Ring control is definitely the way to go, trying to push through the flank. Like, if you could get someone in the back, it's always nice to have, but you need some sort of map control right now as Røkkr just taking control of everything. 2 players out lower in top cliff, 2 players stacked up in a ring, and right now, no pathway for Subliners to actually make their move over towards B, and a ton of little angles they're going to have to worry about.
MajorManiak, I'm able to find too much here. He's let those players get through, which is fine. His teammates are going to be there to get him, but got to keep winning those fights. If his teammates lose the battle over towards the ring, he's going to become real useless real quick, but now we're making the most of it. HyDra does drop. That was the 3-speed brought down to a close. Last member up now for Røkkr's going to be Priestahh. He's in trouble. Can't get it done. Now the ring falls to the New York Subliners. There's a 1-ring joke in here that we're definitely going to get later on in the year chance, but until then, let's just see the Subliners now make the hit towards B.
Oh, these are the big gunfights, right? Well, geez, I don't even have time to set it up as Standy just rips his head off. And, well, Crimsix eats a stun and then Attach wins the next gunfight. And all that work to get to ring, well, just gets stripped away. Neptune doing a little dance, but he goes down in ring. And, again, it is just a massive battle. Maybe HyDra trying to, you know, soften the blow, but Røkkr right now on point. Every gunfight by ring, they win. Attach on a 4 while this is happening, by the way. So maybe some kill streaks he can think about. Admittedly, a ways to go, but right now, possibly the most interesting thing on the map. Maybe him or number 2, Neptune, trying to make a move, and funnily enough, it's Neptune that takes him down.
Big stuff. New York Subliners unable to really get too much going there on that attacking round. Not in the kills department. Not that it matters too much, but again, they have the advantage by 4, I believe, now in the segment count, so they will be getting defense on that final round. If Røkkr can win this offensive round now, well, baby, obviously that's a 3-1 right then and there. But that's going to be the absolute goal, because you don't want to get another defense.
Funnily enough, my knowledge actually lacks. I know when it was based on kills for the round 5, if you tied on kills, it just flip-flops. Like whoever had defense in a round 4 just flips to offense for the round 5. I don't know if that's the case now for the segment change. So if they tie here, I don't know if it flip-flops or if it goes to kills after the fact. So I don't know. If anyone knows, feel free to tweet me. But for the moment right now, Subliners with that 4-segment lead.
See if they can get any more out of it. Awkward gunfights indeed. Priestahh. It looks like HyDra might have taken a tumble. He's off the map there. Even with Clay not on the team, let's face it, someone's always going to be jumping off. 2 players now through mid. We're going to keep the pressure up, and it's going to be Standy who's going to be taken care of, though, but the slow and steady capture towards A and B at the same time now, though. MajorManiak is real difficult to kill right now. HyDra finally gets him. The progress of B gone. We do manage to get at least 1 segment on A.
Yeah, a nice attempt by Major just to try to make something happen over towards B, but it seems like Trey0 is the only guy that can really make that happen with a great deal of success. And now if you're Minnesota, I mean, you should be able to get this second tick without a hitch in your efforts, but you're also being swarmed. Number 3 in the back, yeah, HyDra at least gets traded. That gets him off the point, but there you go. Standy deals with the flank. Paul X maybe the next man up towards that middle tank, and Major maybe waiting for the gunfight, or maybe just wants to capture A. 2-man on the point. Røkkr should be go to get this. So now they're only down 1 tick. If they please lock that in. Thank you.
they get it. They get it. Standy now. This should be a 2. No, HyDra, great reads. Good shots. Speedy as you like. New York Subliners full ring control. This is going to be very, very difficult now for Minnesota Røkkr to make anything happen here. Standy's going to double back into his spawn. Take care of Neptune if he can. Both of them are playing real sneaky. Neptune, that bit sneakier. Priestahh, though, this is him on the other side of the map trying to find his kills. Over to our Mountain Dew feature player, Paul X. Oh, he got a lot of hit markers. He found plenty there. He sees an ankle as well. Will he be able to stop this push? He might be able to save his players making their way forward. Because you've got full ring control. Players now in the back spawn. And Paul X reads and brings them down. With that, 18 lives apiece. Just under 1:30 remaining.
Couple trades coming through. Attached to the top boat. I mean, Attached in this position, by the way, he just wants his teammates to get to ring, and he wants to chop them down when they try to cross over to the point. But right now, HyDra just free clearance, and that is Call of Duty timing at its finest. Finds a free kill, and he's behind enemy lines. He will be a constant thorn in their side. But while that's happening, Priestahh is on point, but he doesn't really have help from ring because they got to be worried about HyDra. So there's a lot of action on this map.
Oh, okay. Attached is on the other side of the map. There's a lot going on right now. First segment of B gone. Slow and steady capture still going. It's on attach now on a 5 spree. He's staying alive, baby. That was the 4 down. You've still got 3 members of the New York Subliners up and about. All 4 now fighting fit. Here comes the push forward. I like this from attach. In an off angle here in the B zone. Instead of sitting inside that little amphibious transport, he's right at the back. Crim though, perfect coverage from top ring. That's why you need it. 8 lives now remaining for the Subliners on defense, trying to hold this one down. A minute to play with still, and it's only 1 segment. Røkkr, this could be it.
I mean, hey, Røkkr at the very least, you just went ahead and made sure you get that second tick, but just for the defense round 5. So they've done step 1. Step 2 is maybe trying to win the round. HyDra on the flank. Perfect timing for the 2 to at least keep that round secure. 8v5 though, honestly, Røkkr at times, if they can push the pace just to win this on lives, and that is no respawns remaining.
That's it. Final lives now for the New York Subliners. Røkkr with the 7, and Crim is going to play as sneaky as he possibly can. Here comes the interesting hit though from Røkkr. They're going through mid. They're giving up ring for now. If they can make their way through, catch a pickle too, this would be great, but the clock not on their side. 20 seconds now to work with. Here comes Standy though. He manages to find his first. Can't get any more on point. Trades come through. No! MajorManiak drops as well. 3 ring members of the New York Subliners. This could be it. You've got Priestahh on the back lines. And who's that behind again? It's attached. No! No lives left. 2 now versus 3. Røkkr, you've got to go forward. Someone's got to try to contest at the very least. HyDra guns him down. Oh, baby, we're going to a final round.
I mean, a nail biter around 4 towards the end where New York Subliners do clutch up, but what they don't clutch up on is actually stopping those ticks. For what it's worth, I was told that it does default to kills if it ends up tied in the tick category, but doesn't make a difference. Røkkr did the hard work, find that 1 opening break, at least to get 2, so they get the bump, which means they get the defense for the round 5. Now, Subliners on the attack, I think both times it's been pretty much a 3 or 4 stack towards A. No funny business. Well, it's round 5. You need to make something happen. But it's sticking to Old Faithful. I try to set it up, or maybe a couple players going through ring. Who knows what this is going to turn into, but HyDra gets shot down as Røkkr send everybody over towards ring. So first couple kills their way. Crim maybe finds an opening for a freebie, but maybe not a ton of map control that they have. Number 6, MajorManiak still towards ring. This is the gunfight potentially for the round, and Crim still alive.
So unlucky, but MajorManiak, he is not Iron Boost today. He's flying. Røkkr, clear him up. Trying to make safe the B zone. They will get it, and HyDra, that's awkward timing. Not the first time we've seen a weird moment here on the inside of green today on Gavutu. I'll tell you that much. 2 players though for the Subliners now locked up over towards boat. Neptune, the gunfight against MajorManiak. 4 HP, now brought down by Crim. The aggression continuing for the Subliners. Map presence certainly being felt. They get the presence on A. They've got the first segment, and they are looking to get the rest. 2 though going towards B now, Chance. So this could be an interesting split.
Man, they're playing like predators, man. They've just been like pawing at this B point, trying to see if they can find that opening, but that is an opening that has never been there, right? Couple players a few different times go towards it. Minnesota Røkkr always there to shut them down, but still have plenty of time on the clock because it has been a very slow capture on A. And Neptune for the moment is on a 4, so he's got kill streaks potentially in mind, so no issues here for him to take his time.
Taking a sweet time. The one thing that now the Subliners have actually got more of. An additional minute. 150 now to play with. Decent amount of lives as well. 22 to the 18 of Røkkr. Røkkr now setting up again. 2 players towards ring, 2 players towards green. Looks like Crim has gone way deep in the back of his spawn, expecting the overextension, but it's not going to be there now. Attach finding the kills. Here comes Neptune forward, and he goes. Drop down immediately. Paul X, Mountain Dew featured player, trying to make something happen here at green. He's all alone for his team right now, but these kills, all of them help.
Well, he's doing this, and again, he could just try to play for spawn kills, right? But his team battling for the ring control, and Crim can't even get that first trade. Røkkr too clean with the trades on defense, so it doesn't really matter if you're getting spawn killed, right? I mean, Attach will spawn up, and he'll just watch the flank from there, and I think New York Subliners feel the pressure. They are sending all 4 all the way across the map. I don't know if we've seen this sort of play work, but Subliners gonna give it the old college try, but every single death that you have makes it that much more difficult, and Attach, for the most part, he has been on point in this back position, but he does fall. Subliners trying to make the move.
You can only do so much. Neptune and HyDra, here they come. Less than 50 seconds on the clock. They managed to clear out the back. They've got no idea where anyone else is, but for now, it's that ring control that's so important. Standy's timing, once again, a little bit unfortunate as he lets at least 1 player get through. That's HyDra on the point now, the slow capture. He's doing it alone for now. If his teammates can get forward, Crim's brought down there. Nice shots again. Priestahh now set up to make the play onto the point. Does get it. Huge stuff out of P-Dog as he is barking right now. That's a sweet 3 spree. Massively influential kills. And over we go now to the spawn of the Subliners.
And look at the map now, right? You never fight for the ring control, which means players from Minnesota get pushed up towards beach. So you spawn up and you have nowhere to go. 5 spree that doesn't matter. That is a 4-man wipe and nothing on the map is open. HyDra might pick up too, but I mean, you're gonna flood through the middle of the map. You're gonna sprint as fast as you possibly can, but you're gonna be getting shot in the back on the flank. You get to the point, incredibly difficult gunfights on the front line, and well, MajorManiak making moves the entire time. Freebies for him, no respawns remaining, no time to work with, and a glide to seal the deal. Minnesota, not good in map 1s, average on the map 2s, but if they can get past that map 3, this is where, Niles, they start wheeling and dealing.
Oh my, we've seen this before. Has it already happened? Is it going to happen? I don't know, but I'm getting them Ragnarok vibes. You know, I'm talking about Norse mythology fans. Who knows though? Subliners, they will drop. They're in the control. 2-1 thus far. Still sitting on match point. If they can win the next hard point, we are gravy. But for now, it is business as usual for the Minnesota Røkkr. Quick look at the stats.
And I mean, again, just because of how this map plays out, it's not entirely that the stats make a difference, right? Like a very solid game from Attach that we have come to expect, and pretty much solid stuff across the board. Neptune and Paul maybe suffer a little bit, but they had an extra offensive round, so it just makes sense. It really just comes down to the fact that Minnesota Røkkr in that round 4, I believe it was, maybe 3, but they were able to string together and get the 2 ticks on an offensive round. They found that opening for the play, and it is genuinely those moments that will win you the game for Gavoo to control.
Indeed. There you go there, mate. 31-31 for the Priestahh overall, but man, those kills towards the end, super important. Standy, 29-36, like not necessarily like amazing performances out of anyone individually, but they play the game, they play for the dub, and that's exactly what you need here. The Subliners, they'll be scratching their chins, and I think something in the back of their minds just freaked out a little bit because you didn't win in 3, you couldn't close it out, and now Røkkr have just managed to get the steam engine rolling. We'll see though in the hard point as we look across highlights there. Again, it was a nice gunfights across the board, everyone playing real well. This was a nice one again out of HyDra, the big win to keep this team going. And all things considered, Chance, I mean, like, we saw some good stuff out of like the New York Subliners. You know, they managed to get some decent captures. Again, the massive change here in the control game mode. A wonderful, wonderful addition here to Vanguard. Certainly making the control game mode that bit more interesting for everyone.
I mean, sure. Subliners had a couple nice clutches, especially so in the round 4, just to make sure you get the round win. But the first highlight that we actually saw was the biggest moment. We saw many players throughout this game actually try to make that play on the flank. Attach in that moment was the only player that had the success, picked up a big 2, and helped get that 3rd kill on Neptune for his team as well. But that was the opening to get that extra tick on board. And, well, Minnesota takes it. This is not not an untypical screenshot as well, right, of them losing the first 2 maps and starting to turn things around in control. We go over towards Berlin, where overall, yes, Minnesota's like hardpoint record not great, but 3-4 on this map. I know they've had quite a few very close games as well, but again, their map 4 record 5-3 overall for the hard points compared to the now 1-11 for map 1. So they've woken up. It only takes them 2 maps to make it happen, but Røkkr, maybe now they're here.
We know how this ends, but we'll find out though. Berlin hardpoint coming up next, and it's going to be a fun one indeed. The guns now smoking hot from Røkkr after winning that control, of course. For the guys in the New York Subliners though, Chance, like, it's kind of it's a young squad in terms of, you know, like the amount of games they've had on their belt in the pro scene. Now, I mean, like I say pro scene, official matches. How do they bounce back now? Do they have the resolve yet? Have they got that down? You know, you got Crim definitely parting words of wisdom, getting the boys locked in, like, come on guys, one more map, that sort of thing, the usual affair. But this is Minnesota Røkkr, man. They got plot armor. They don't go down in map 4. That's not how it ends.
Yeah, it is crazy that you pointed out that I think Crim combined probably has 3 times as much like pro level experience as all of his teammates combined, sort of thing. So I think they could put it together, honestly. I mean, again, what we even saw for the map 1 is Neptune, Gunny is hot, Paul X, Gunny is hot. So these guys can fry. They can absolutely pick up the kills. So I think talent to talent, they can do it. I'd say just an interesting thing going into Berlin is obviously they don't have a massive amount of reps together as a full squad, and Berlin is very much a map where, I mean, one rotation, you drop the ball and you can be playing off the back foot for the next like 3 hills, so to speak. So I don't know exactly how clean their gameplay is going to be, but if you bring the Gunny, doesn't even need to be over the top clean. And hey, if they can play mistake-free as well, I think New York has a pretty decent chance to win this map 4.
They certainly do. But it's going to be on them. And again, it's going to come down to the heavy hitters, the top performers. This is not including the crazy bocage we saw in map number 1. X certainly having a slight advantage there over, of course, attached. These, again, the top numbers coming in a hard point. All had a great map as well, mate. So did Neptune when it comes to that first hard point. But Bocage is a very, very different beast to Berlin. Just the nature of the map, the way you play it, what you touched upon there about rotations. If you have a bad one, if you lose out those fights, lose out them spawns, the next 3 hard points could be biting you, truly. That is not the case with Bocage. We will see. This could be a very different look. A more structured team like Minnesota Røkkr. I've got to give them the edge here, mate. I've got to give them the edge on Berlin.
And it is funny as well, right? We saw the top performer of like attached with 1.06, but he's like Mr. Consistent for the team. If we did top performers by map 1 versus map 4, again, Standy sees like a 0.24 jump. Still in the same game mode, but just like depending on the timing of the series. And then Priestahh also sees like a 0.17 jump as well. So obviously in game number 1, Attach was Mr. Consistent. He dropped 41. He was there. I think maybe MajorManiak not too far behind, but I think it's more of the young guns for the Røkkr squad. We're expecting to kick things up for this map 4.
Here we go. Everyone getting themselves lined up, geared up, ready to go. The fist bumps are out. The final moments to pass on a words of wisdom before now we roll into the Berlin hardpoint. Map number 4 in our Mountain Dew marquee matchup today. This is the last one of the day. Tomorrow with 3 more, and then whoof, it's time for the major. Here we go, though. This is attached. This match so far, a 1.18. 66% of those bad boys non-traded as well. He's having a great run so far again. It seems moving across to that assault rifle role. The automaton fits him like a glove. But here we go, Chance. Berlin. It's going to be fun.
And you have Subliners that get the good spawns off the rip as well. So certainly a small advantage, but a noticeable one at that. So clean on that first hold, and you can really set the pace for the entire game. You have good reads from Attach, but not a good shot. Uncharacteristic from him. And hey, Subliners will take it. MajorManiak, last man standing, but this is free and clear time off the opening rip. And this is a P1. New York Subliners will actually stand inside.
Yep, they're going to... I forgot all about it. But they're going to sit in this hill. They're going to soak up the time. And with the slaying prowess, they have battered Røkkr right off of spawn. Now right back into respawn as Neptune soaring, absolutely flying, keeping the fight as far away from the hard point as possible right now. But with that, the last kills come through. Crim gets dropped. Røkkr going to get a little bit of time before the rotations go down. Can they do both at the same time, though? That's the question.
And this is huge if they can. Actually, Priestahh in the hill is actually finding more kills. So you have, what, another 12, 15 seconds-ish that gets sacrificed to Minnesota to try to soften that lead and make it dead. And you don't even win the rotation. So a moment like that, Minnesota will be happy for as you try to get this P2 control. But when I say try, I mean number 6 is basically surrounded. Attach able to slow it down, though, and pick up a couple.
Teammate.
That is your teammate. Be kind to it.
My B, bro, my B. And Attach is having a really unfortunate sort of series of mechanical errors there. He's that's really that's tough, man. He could have been involved in that fight, maybe even made a difference there, but we'll let him shake that one off, hit the regain button, and see how we fare now in the P2. Again, less than 30 remaining on this one, and it has been an absolute bloodbath. We have seen Røkkr not able to get too much of the time as the New York Subliners will be picking that one up. 7-4 out of X, again, our Mountain Dew featured player. He's having a good run so far. No complaints whatsoever. Røkkr, once again, with a late break and a late time. You have to look over towards third. On its way now. Left-hand side of the screen. New York Subliners already in position.
Crim is hunting for the scrap time, too. He is trusting his spawn location, though, and we'll see respawns up straight in the back. No one actually inside the hard point. New York are pushed up, ready for the kills, and the kills for the moment not yet coming their way. But again, if you get the close spawn, you can play with that all day long, or maybe get spawn killed. Attach MajorManiak, chopping him down, ready for Neptune. You just block those spawns, and now this is how you win the rotation of P3.
Oh, wow.
Crim gets dealt with, and Røkkr swarm. That is the break they needed.
Yeah, I mean, Attach hit the regain and some. He's on a 5 spree now. He's running around mid-map, just spanking people. There are red hand marks across the cheeks of the New York Subliners right now, and I ain't talking about the ones on their faces, boys and girls. 25 remaining here on third, and Attach is on a 7 spree. Delightful turnaround here from Røkkr.
I mean, a couple lives of awkwardness, and he turns that into potentially game-winning plays. Helps open up the hill for this one, and Minnesota Røkkr will be able to take the lead. And this is not a free and easy rotation over towards P4. Subliners, by the way, once again, very aggressive on the map. I mean, pushed up and catching the players off the cross, but if you get the kills, that is good news. Crim picks up 2, and that makes this setup towards P4 that much easier. Interesting to see whether or not Otach will actually use the glide bomb here, or if he wants to save it for a little bit later.
Standy, nice kills going his way. 3 now in a row for him. We'll see if the glide comes through. Not an easy hard point to break, but hey, when the boys are frying like this, all right, we're calling it in. Crim. Oh, gets away with his life. No, he doesn't. Sorry, take that back. He's gone. Smithereens blown to it. 4 now for the Standy spree. Wow, nice shots. Not able to get Neptune though. Priestahh taken care of on the back line. 30 seconds remaining here, but Røkkr have got plenty of bodies on point. MajorManiak lost one up. No, brought down. Great breakout the Subliners.
Just massive gunfights in the back, right? As soon as the man on the back tanks loses it, it makes Subliners' journey to the hill that much easier. So that is, one gunfight for a potential 20-point swing right there. So big moment for the Subliners to get back inside. And Neptune, there is no question about it. Man can shoot straight, and gotta be Subliners getting those final few seconds, and they've already pushed out over towards P1, so I think no P5 blenders being set up, and they're flipping the spawn. So this is clean and efficient work right now coming out of New York, trying to set themselves up long term.
Yeah, HyDra can shoot pretty straight as well, managing to keep attached back there. P5 now, the 5th and final hard point in the set of rotations, and it is a wide open one. Here, smack bang in the middle of the map by the broken building. Crim trying to make that slow and steady approach. The rebar is going to stop the bullets for a moment there. MajorManiak will get the trade right on through. Not a whole lot of time garnered from either team here on this one. Not an easy one indeed to grab, but Røkkr, they're going to be the first to really dive in and make something of it. Kills coming through now either side. Who's that? It's Paul-X, a top third. He's got the kills out with a pistol. HyDra trying to stop the flood of reinforcements into the point, and there we go. Kills are their chance, and it's shades of Bocage. No, I take it back. You've got the Subliners in the hill.
And you have HyDra, by the way, with that positioning. He's just being able to call it to his teammates. If nothing's crossing in front of them, all of them are pushing outside P2, but they pushed outside P2 and they made it through. Standy is standing in P1, trying to take down Neptune. Maybe has to be worried about getting shot in the back as well. And I think Neptune's in the window. Standy doesn't have the read yet, but he gets the beat down and help from a teammate. And he is almost single-handedly winning his team this rotation. Røkkr make it to new. Maybe not free and clear as HyDra's going on the flank, so this is just chaos on this P1 hill.
Second set of hard points now wide open. Minnesota Røkkr, they've managed to change their fates and get themselves in there first, but it's a good break out the Subliners. MajorManiak, nothing to find through mid. And again, same look out of the New York Subliners. They know exactly where Røkkr are spawning and the pressure now mounting. However, the kills, this time round, there's something a little different about it. Paul-X though, Mountain Dew featured player. 4 spree, 5 spree, good shots. 16 and 13 overall, keeping the hard points safe and sound for his boys who can just sit in it and soak up that time as the Subliners starting to pull things forward here on P1.
Well, right now, P1 is the main reason New York Subliners are winning the game. Similar circumstance to last time, though, where Røkkr fight for that scrap and maybe get the final 10 seconds. But this time, Subliners, I'm going to say, are quicker on the rotation, but obviously a couple corners they have to clear out. Priestahh going to be the man on Røkkr potentially to make the play. And well, there's the first one he's able to pick up, but he's still surrounded. He's trying to buy his teammates all the time in the world, and maybe it'll just be enough. Attach trying to come through the top rope, and Standy will be there for the trades. But that final one-on-one, Neptune able to pick up 2. And I've just taken note, by the way, Priestahh 9 and 20, having a bit of a slow game.
The route man, though, he has been hitting those rotations, and he's nailed his boys' spawns a few times. As soon as P-Dog gets hot, it's going to be over right now. Let's see how things go, though. Again, hard points still being contested of a battle. Tooth and nail for right now. There's 30 seconds remaining on it. The Subliners with a decent lead. Starting to walk away with this one. Is this it? The twilight of Røkkr. The comeback season might be over. We will find out, though, as the war's still raging over by P2. The rotation's already down. That's all Røkkr, all good for now. But Crim locking mid-map down, finding the kills left, right, and center. Final 10 seconds now going the way. And oh, baby, Neptune now making his way forward. This could be a wonderful turnaround for the Subliners.
Well, if this was a P3, right, where they got broken last time, that's the only reason the game was even remotely close, because outside of that, it's been nothing but New York, and Neptune single-handedly breaking those spawns, or not really single-handedly, certainly had the help, but he's on a 4. He's made his way around back. He is blocking those spawns. Now you got to clear out those corners. Priestahh, though, finally wins a gunfight, shuts him down, and stays alive, and that is the moment Røkkr needed. This hill is the only reason this is a close game.
And they're holding it down once again. Plenty of time still to be had here. Crim looking for the entry. Here comes the 4-man hit now from the Subliners. In they go. Priestahh managed to dip one out. MajorManiak finding a kill. Priestahh back into it. No, Neptune does manage to get the win. Still alive and kicking. And now the nades from the front. Oh no, it's a bit of a blunder from Attach, but still all good because MajorManiak absolutely frying 10. Major's on deck. Absolutely slaying it. And Chance, Røkkr are back in this.
Hey, and there's the rotational gunfight, by the way, or lack thereof. Standy with the trigger discipline to stay alive, and I don't know if he's exactly blocking the spawns in this area, but if he times out and gets these kills after the hill pops, then they will be spawning out, or at least that back train. So there you go, hill pops. Standy may be waiting for his teammates, but once he makes this move, we'll see how the map develops.
Sneaky Standy. Eyes on the minimap now, watching those spawns. Attaches now here with him, and that is absolutely bloody magnificent. Røkkr are in now. Subline is a bit of a head scratch for them. Can they win the fights, though? That's the big question. Through the front they go. HyDra's going to be up. The flying now onto the top of Attach. They get the kills. They've dropped them out now. I think that might be it. Surely we flip. No, you've still got positions towards the back, but Neptune trying to make something happen here. Keeping the contest alive. 30 seconds here on train yard, and no one has been able to get much.
Yeah, all that work to like flip those spawns and effectively all for naught. New York Subliners, it looks like they're going to be poised to end up winning this hill on time. Not winning the game yet, but certainly getting the majority of it. So a missed opportunity there for Minnesota. Just could not get any gunfights after the fact. And not the craziest lead in the world. Comeback potential absolutely still on the line, but nice little 40-45 point bump right now for New York. Admittedly, though, this could be the P5 blunder. Or they spawn out instantly, and I don't even, Minnesota, they don't even recognize it yet. We'll see how long it takes them to turn around, but they have no idea.
They've got no idea. Look at the arrows. I mean, number 8 in the hard point, Standy, he's an open man. He's just exposed himself indecently to the New York Subliners, and they have dealt with him, much like Priestahh just dealt with that guy. My word, pistols out. 40 seconds on this hard point. Subliners desperately trying to get back into it. Priestahh once again with a pistol takes it to Neptune. 5 spree now, looking to get himself streaks. Røkkr back in the control of the hard point. 30 seconds remaining on this one, and this is absolute bloody mania chance on Berlin.
I mean, hey, if he's going to be double negative, he needs to step up in those final moments. So if he goes on the spree towards the end, and there's the glide to get it, and still that cutoff man, that rotation to P1, though, this is where Subliners had bullied them out, and with 15 seconds to go on P5. I mean, hey, Røkkr, they didn't set up the blender. They got close to tying this back up, but now it is problem number 2. P1 has been the thorn in their side. They need to find a way to make this break.
Well, whoa, nice shots at MajorManiak. Will this be the one to make the break? 2 HP. Teamwork coming on through. Here comes Røkkr. HyDra's up. Finds himself one. Good shots out of Pool X as well to find the kills. Attach right into the jaws of the French phenom. Eats him alive. And oh, baby. P1 once again proven to be the absolute stalwart there of the New York Subliners setup. They're going to find the time here. They can win it on this point. Røkkr have got to make a break sooner rather than later, and this is the way to get it done.
I mean, everybody's going to be indoors, by the way. Use the glide, and you even hit the roof. So I do not like that investment at all. That just is time that you don't have to actually push towards the hill. And yet, Priestahh gets shot. Paul X picks up 3, and you try to use the glide on an indoor hill. I'm not entirely a fan of that. And Subliners, they can still win it on P1, so you can't even entirely afford to rotate. You got to contest for a second, or you lose this game.
Yeah, well, they've got to get the contest going still. HyDra's playing a ring around a rosy with Priestahh, and he wins it. Final few moments here. Subliners, they may have managed to break the curse. No one has managed to do this for a long time. Røkkr always make the comebacks. The final second comes through, and it is a New York as the Subliners manage to get the job done against Røkkr. No comeback today. An unbelievable run, mate. And hey, Røkkr made a good fight for it, but the Subliners, is this the turnaround in their season? Is that form starting to click?
I mean, turn around from the position that they were in. Yes, absolutely. They are actually stringing together some wins, so an improvement indeed. And I mean, I gotta say, for one, that game, Minnesota, I mean, they dropped the ball in like maybe 2 or 3 different opportunities, right? Standy getting the spawns towards P4. They had a mishap setting up the spawn trap on P5, which admittedly, I don't know exactly what needs to be done. I know Guerrillas are the best team at making it happen, so I don't know if Røkkr dropped the ball and someone was out of position, or if it's just a 50-50 and the game just spawns them out and it's just unfortunate. So I don't know if it's a case of luck, but whatever the case may be, Minnesota could not close it out. And well, I mean, you have New York Subliners who what? Crim looked pretty fantastic on the main AR. He was the Super Soaker on top of the Super Slayer, right? 31 kills with over 2 minutes in the hill, so he's looking fantastic. Neptune and Paul on point, not just for this hard point, but especially for the first 2 maps. And I think maybe that Bocage SD will be something that the Subliners will be happy to have. A massive amount of clutches that they were able to get time and time again. They truly did just look good.
They really did look good. And if you can honestly make that Bocage work out a little bit better going forward, I mean, the Subliners can become a contender there. That was really, really impressive. Slaying department there, of course, from the youngsters, Neptune and Paul X. We'll have a look at the highlights, though, from this Battle of Berlin. And my word, it was an absolute run. Minnesota Røkkr, their dreams of the reverse sweep now come to a close as they will fizzle out. But hey, still plenty of life left in the tank. Excited to see how far they can go, of course, in their upcoming major. All of this happening next week. You don't want to miss this one, friends. But the New York Subliners, mate, finding form, albeit, a slightly different look, this close to the major is a wonderful thing for them. You have to feel good as a Subliners fan.
Well, at the same time, right, I think now Minnesota will be 2-3 overall for the standings. I know New York are at 2-2 right now, and they play Toronto tomorrow, who are 1-3. So if Toronto wins that one, at least these three teams will be 2-3 overall. I think there might be a fourth 2-3 team in the mix. So it could be tiebreakers, or if New York just win that series and get the back-to-back dubs at the end of this home stretch for stage 2, then they just go straight into the winners bracket. But I mean, I think wherever they end up, winners or losers, they have firmly established themselves as a pretty tall threat.
Yep, there's a lot of dark horses going into the major, of course, and we're going to add another one there to that race. The New York Subliners get the win. 250 to 195, the final score there on Berlin. And ladies and gentlemen, that is it. The series is done. Our Mountain Dew Marquee match was a fun one indeed. And honestly, if you do want a really great laugh, go back and have a look at that Bocage hardpoint. That first one was something to be marveled at for a long, long time. I can't wait to see what's happening on the reverse sweep, the flank, all the Call of Duty chat shows. They're bound to be talking about that one to no end. It's going to be a lot of fun, friends. We will see you on Reddit. Woo! Chance. Good series, mate. How you feeling? Ready for the major?
I'm incredibly ready for the major. You have no idea. I want to get back towards land. I want a coach to break down for me, by the way, that P5 spawn trap. I know no one's going to do it and give away the goods, but I want that answer. I want to know how to do it properly.
But you know who may have the answer, or not? I'm not really sure, but it might be a lovely Desk Belly and fellas.
Wonderful cast, guys.
Baby.
That series was lit,
series.
honestly.
That was exciting. Well, yeah, it's lit, man. New York won, dude. Watching this team thrive is the best.
Absolutely. I mean, you heard them talking about it. That spawn trap was absolutely disgusting. We saw them, on the first time they pushed all the way up through the trains. They're setting them out mid. They turned around. They trapped them in the back. We haven't seen a team executed on that level before. So, going to have to rewatch that, deep dive into it soon. But for New York, when it comes to hardpoint, they look phenomenal. I mean, other than that map 1 Bocage, which is just basically an absolute frenzy throughout majority of P1 and going into P2 at the very end, New York's still able to clutch up, and they're slaying, which is very important going into a major for confidence purposes. And I really like what they did. They played Bocage for maps 1 and 2, which I think was intentional to get HyDra and Neptune more confident going into the major. Just kind of let them roam around and be free to slay, and we saw it work. Neptune started off that map 15-1. That is exactly what you want to see. And then Pollux as well popping off. Search and destroy, hyper aggressive, picking up kills early in the round. This is a good series for New York.
Yes, and so let's go ahead and jump into the Game Field post-victory spotlight with Paul X, by the way, the newest addition to NYSL. Paul, man, all right, 2 different jerseys this year, and you're making a difference. Coming into this team with a 1.12 in hardpoint, though. I mean, you guys are currently 4-0 after being 0-13 the year. How happy are you with the success you guys have seen so far?
Honestly, it's been really good. Obviously, this is only my second match with them, right? So we still have a lot to work on, and I feel like we can get better, which is crazy to me. But so far, it's been amazing.
Paul, I want to ask you, I just talked about Veli a little bit. Was that intentional, just going Bocage, back-to-back first 2 maps? You guys just trying to get mixy, just trying to get some confidence going forward and just run around with your guns out? Because it seemed like strategy got thrown out the window at the end of that first hard point.
Bro, honestly, yeah, that's our play style. We like to be in your face. That's the way we like to play. We like to play fast and aggressive. So obviously those maps helped.
All right, Paul. Oh, sorry about that. I thought you were done. Paul, I have a question, man. So you guys have one more game against Toronto Ultra before we head into Major 2. Curious, what are your expectations for Major 2 overall? We know the game tomorrow is going to be great. I can't wait to see it. But you personally, what does the team have to work on as a whole for you to be happy as an individual heading into Minnesota?
Obviously our control. That's the 2 maps we dropped in these last 2 series, right? Which was our controls. So obviously I feel like we have to tighten up on those. Everything else, I feel like we're really good in in-game situations. So you can't really teach more than that. We know the game really well, and I feel like they weren't able to show that in the beginning of the game. But now they're able to play to their full potential, and you can see we actually know the game and we know what we're doing.
All right, Paul, show some love out there to the fans, man. Go ahead. You had a great win today.
I appreciate all the support from all the NYSL fans I just joined. I appreciate all the support on Twitter I've been getting, bro. You guys have been making my heart warm, bro. My heart real warm.
There we go, Paul. Good luck going forward, man.
We talk to you later, man.
Appreciate you. See you, bro.
Oh, no problem. I want to skip back to something you was talking about, especially with Neptune starting off the game 15-1. When it came to that first map, I mean, Neptune, a guy who faced a lot of controversy at the beginning of the year with his inconsistencies and whatnot, he was consistently good at that map.
Yeah, he was consistently great. Oh, he was good in the beginning of the map. Then he had a little bit of a stretch where he kind of fell off. I think he was like 15-1. Then he had a 2-10 spree. But yeah, I mean, Neptune's a guy. Once he gets going, like he's smooth, man. He's got some crazy good movement. He can win some big gunfights. And obviously on Bocage, you're free to just run around and do basically whatever you want. There's really only one hill that you have to rotate on, and that could be P3 at times. So seeing him pop off was actually huge for this team because we know he's been going through it, mentally for the last couple of months.
You got that right. Let's go ahead and take a look at it for the Scump play of the game, by the way. The new look New York Subliners has actually been amazing, and Paul X joining the squad seems to give him a little bit more life right now. And at the beginning of this game, hearing about a chance cast over this, points really weren't going all the way around, but the one thing that was going around were frags with the one and only Neptune.
Yeah, Neptune was popping off, but like they didn't even get too many points, dude. Like literally in the first hill, they didn't get many points. I don't even think like the 10th point was scored literally like halfway through P2 in the beginning of this map. So this was probably one of the most awful Bocage hard points in terms of strategy I've ever seen in teamwork. It was literally all gunny, but New York are able to clutch up in the very end, which is all that matters.
You got that right. So that's pretty much it for today. We've had a good racket game starting off at the beginning of the day. What are your total thoughts?
I mean, it was a great day. Honestly, LA Thieves to start off the day, I was hoping they would come out and get a win, obviously get some momentum going into the major, but it's just turmoil over there. Seattle comes out and in that search and destroy, the 2 1v3 clutches that they had were just huge, man. Shout out to Simp, shout out to Accuracy. They were disgusting, and that just folded Thieves throughout the rest of the series. I mean, what we saw out of Thieves was some of the worst gameplay we've seen throughout this game. Kenny had a really bad performance in that control. Now Reddit's all over him, even though it's nobody's individual fault on this team. It's just it's a team issue. Drazah hasn't been performing well throughout the majority of these matches, right? Kenny had a bad performance here. Octane as the main AR has been one of the worst in the league throughout Major II qualifiers. So the team is just not clicking as it stands right now. But switching over to the Surge, the turnout that they have had has been remarkable. This is a team that can now compete. We've seen them go up against some very solid squads and take them to the very end. They took out Atlanta FaZe. So Seattle is definitely a threat as Pred and Sib have become comfortable once again, and they're now putting up these big performances.
And it's a proven fact that if you put Pred on an island, the man takes over with his roaming and SMG skills. But also for the second matchup of the day, it was actually pretty good as well. We saw Boston get another win, continuously proving that their undefeated streak is not a fluke at all. As they beat Florida Mutineers, which was pretty expected, but Florida tried to put up a fight.
I mean, they tried to put up a fight. Hey, put up a fight, though. It was 3-0 when we saw on the Gavutu control. The update really helped the Boston Breach. They ended up getting a defense, and then they win that map. Methodz was going ham this series. Honestly, everybody was really popping off. But it was just impressive overall to see Boston Breach. They completely have separated themselves from the middle of the pack. They are now an elite team trying to get into, that top 3 area. And, we just need to see them versus some of the top teams in the game, right? We need to see them play the Londons, the OpTics, the FaZes, and things like that, because as it stands right now, they've been improving, man. And to win Gavutu control like that is impressive. So I'm excited for the future of this Boston team as well. I really do think they can make a run here at Major II Valley.
Yeah, and Boston will be playing against the London Royal Ravens tomorrow, which will be a good preview or test to see how well they're going to be when it comes to Major II. But also, the third matchup of the day, we saw the Los Angeles Guerrillas face off against OpTic Texas, and things didn't go the way that LAG wanted it to go, with Gunless sitting out and Spart actually filling in for him.
Yeah.
And Shotzzy just had a field day, man. He was smurfing.
Yeah, he was frying, bro. They all were. Scump was going off too, but dude, I saw a hilarious tweet out of Spart. If you guys go check him out on Twitter, it's Spart, ITS Spart. He was like, yeah, I was loading up in a 2K match against Gecko, and then next thing I know, I'm loading up in a match against Scump, and I was like, yeah, that pretty much paints the picture. Like, this guy was chilling, playing some challengers matches, then he has to go up against Scump. It's a recipe for disaster. But shout out to Spart for coming in on short notice. This guy has done a lot in the challenger scene. Do not judge him based on this one performance.
No.
It takes, practice. You have to play with the team, understand your role in order to come in and have an impact like that. So a player who definitely deserves another chance at some point. Spart has done a lot in challengers.
Yeah.
Just didn't translate to a win, obviously, versus OpTic Texas.
I got to say, man, I kind of feel bad for LAG because they've been showing a lot of good things lately. And then with Gunless sitting out, Spart coming in for such an important matchup, right?
Yeah.
I wanted to see how they were going to match up against them.
Yeah, it's tough.
And but hey, we'll see it at the major if it happens. But also, let's take a look at the standings for Major II so far, because things have shaken up in a big and good way. We're starting to see teams at the bottom start start to rise up to the top, such as the New York Subliners, currently 2-2 after their roster change. But also Boston Breach along with OpTic Texas, undefeated, 4-0. 4-0, that's beautiful. Seeing Los Angeles Thieves at 1-5, yeah, we've talked about it a lot. They're in the blender, but Toronto Ultra is going to be the most interesting team for me. Seeing them 1-3 right now, and the game that they're going to have tomorrow is going to show us a lot heading into Minnesota.
Yeah, I mean, these standings are just wild to look at. We have Toronto Ultra and LA Thieves there at the bottom. This is a team that's got top 4, top 6, the Major 1, and now they're potentially starting in first round of losers. Wild.
Right, now let's go ahead and take a look at the points as well. And OpTic Texas, of course, at the top again. No surprise, man. The one thing that I do like to see, and I'm going to be completely honest, seeing LAG start to rise up in the ranks is definitely beautiful.
Yeah, you know, closing that gap a little bit. We see Boston Breach topple Thieves and now have a pretty big margin on them, you know, at 20 points. Yeah, I mean, these teams are starting to get points finally. New York Subliners on the board at 30 points. I mean, it's all a game for champs. You got to be top 8.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out as well, homegirl Allie isn't here right now, but her and I had a discussion last time we were on the desk, and we're talking about London Royal Ravens currently sitting in 3rd place quietly, right? They're quietly in 3rd place, and we believe that they could definitely compete. They could definitely play at the top, and hearing the interviews from them and how they look at OpTic and FaZe, it's like, yo, I want to see this team really show off when it comes to Major 2, man. I feel like London has what it takes, seriously.
Yeah, I think they do. It's going to be tough against FaZe and OpTic Texas. Haven't had too much success there, but definitely a threat, definitely a contender. If they put it together on the weekend, and they do somehow manage to pull off one of those big wins against OpTic Texas or Atlanta FaZe, potentially land themselves a spot in the final. Yeah, I think they still need to develop a little bit more, though. They have not played well against those teams.
No, not at all. But ladies and gentlemen, that is it for day 2. We have one more day of qualifying matches before we head on over to Minnesota for Major 2. You guys already know the deal. Same place, same time. We'll catch you here on the desk. Maybe we'll see Allie here, but this is going to be the schedule as well. London Royal Ravens will go against Boston Breach for the first matchup of the day, but the Mountain Dew marquee matchup is going to be absolutely crazy. ATL versus Texas, OpTic versus FaZe. You couldn't ask for a better one. This is a grand finals rematch the weekend before the next major.
Yeah.
That's it.
I mean, this is lit, man. It's like the perfect game, Mountain Dew marquee match before the major, right? We get a taste of what could be our grand final, a rematch from our last final. You know, if Atlanta can come in and get that win, right? There's an extremely dangerous team. They would hand OpTic Texas their first loss since Major 1 qualifiers and have that confidence going in. It'd be like the perfect storyline. So it's going to be nuts. But don't forget that last match as well, New York versus Toronto. If New York lose that game to Toronto, that means we'd have like 5 or 6 teams sitting at 2 and 3. So the battle for like 7/8 place would be a ridiculous tiebreaker scenario. So, I mean, shout out to our league ops. They're going to have to figure some stuff out.
I can't wait to see the bracket, to be completely honest. But ladies and gentlemen, that's about it. We're going to close things up on the desk. Today was a beautiful day for some Call of Duty action. You guys already know the deal. But coming up tomorrow, you already saw the matchups. We're going to see the London Royal Ravens. I miss seeing them on screen, but most importantly, the Game Field marquee matchup of the day. You don't want to miss it. Atlanta FaZe versus OpTic Texas. You don't want to miss it. It is our last day before Major 2 out there in Minnesota. And once again, thank you guys for tuning in. It's been a lot of love. It's been a great time. And catch you guys tomorrow for some more Call of Duty action. You all take care.
I'm in the game like EA. Been in my process pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to Sun. Oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pulls. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy.